We're into the final fling of our Swiss adventure. The final weekend, we had a cracking ECS final yesterday. Alton getting revenge on the Nomads after 3 long years. Now it's time for the international stuff. We have the French here. We have the Luxembourgers here, of course. The hosts, Switzerland, they are ready and waiting. Get ready for a big weekend of action. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket International Switzerland, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day of European cricket. Special welcome to all of our viewers here in Switzerland watching on Swiss Sport TV, as well as everyone watching on Fancode, of course, and everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, to take you through the first stages of the European Cricket International Switzerland, the ECI. Such a great addition to the calendar this year. It's an international tri-series 10-over matches. We have 9 of them across the weekend, including 5 today, including the first one, which is coming up right now, and it's match number 1. It's the host Switzerland taking on Luxembourg. Rob Kemming, well, he's enjoying his time here. I'm enjoying his company as well. He's got the company of the 2 captains right now. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. We're going to have a bowl.
So it is Luxembourg that win the toss, and their captain Ed Packard has elected to bowl first. So they obviously want to have a look at this pitch, see what it does, not necessarily wanting to bat first. I think that Switzerland, they probably wanted to chase anyway, so I think Luxembourg, that's just what they're thinking. They're going to chase, they'll know exactly what they have to do. Slightly different Luxembourg side to the one that we saw, for example, in the Valletta Cup just about 4 weeks ago. But some interesting inclusions. I've got to say, I'm really excited to see Jatin Madan in the 10-over lineup. Now, he's a player that was a star, 4-star CC at the ECL back in the last couple of editions of that tournament. Also, I think Mayank Nagyach is an interesting bowler. Watch out for him. I just think the thing will be how quickly the French and the Luxembourg team can adjust to these conditions, particularly this pitch, because it is a little bit unusual. We know that the Switzerland team, they've had plenty of practice and they've got a decent squad of players to choose from. They won't have Fahim Nazir, who was the MVP in the Valletta Cup T20 Internationals just a few weeks ago, but they do have a lot of talent in there, guys who are in form as well. I think we might see Hassan Ahmed at the top of the order and Idris Ul-Haq. So just imagine that opening combination. But Ali Naya, a player we didn't see a lot of during the ECS, he is leading the side, and I'm sure he's fairly confident that he has the team to go a long way in this tournament. So we've got the Swiss team versus the Luxembourgers first up. Also, we have the French a little bit later on. Let's talk about the conditions. A few clouds around, but I think we're going to have a really nice day, much like yesterday. So expecting a maximum temperature of 26 degrees. Currently, it's about 17 to get us going. So this outfield has been pretty quick. A little bit of early morning dew, slowing it down a little bit right now, but I think it'll be pretty good for the rest of the day. Well, here's a man. He certainly rode that final all the way to the end. What a game that was, Rico, last night when we saw Alton get the revenge on the Nomads. But right now, it is the Swiss national team ready to go. They'll be batting first after getting sent in by Luxembourg. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the first game of this ECI.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, and welcome. Good morning, cricketers around the world that are tuning in for what is going to be a fantastic weekend. Yeah, happy weekend to everyone. And we're going to start this European Cricket International Series with Switzerland, the host nation, taking on Luxembourg. Switzerland have got 4 matches here today, so they're going to have to pace themselves pretty well. Don't forget, though, a lot of these players, we've seen them in action already And I'm certainly looking forward to some performances from some key players that have been in good form. I mean, both Jai Singh and Ashwin Vinod have been in really good form, haven't they? Idris Haq, he'll be behind the stumps there. Hassan Ahmed, I mean, what an impact he had yesterday in that final. Batted well, caught well. A lot of good players. And Asad Mahmood as well. He's been in excellent form. Looking forward to this. It's going to be a good start. And I'm expecting to see big runs in this first match. My thought on this is this: the Swiss players are used to this pitch, they're used to the ground, and I think the batters will relish the opportunity to go out there and put big runs on the board quickly and make it an uncomfortable start for Luxembourg. Luxembourg probably, I don't know if they've ever played on such a pitch before. I mean, they may have done, you know, it's cricket, European cricketers, the thing about them is wherever they are around Europe, they want to play cricket, and this is just one method of doing so with this pitch. You can see there that we've talked about it a lot. So basically, I mean, this ground is used primarily for a football pitch. It's also used for show jumping from horses, but obviously you want to play cricket, you have to then be innovative, and that's what they've done here. Put some boards down and laid the mat on top of it, and that is then sort of nailed down to the deck, and we have a pitch. And yeah, it's different, but it's played so well. And one thing it has brought us is stack loads of runs, and I just get the feeling that this weekend we're probably going to see a lot of that. And one team that'll be looking to really get going quickly is Switzerland, because they've got that home advantage, and like I've already said, a lot of the players have already played on it. A very good morning to some of the early birds on the chat. It's lovely to have you with us, and quite a lot of people there as well. Hello to Helix, to Ivan B. Hello to Dear Maria. Nice to have you with us. Chris Smith is there as well. Rob Thompson. And a lot of people are looking forward to the action here. Hello to Jules as well. And let's hope we're going to have a cracking start. And Liam Day, a very good morning to you. It is international cricket. And Liam Day is saying that Karunamurthy is going to be great to watch. Well, Liam, yeah, he's another guy that's been in very good form. A very good morning to our umpires, umpire Raj and umpire Said, as we get ready to go. And the first ball is going to be bowled here by Kamal. Kamal bowling to Idris Haq, who has shown good form. He's sort of lost his way towards the end of that series, but he'll be looking to come back with a bang. He's out there with Hassan Ahmed, the non-striker. Played out into the offside. Good start from the bowler. And one thing that if the guys from Luxembourg have been watching, is they would have learnt, and they would have heard myself and Vinnie Sanders saying that one thing bowlers didn't do so well during the course of that European Cricket Series was bowl wicket to wicket. They started to do a lot better the last couple of days, and that's a nice start. Well, that's a good response from the batter. He will just slow down. Well, that's an agonising for the batter. Plays a nice shot, thinks he's going to get a boundary, but the ball just slows down. So it'll be just a couple. So Kamal, Sukia. Oh, he's gone down here like a sack of potatoes. Wow, the foot goes. I wonder if he just caught some of the edge of the pitch there, which can move. And then you see the umpire just investigating. You know that bit of carpet can move here. I wonder if that's where he's going down. Puts the foot down on it. Oh, that looks nasty. That was his foot twisting quite badly, but he's okay. He's up straight away. Wide get signalled. And he recovers well. Fielders gets past the infield. Should only be a single, which gives us a chance to see Hassan Ahmed face up first time. And that's just one of the things that the teams will have to get used to. It is the same for all the teams, of course. The only advantage is that Switzerland have played on it, and they should be used to it. Hassan Ahmed, this guy, wasn't he good all the way through the series? Scored over 500 runs in that European Cricket Series. And he did break his finger, which meant he couldn't keep wicket. This is why we're going to find Idris Haq is keeping wicket here for Switzerland when they're in the field. But it didn't stop him yesterday in the field when he took some outrageous catches in that final. He just works his way on the leg side. We'll take the single. Nice throw from the fielder. Direct hit. Asking the question, but nothing there from the umpire. And the bowler, well, once again, ends up on the floor. And let's see how, is it the same as before? Let's just have a look at that foot. And this time, I think, what happens here? Oh dear. Oh, that's so nasty. Ay, ay, ay. Well, that's both of his ankles. Both of his ankles now. Well, I'll tell you what, he's made a strong start. He just wasn't watching. He wasn't watching, and this time, it's his right foot on the edge of the pitch. It's a big swing and a miss this time from Idris. Well, one good thing is it didn't put him off because he comes back with a good delivery. As you can see now, he's getting a little bit closer to those stumps. He doesn't really want to be hitting the edge of the pitch. Takes some getting used to, folks. That's what I'll say. It does take some getting used to. He's down again, and this time he's down and out because the ball goes all the way. Balle, kinna zona. Shaka lagya. Down he goes again, and wow, he just can't get used to this. Because he keeps catching the edge of the pitch. Watch here again on the edge of the foot. Oh, look at that foot. I tell you what, that's painful to look. So there's twice on the left, once on the right. And this one goes all the way. 6 runs, 11 off the first over. Oh, you hate looking at that, don't you? Because you just think sooner or later, if you're not careful, you could hurt yourself. Talking about international cricket, don't forget, in 44 days' time, the Euros of cricket will begin in Spain. Cardamania will rock the world once more. Coming to you from Malaga. That is the Cardama Oval. And, well, if you're looking it up, find Cardama. It's on the road that goes from Coin to Cardama. It's nestled in some beautiful Spanish countryside. It's a delightful pitch. And, well, come on down, enjoy the cricket, enjoy the buzz. Come and join everybody in the fan zone as well. Second over, it's down the leg side. That's 4 runs. This guy plays this shot in his sleep. And Edmund Packard will learn pretty quickly, as will the other players playing in his international series. You do not bowl to Hassan on his legs because he is powerful. And well, this time it's 4 runs, but believe you me, he can go bigger than that. So the last 2 balls have been boundaries. And Hassan Ahmed finding his rhythm. Oh, well, he doesn't learn. He gets away with this one. It's a little bit too wide. Even Ahmed can't get to it. Namaste. Salam alaikum. Sasri akal. Eyeball 1 to our family in the South Indian continent. I hope you're all well, and happy weekend to you all. It's nicely played down the ground. 4 carreras. Bahut badhiya shot मारा. And Usidda. Chokka lag gaya. Shaba. And international days today. Well, I can tell you a big one. It is the World Elephant Day today. And a day that is all about raising awareness of the plight of the elephants and doing our bit to help them and their environment. This one gets worn by Ahmed. It's one that he would normally put away. So yeah, urge everybody, as I always do, to do what you can for the environment and also for our animals, especially those that are like the old endangered species. So well pitched up, it's nicely played. Well backed up. 21 without loss. A couple of balls to go. Yeah, I mean, a fact on that World Elephant Day, over the last decade, the number of elephants, their population has dropped significantly by 62%. And, well, if we don't do anything, they could be extinct by the end of the next decade. That's a worrying fact, people. So let's do whatever we can. As this one is up in the air, he just gets it over the infield. Nice shot to play in the power play. And there's going to be 4 more runs. And watches this nicely. It is that slower delivery again, but he picks this up beautifully. 4 runs. 2 batters just having a little chat there in the middle. Probably quite happy with the way that things are at the moment. And this has been launched. Gea. Shaka. Logia. Manos. Arriba. Arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Just loses his line. Just drags it down towards the legs. And Idris Haq is onto it like a flash. Smashes it away. 31 off the first 2 overs. 31 without loss. Let's have a look at the standings here, or more importantly, the teams that we're going to see, France, Luxembourg and Switzerland. Who is going to get the first points on the board in this contest between Switzerland and Luxembourg? Switzerland have made a good, positive start, and Idris Haq, as well as Hassan Ahmed, have started briskly here. 11 off the first, and that last over from Packard, it does go magical, 20 off it. So going to try somebody else now. It's going to be Milad Momand. So Momand seeing if he can adjust. And well, he's going to adjust to a Maximo, because that is an epic pickup from Hassan Ahmed. And I repeat, do not bowl to him in his legs. Just watch how easily he picks this up. That is a glorious stroke. It's going to be 6 more as it goes over that boundary marker. St. Gallen's, that's where we are here. This is the Estadio de Grundenmoss. As the sun starts to come out and starts to caress this beautiful ground. Moment. On the legs again. It's going to be a chase for the keeper. Doesn't quite get this. They'll take. Oh, this time Hassan goes down. Well, there is a little bit of moisture out there. So Hassan Ahmed here goes down. He's having a look at the ball. He's probably thinking about the second. And whoa! Whoopsie. Down he goes. That little early morning dew playing havoc, not just to the bowler, but to the batter. Hassan Ahmed as well. He's a big old unit. It'll take him some time to get himself up. Idris Haq now on strike. These two batting well. The left and right combination. I do like it. Better length from the bowler, and Idris still trying to be pretty aggressive towards it. He ends up chopping this onto his pad, so it's a better area, and gets a high 5, does the bowler. High 5 from Ashgar Khan, who's there at mid-on. Moment once again. It's a quick delivery, gets this one through. Idris misses out on it. He's a little bit slow on this, actually. It's a good comeback. Just having a look at the field set here at the moment. You've got sweepers on both sides of the ground. Mid-wicket is back. But the whole off, it's an interesting field because from him all the way to the wicketkeeper, there is nobody. So the whole of that leg side, nobody there. On the offside is where most of the bodies are, and a sweeper on the off as well. Firmly struck, but to the fielder, and this is where this field works. Because there's nobody behind square, you basically got mid-on and like a short mid-wicket and a sweeper on the leg side. So basically the bowler's been encouraged to bowl straight, encouraging the batters to hit straight, and probably, because of this field, will be tempted to try and clip it on the leg side. So he wants the batter to go across. Good areas, high in the air, shots to catch it, but nobody's catching this apart from an early morning spectator, because it goes right the way over the boundary rope, over the batters. Is going to be 6 runs. Gives him the extra width, but this is all about the length. It's shorter, so Idris Haq is able to get onto it straight away. End of the over, end of the power play, and it's a good one for Switzerland. 44 without loss. Just have a look at the scores there. So 11, 20 and 13. I'm Rico Full. You're watching the European Cricket Network. It is International Weekend here in St. Gallen's, and I'm joined, of course, by the one and the only, the legendary Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu. Good morning.
Yeah, thanks very much, Rico. Morning, everyone. Hopefully you're ready for what should be a cracking weekend of cricket. I want to say quick hello to everyone in the live chat as well. I know that Street Collar is watching from Luxembourg. Hello, Street. Hopefully you're well. And everyone else that said hello in there, very, very good morning. Yeah, so pretty good start for Switzerland, 44 without loss. During the ECS, we saw average run rates in the 13s. So that tells me You're probably around the 130 to 135 is your par here. But the big question is, how well will Luxembourg and France adjust to this? Already we saw some kind of eye-watering moments in the first over.
Oh, painful.
If you're normally a bowler that likes to use the crease and get out towards the return crease, then this pitch is going to cause you some problems. So it's kind of a local rule on this pitch that as long as your back foot touches the artificial at all, then that's fine, because it doesn't really have return creases as such. But anyway, this is a player I've been looking forward to seeing, Jatin Madan.
Yeah.
From Star CC at the ECL, coming into bowl over number 4. And he gets pulled straight away by Hassan. It's going, and it's gone. Maximo! It wasn't the worst ball ever, but as we've seen time and time again on this surface, if you bowl a length to batters that are in form, it's almost impossible to keep them quiet.
Yeah, well, this is an early morning one that goes into the umpire, the match officials tent, and Rob Kemin is sat there, of course, the tournament referee, along with the third umpire, Vishaka. Yeah, Jatin Madan, he's the top player for Star CC, great all-rounder. I'm looking forward to seeing good performances from him, but it doesn't start well.
Goes again, but this time doesn't get the elevation. Nicely handled down there by Vivek Dixit. So 50 partnership coming up as well with that previous boundary. But Madan is a good player. I'll never forget his performance for Star CC as they knocked the Helsinki Titans out of ECL 22. It ended up in a golden ball, and he was the hero.
Yeah, what a match that was. And those scenes we'll never forget. There's some scenes, some victorious scenes that we've seen around Europe, and a lot of them in Cardamom that you'll never forget.
All right, Skied. Field's got a lot to do. He's going, he's dropped it. It's a good effort, though. It's going to go for 4. Again, this early morning dew. I mean, it hasn't really been raining or anything like that, but you can just tell it's a little bit slippery underfoot. I think that was a pretty good effort from Asghar Ali to try and catch it over the shoulder, but the result is 4 runs to Hark.
It is a terrific effort, but I believe he's going to be very disappointed because he does all the hard work.
Yeah.
He actually gets there and the ball goes right into his hands, and then, of course, with the momentum that he was running at, as the ball falls out, it goes over the rope for 4 runs. So Huck gets 4. This partnership moves to 55.
Madan with the right of reply. Oh, right off the end of the bat. They're going to run on it. Direct hit to be out. Ooh. Misses. So for Ed Packard, you might remember Ed because he has played previously for Gibraltar, but now he's living in Luxembourg, and he also played for Lathbury Lightning in the ECL earlier this year. So, yeah, I was a little bit surprised to see Ed in a Luxembourg shirt, but I believe that's where he is residing now.
Idris Hark was well short there, Vinny. He would have been gone if they could have hit the pegs. So that's a bit of a let-off. So a couple of chances going to miss in this over. The drop catch from Asghar Ali. Run-out opportunity. Now you've got to adjust to the left-hander here, Madan.
This is high, really high. 4 fielders come together and it's dropped. It's the Bermuda square that comes from all angles. In the end, Packard took the responsibility. Not an easy catch, running backwards. And Hassan gets the life, gets very lucky there.
Yeah, I mean, it needed a good, firm shot. The thing with this, what I've noticed is nobody is really saying, yeah, I want it. It was a little bit woolly. Should I, shouldn't I, should you,
that doesn't
who's
really
go?
Yeah, that shot doesn't really show that there were 2 other fielders coming in from the offside. Anyway, Hark back on deck. He heaves it, and there's nobody home, as you said, Rico, this quarter of the field. You might actually get a 3 here. I don't think they're running that hard, so it will just be 2, but that is an expanse, isn't there, over there in the fine leg region. End of the over, and Switzerland, they're 59 without loss after 4.
Yeah, I think Madan a bit surprised there because when that ball is hit, you can see he's a bit annoyed. He thinks he's going to be 4, and then, I think he's pleasantly surprised to see that it doesn't go to the boundary. So 15 come off the over, and they're going along quite nicely here, Switzerland at the moment. And with an over to go to the halfway point, they'll be looking to be around about the 70 mark here and be looking to push on to a 140, a score between 140 and 150 for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe more if they have a couple of magical overs. Hello to 3, like I said. Hello to Ken, who's in the chat. Hello, KG. Hello to Liam Dane, watching from New Zealand. Jasada, good morning to you. Just talking about a few fresh faces in the Luxembourg side. I mean, got some players we have seen before, but I'm looking forward to seeing who performs for them. Hello to Saju, hello to Helix. And if you want to drop us a line, now's a good time. It's always a good time. Eastern European Cricket Network. Okay, here's Mike Nagiach. Now, he's a player also played for Star CC in the ECL, so I've seen him before. And gets the length right first up. And I think pace or spin, that's where you got to be. The barrel's dry for ideas for me. But this one bounces right between the batter's legs. And if you can nail 6 of those, that's probably your best bet.
Yeah, Nagiach, good start.
Just misses his length, and that's out of here. Maximo! His last 2 balls are a really good example of this pitch. If it bounces, you're in trouble. And Hassan, seeing him so well, gets down on the back leg and sweeps it out of the ground.
Yeah, that's his shot, isn't it? He's so powerful. I mean, look at him. Look at them both standing there, and you can see clearly he's the bigger figure. Hassan Ahmed hits the ball well. And the thing is, for a big guy, he's pretty nimble as well. He showed that yesterday in that final, took some great catches. It was a good performance from him. Somebody who's been performing well, over 500 runs in that series. So you know he's a man in good touch at the moment.
Needs to get back to that first ball now. Does. It's such an interesting pitch because I think it's just super simple as a bowler. You're trying to get out there, you're trying to nail 6 Yorkers, maybe mix your pace up a little bit. That's one thing you might be able to do. That's Nagiach is 2 out of 3, but he's gone for 7 in that half and over. Now he has to face the right-hander, Idris.
A little bit too full, isn't he?
Low full toss, but that's okay. I mean, if you're going to miss, I think that's the place to miss. Still not an easy ball to get under. Just noticing, of course, this being a 3-way series. And we have Switzerland and Luxembourg playing right now, but I think the French might have just arrived. They're a very exciting bunch. There we go. And there's little Mr. Universe. Oh, that could be a roofer. Watch out, watch out. There's a cricket ball about Maximo. Brace for impact. Nagiach once again. He bounces it to Hassan, and the next bounce is on the roof.
This takes a long way to come down. Everybody's waiting for it to roll off the roof. It takes a while, which tells you it went a long way. And, yeah, it's a roofer. It's a biggie. And I told you he's a strong man. And he demonstrates that with that hit. And, well, Nagiach, I don't think he's bowled badly, but it just goes to show that on this pitch, bowlers are not going to get anything. They're not going to get any relief. If you bowl a bad length, you're going to get punished. This one's being hit away as well. It's just going to be a single. We're at the halfway point, Vinny. 74 with that loss, so they're where they want to be. Yeah, they absolutely are. So Nagiach had some that worked, had some that didn't. I want to say a big hello to all of our viewers, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full, as you've had a bit of a brief stay in Switzerland. You've certainly had a lot of action because you'll be heading to Germany, won't you? Ready for the ECS there on Monday. Yeah, well, at least I've had a longer stay than my luggage. Yeah, that's true. Which did arrive. It did arrive yesterday, but I know people want an update. It did arrive yesterday. Got back to the hotel, and there was my bag. So this isn't just something you picked up here in the morning, but big hello to all of our viewers, of course, watching from Luxembourg. Been great to see some of the guys again. A few new faces, also a few players we have seen before, but not necessarily in a Luxembourg shirt. So yeah. I think it's going to be a great weekend. Obviously, the French being here as well. They're a really exciting side to watch. And yeah, I've put my St. Gallen green on today. I thought as a bit of a nod to the hosts here. I like it. Yeah. And we should do. And what's nice now is that early morning cloud is starting to burn away. The sun is out, which means we are going to have a terrific afternoon of cricket here. We really are. It's going to be a great day. We're going to see plenty of action. 5 matches today, of course. Switzerland are going to be playing 4 of them. Well, this is absolutely launched out of the ground. Madan just rocks in and bowls it on, I suppose, would be called a good length, but the result is not good for Luxembourg because that one's gone across the path. Maximo, as Hassan swings his way to 45. Yeah, and at the moment, they just don't look flustered at all. They haven't really been tested. Okay, fair enough. Both batters have given a live. Huck was dropped by Ali on 24, a difficult chance. But Ali, having got there, would have backed himself to take it. And then Packard not able to hold on to one that Hassan skied up on the air when he was on 10. Yeah, I'm going to start playing a little side game called Is It a Yorker? And the answer to the first one is no. And the answer was pretty emphatic from Hassan Ahmed. He's within one swing of a 50 here.
again, makes it look so easy the way that he just almost laconically keeps swinging these balls out of the ground. This is a similar sort of length, but he has Hassan reaching for it this time. He gets the thick outside edge, runs away for 4 and takes him to 49.
Yeah, and you can see the bowler is learning pretty quickly, Jack Madden, that this is not a nice place to be if you're a bowler, because even when you do create a false shot from the batter, the ball still finds its way to the boundary. So he's probably looking around and saying, what am I supposed to bowl on this? It's giving me nothing. There's nada. It's a run fest.
Is it a Yorker? No. Third time lucky for Justin. Let's see what he does. Closer. Still not going to end too well for him because that's 4 more, and that's going to be 50 for Hassan Ahmed. Brings it up off 18 balls, and he continues his good form. This is a man that hit more sixes in the recent European Cricket Series than anybody else in the ECS this year, and he starts the ECI with a 50.
Yeah, an international 50 for the batter there, Hassan Ahmed. He has been in tremendous form. Shaba. बहुत बधाइयां हसन आमन ਨੂੰ अपनी हाफ सेंचुरी पूरी कर ली ਨਾਲੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਹੈਗਾ ਕੀ ਪਤਾ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਆਪਣੀ 100 ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 100 ਵੀ ਬਣਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਤੇ ਪਰੌਂਠੇ ਖਾਦੇ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਅੱਜ ਹੈ ਨਾ ਵੀਕਐਂਡ ਹੈ ਰਾਤ ਕੇ ਪਰੌਂਠੇ ਖਾਦੇ ਹੋਣੇ ਆ
On the charge, but he gets this wrong, and it's Packard. He has plenty of time to think about it. It is dropped. He's never got set there. The feet were always moving. And that time he didn't have any company. Unfortunately, the skipper grasses it, but Hassan has another life.
Well, I tell you what, I was just saying there to some of the in Punjabi that he's got his 50 and the way he's going here, he could get his 100. I could have done him proper, but he gets dropped. Maybe that's a sign because he's had 2 opportunities now. Are we going to go and see him just go on and score a century here now? It's an early call, but you know what this guy can do. As Idris Hucks just reminds everybody that he's still there, and he smashes this one out of the ground. It does get to the bank, so that's a maxi banker. It goes all the way, and he moves on to 39 of 16 deliveries. This partnership is looking dangerous.
See, that's an attempted Yorker, but he misses it full. So I don't think he's bowled one ball where he's actually wanted it this over, Jatin Madan. He's a very talented cricketer. He's having a bit of an initiation here. This partnership worth 95 now. Last ball of the over coming up. And, big swing and a miss from Idris to finish the over. 6 overs down. It's 95 without loss. I want to say a quick hello to Kroom as well. Good morning to you, Kevin. Hopefully you're well. Are you playing this weekend, Kroom? Because I know he still likes to play his cricket on the weekend. Hello to Rob Thompson from New Zealand. Hello to Chris Smith as well. And they're saying a few things such as, good to hear your luggage has arrived, Rico. And Rico is always looking snazzy. Well, you are very snazzy.
Yeah, I'm just happy to be reunited with my luggage. And it's always a nice feeling when you open it up and everything is where it should be. But I tell you what, though, the good thing about it is it's the easiest bit of packing I've ever had to do.
It's like me in Romania. I had the same issue where I had to sweet talk my way through the passport line, and I made it, my luggage didn't. And I spent 2 or 3 days there in the same clothes, and when my bags came, I just put them on the next plane. That's hit so hard all the way along the deck.
Wow.
How about that? I mean, again, Nagiac doesn't quite get the Yorker, does he? I know I sound like a broken record, but there is something broken when bowlers are bouncing the ball. The batter's just finding it so easy, and that was a blast through mid-on.
Yeah, I mean, the fielder who's there, and that is Vivek Dixit, doesn't have much area to travel, only a couple of metres, but he can't get there. He was hit so well. Now the slower delivery really flights his up. Good comeback, but unfortunately going to be called a wide.
Yeah, it grabs the tram line on the way through. I like what Nagiac is thinking. So you can still bowl a slow ball that you can turn into a Yorker because it kind of drops into the zone. Only problem is this one floats a little bit outside, and you can see straight over that tram line called wide correctly. So 100 partnership up now for Switzerland and counting. Oh, Nagiac almost had his fingernail blown off. That's, I suppose, yeah, it's almost there. It's almost at length. I think Mayaki knows what he's trying to do here. He's a guy with Khartoum experience. He bowled pretty well for a start.
He almost gets that back to the stumps.
Almost, yeah.
Almost. And it would have been curtains for Idris. Well bowled. I like in that delivery. Yeah. I think I've said this before. I said this when we were talking about the European Cricket Series, and I said team that will have spinners in their side will do well, because I don't think this pitch is going to offer anything to the seamers. So Nagayachi here is going to be pretty key for Luxembourg.
Yeah, well bowled. Not out, but well bowled. Isn't it interesting? We had Hassan Ahmed and Idris on opposite sides in a very exciting qualifying match yesterday, which was to get through to the final, playing for the Nomads in Geneva, and respectively. And now they're joining forces and putting together a really nice partnership at the moment. All right, in the air, and this is another opportunity. Well, the keeper has to find it. No, it's got straight to the umpire, who's not allowed to catch it. Milad Momand. Don't think anyone really picked that up, Rico, did they? But
Nah.
Momand gets close. Oh, it's so hard to believe that no one could get.
It's that field, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you can have at some point have a wide view of this field. Now they're moving somebody across. So,
Yeah.
But even that is just well, it's to the left-hander, so ignore that for a moment. But when you look at the field to the right-hander, there is nobody at square leg or behind square. That part of the ground is vacant. So the only person who could have got there for me was the keeper. But the keeper sort of, I don't think, they've got the lid on. I don't think he picked it.
Didn't pick it up. All right, this one hangs too long, and it's adios pelota.
I want to see the height on it, Vinny. I want to see the height on it because it could be a 7-up. I don't know how much this dips. Oh.
I mean, it is a slow delivery, so you can see, for me, it's probably okay. Just because it's borderline, isn't it? I think they'll let him get away with it. Bit of mercy there for Nagiachi. Ends up going for 28 in his 2 overs, and after 7, the score 108 without loss. A few people talking about the final last night in the chat. Helix and Rob Thompson saying they watched the full replay because it's a bit late where they were, but what a game that was.
Yeah.
Having a look at the squads here just quickly. Obviously seeing Switzerland, Luxembourg now. France. I'm super curious about how their so-called Fab Four go. That's the 2 Mongols, Noman Amjad and Watercooler Surya. They're 4 genuine fast bowlers. They've also got 3 different types of spinners. Zain Ahmed with his left arm spin. You've got Jabakel with his right arm off spin. And then you've got Dawud Ahmed Zai, Mr. Universe, I call him, with his mystery spin.
Yeah.
So they've got such a well-balanced attack and rounded attack. But how are those bowlers going to go on this surface, which has been so unforgiving? Watch out for them in match 2.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Match 2, of course, will be Switzerland taking on France. This is pulled away to the fielder. And Hassan, who's on 65, will go back on strike. This left and right combination working well. And what a partnership. And it's not for the first time. And viewers that were tuned in during the European Cricket Series will know that. Not for the first time that openers have notched up this 100-run partnership.
Yeah. We even had a 200-run opening partnership, and Hassan Ahmed was one half of that. No Fahim Nazir for Switzerland. The reason is he's unavailable for the ECC, so he's basically stepped aside to give more people opportunities, which I think is very unselfish. Goes after this offside. Another opportunity. Fielder comes in and takes the catch. So finally, we've got a wicket. It's Nagiac with the catch out there. Puri gets the breakthrough. No one else could get it for Luxembourg so far. And Hassan, he goes for it. An entertaining 65, but he's out of lives. It's 109 for 1.
Yeah, Nagiac, well done. Does take the catch. And a round of applause, though, because 109 partnership comes to an end. And Hassan Ahmed made 65 of those. And he probably will be, I think, inside a little disappointed. He knows that he had an opportunity as he laid the foundation maybe to go on and score an international 100, not to be. And that means there's an opportunity for another batter. And, well, this man, Kunamurthy, has been in pretty good form as well. It looks like he's sporting a new helmet there as well.
Yeah, looking pretty cool. It's, I wonder if that's the, I think it is the Alton helmet from the ECL, you see? I think he was wearing that one during the ECS. Anyway, Kunamurthy likes to roof balls as well. Puri gets whacked away leg side, and this one's out of the ground. What a great start. So might have gotten rid of Hassan, but there's more trouble ahead for Luxembourg. Maximo. We've seen the 6 and out. Now we see the out and 6.
Yeah, well, Kunamurthy, I know there's a few people that were looking forward to seeing him bat. And Helix on the chat as well. Hello to you, Helix. Hope you're well. But yeah, lovely start. Kunamurthy is just going to pick up really from where, well, it's one left-hander places another. I quite like that switch. Not too many teams are able to do that and haven't got the wealth of availability to do it. But Switzerland have.
Now up in the air, and this has the legs as well. And Hassan just can't keep this guy out of the game. He ends up taking a catch as soon as he's taken off his pads, as he's going to grab his teammate. And that's Phil, the Luxembourg manager, that he was having a chat to over there. So
look at that. He's having a chat with Housey there. And he says to Andy House, hang on a minute, let me just take this catch and then I'll come back to you.
Hassan's a bit of a nomad in more ways than one. Tell you in a second. We see a big swing and a miss. Yeah, Hassan had qualified to play for Italy, but not really getting opportunities at the T20 international level. We had seen him play in the ECC, but residing in Switzerland, qualifying for Switzerland, and he wants to play for Switzerland. And so he's made his debut this year. I think, obviously, Switzerland can really use him. He's also a very handy keeping option when he's fit, but he's got a broken finger at the moment. Also, probably one of the best players we've seen that hasn't got 100 on the network, I think. It's a bit wide down the leg side.
Yeah, Buri just going for the slow delivery. One thing he's doing here, which is a bit naughty really, look, goes right across the wicket here. I'd like to see the umpire side just have a chat with him, say, come on, you either run straight, or if you're going to keep running across me, you're going to have a word. And if I have to have a word with you a couple of times, you're going to be off. You've got to have umpires, in my opinion, a little bit more stricter in that. And the players have to learn, and have to learn quickly. You see, there he is again. He cannot be going across. This is high up in the air. Looks like it will drop short. The batters think about two. Krunamurthy is keen to go. The throw comes in, and Needy backing up as well, backed up. It is the end of the over. So Puri, he does get some success. He gets the wicket of Hassan Ahmed, but then finds that Krunamurthy comes out and smashes him for a couple of boundaries as well. 123 for one at the end of 8 overs.
Yeah, so Hassan, I mentioned that he's a guy that's probably one of the best players we've seen on the network. I think he's played 85 games to this point. I think it's 950s now. Top scorer 98. That was against Vetting in this ECS. So we went really, really close. But if he keeps batting like this, I think it's a matter of time. Maybe it's this weekend.
Yeah. What a good addition though it is for Switzerland. And sometimes, all right, you mentioned it. Things weren't happening for him in Italy. He then moved across here to Switzerland. I think the Swiss are pretty happy to have him in their side because he's got all-round ability and he's a nice guy as well, fits into the team really nicely. And I reckon he'll do really well. This is up in the air. How much of this has Krunamurthy got? Well, just enough because the fielder can't get anything on this, and that's Vivek Dixit coming across trying to get there, but he can't. This has been timed to perfection by Krunamurthy, hitting it off the back foot. So that's some hit, but he just gets enough of it.
Gets a bit lucky. Fielder probably has a play on that. It's a slight misjudgment from Vivek Dixit down there. He was a bit late on it, Krunamurthy, in the first place. So, yeah, I suppose good timing because it was just enough to get it over the fielder. Krunamurthy, 19 off 5, and then gets castled. And Sukia comes back, and, he'll be a lot happier. And once again, look at the length that has success here. He just gets it up, gets it in the block hole. Krunamurthy, of course, going for everything at this stage with so many wickets in hand. And so Sukia with the breakthrough, 129 for 2.
Yeah, but this is the ball. This is the length we're talking about. Just look where this is. Look at it. Perfect length. And when we're saying, a lot of people say, what's a Yorker? This is a Yorker. Look where that ball is pitching. Yeah. That is a perfect delivery. And, it deserves success. This will be a good look at it as well. Look where this is. It's nice and full and just bounces before the stumps. Great delivery.
And kind of takes the pitch out of the equation. I think the pitch, it's very batter-friendly, but a Yorker's a Yorker. It doesn't matter if you're playing on hay or ice or any surfaces. Yorker's a Yorker. They're difficult balls to get away. It's a defensive option, but it's also quite an attacking option because if you can get it straight, you've always got the chance of picking up the wicket as well. So 129 for 2, 10 balls remaining. Here's Asad Mahmood from Power CC, who is coming off a very good 91.
Yeah, I mean, Power CC, they lost their way slightly towards the end of that series, but one man who didn't is this guy, their captain. He certainly did have the power, and he's looking to bring that power into the finish here for Switzerland. We are into the 9th over. All happens in the 9th. Well, we've seen a wicket so far. And let's see what Sukia can do here. He'll be looking to, once again, execute that Yorker.
Also, big congratulations to Asad. He became a father last weekend.
Well bowled. And good cricket. Oh, wow. This would have been really close. I'm going to say it would have been out, Vinny.
Me too. I think he's just out if this hits. Let's have a look on the replay. He's stretching, goes off the pitch, and might have been gone. Not an easy one, but I think, you take every run on offer at this stage. You know, if you get out for a golden duck, that's the way it goes. There's more batters to come, so it's pretty unselfish. Have a look at the field there. We'll come back to that in a second. We see Huck stepping inside this. He's still eyeing off a half century. Now, Idris has played a little bit of cricket for Switzerland before. I do believe it's his first time in the 10-over team, though. So making a pretty good fist of it so far. Hasn't had the lion's share of the strike, though.
Yeah, that's true. It's only ball number 21 he's faced. And, well, that's all he's going to face because number 22 is going to do him. Well done to Sukia. This is all about, look, we said a lot of the Swiss bowlers took a long time to adjust to the line. Well, he's got it right pretty well. It's a slow ball as well, but it's all about the length. So not only does he deceive him with the pace, but he gets it right on the money. Well bowled. Sukia, yeah. I'm liking what he's doing here. Yeah, excellent. Well disguised change of pace there. Basically, I think he holds it a little bit further in his fingers and rolls it out with a kind of off-cutter action. So just that side rotation on the ball, slowing it down. Idris swings all around it, but not a bad effort from him to get his series going. 41 off 22, 131 for 3. And Will Kroom, he's playing today. He said, yeah, the Suns finally made it. Final 4 weeks of the club season in England. That just shows you where we're at because we have about over 4 months to go in our season, but already they're starting to wrap things up in the UK. Of course, that's the weather, I suppose. Here's a guy that I enjoyed watching over the last 2 weeks, and that's Izzah Hussain, and he watched his first one go down the leg side for a wide. So he was captaining Paktoon Zalmi, and yeah, he was a real gutsy player. You know, they end up finishing 5th. I don't think that does him justice because he did some mercurial things. But he's a real versatile player. He can do a good job with the gloves. He can also bowl a bit. He's also a decent hitter, as we see here, because he's going to launch this one up and out of the ground. Maximal! 6 more for the Swiss. Yeah, and remember, he's a valiant effort for his side yesterday, you know, when he was the only one that kept going when he was trying to get to that big total of 198 against Geneva. He scored a fine 48 of 20. We'll come back to that in a second. Full toss, and that's going to be twice as nice for Hussain. He goes back-to-back Maximals up on the bank, and that will be the end of the 9th over. 144 for 3. Yeah, Sukia, he'll be very disappointed the way he's finished this over. It was a good over. He bowled well. He bowled intelligently. Then he got hit for one big one there from Hussain. Decided to go with a slow ball. He doesn't get the line right. The radar goes amiss and the ball goes for 6. And we can see some of the bowling figures there. So Sukia, yeah, just think 12 off that came off the last 2 balls. Otherwise, that would have been very, very respectable. Still not bad considering how some of the other bowlers have been dealt with. 144 for 3 at the end of 9. Still looking 160 here, aren't they? This is Sambhav Puri. Bowled a pretty good first over, we thought. Yeah, the importance of closing out your over. That's the thing. 1 or 2 good balls isn't really enough. You can still go for plenty. This first one gets through everyone, including the keeper. This is going to be 4 byes. That's Rupesh Bingu behind the stumps. Couldn't deal with the second bounce. A bit disappointed with this. So it's an unhit 4 to get us going. To keep low a bit. Mahmood kind of gotten himself in a bit of a muddle with his footwork as well. He backed away. Probably didn't need to do that, but it's a result for Switzerland. Yeah, it is. And I said they would want to score between 140 and 150. Looks like they're going to get that and a few more, a few extras. So that last over was a typical, you know, we say all happened in the 9th. Well, that's why I say all happened in the 9th. It was a typical 9th over, a couple of wickets and also 21 runs. Yeah, it all happens in the 9th. 5 to come then. No full toss. Got a baseball down the ground. I'll just get one. So we'll be back to Izzah Hussain, who's made a very good start to his innings with 12 of his first 2. Puri picked up a wicket. Picked up a wicket with his very first ball of his spell. Let's see if he can get another. You can see all sorts of directions Bingu giving him. Gets it up, and that's going to be 4. Lights are on, but nobody's home over there. It's a wasteland in that area. Again, it's a little bit straight. I mean, with the length, the batter's able to manufacture something out of it. Yeah. And Hussain started very, very brightly. That's his shot. I mean, that's Hussain's shot, whatever you want to say about it. The thing is, though, that whereas a lot of batters swing and miss, he don't. He connects, and he finds a way to get the swing in and hit the ball on that onside, and the bowlers have to try and go a little bit wider outside the off, or you bowl a slower delivery, because otherwise he's going to latch onto it. They're not making any change in the field, so they're still leaving that area open. I think to a batter like this guy, that's dangerous. And you can see the bowler wants a change. He's saying he wants somebody there, but I mean, having this man on the 45 at fine is pointless. He's going to do nothing.
He's going to have to get really lucky. He'd have to get hit straight at him. Whole thing is, it was the length that led to that. Now there's a low full toss. Again, just misses the Yorker and pays the price. Hussain, what a great start from him. 20 off just 4 balls.
Yeah, but once again, look where the ball is on the pegs, it's full. And for somebody who hits everything in the arc, somebody that hits everything on the leg side, you can't be bowling there to him. You either have to try and draw him out of his crease, so he uses his feet coming forward, or you bowl outside the off. What's happening in the field here now? So what's the change? Not really. Well, okay, slight change, but they're still all right. They've got a square in now, really.
Field doesn't matter as much as where he puts the ball. Bottom line. Okay, 157 with 2 to come. Now again, he's able to manufacture something out of the length. So just toying with the Luxembourgers right now. There's a sense of frustration from the men in blue. This is a really good shot of it. That he's got such a good eye that he picks up on the length early. And good umpiring as well.
Yeah, but that's the point I'm trying to make. He's hitting there all the time. They move the man on the 45 and fine. He's got to go back. You got to go with this field. The way that this guy bats, you've got to have 4 men on the boundary.
I agree. And the deep point's probably a waste at the moment. Because you know, especially now, that's the direction he's going to go. So there is the 160. With the ball remaining, 161. Puri copping a bit in this last over. Now up and over the top. The fielder is going to handle it. They'll come for 2. Will they? In the end, they decide to protect the average. And Hussain's going to finish unbeaten on 25. And Switzerland, 162 for 3 off the 10 overs. Bit of a tough initiation for the Luxembourg bowlers. Having said that, we have seen this kind of score chased down. So if the Luxembourg guys, if they can get the sense of the pitch, if they can do something similar, then maybe we'll have a contest here in the opener.
Absolutely. I'm glad you said that, because, you know, we've seen scores of this nature being chased down. But Luxembourg, one thing they'll be saying to themselves is, and their batters will be saying to themselves is, hey, I think we're going to like batting on this. Maybe they will, but the thing is all to do with the length that you bowl. And what you'll see here, whenever the length was wrong, it was dispatched. And the 2 openers, well, Idris Haq and Oza Hassan, made a brilliant start. It was a 109-run partnership at the beginning. There were chances, though. Haq was put down on 24. Hassan had 2 lines of 10 and 53. He'll be a little bit disappointed as we see him blastering another one for a big 6. He gets to 65 before he loses his wicket. But while he was there, as we'd expect him to do, he plays an extraordinary shot in the end. That was a catch to remove him. It was Nagesh who took it. And, but a good round of applause to Hassan. And his job wasn't finished, because he thought, well, I'm here, I might as well take this catch as well. And that's just how good a player that he is. Number 3 batter, Kunamurti, we know that he's pretty good here at the ball. He went out there, scored a quick fire 19 before he was done by this beautiful delivery. And that was well bowled, I have to say. I like the way that Kamal Sukia bowled. And he didn't get 1, he got 2. This was even better. He rolled his fingers on this, the slower delivery. But it all happened in the 9th, as you say. Not only though did we see those 2 wickets, there was a little bit of carnage as well, because then he bowled badly to Izar Hussain, who hit the last 2 balls of that 9th over for 6. And then there was 18 that came off the last over from Puri as well, which took the score to 162. It's going to be a bit of a learning curve, that one, for Luxembourg, I think, at times. I mean, the bowlers, their length has to get better, we know that. But also, I think the captain needs to deploy the field slightly better as well. So I think the likes of Edmund Packard just needs to have a look at where he's putting the field as he gets used to some of these Switzerland batters. That's that scorecard. A great opening partnership. Hassan Ahmed once again leading away, and was complimented very well out there by Idris Haq. And then one thing that Switzerland do, and we've seen them do it all the way through the last 2 weeks, their batters go out there, score quickly. Kunamurthy, 19 of 6 deliveries, and 25 from Izar Hussain from 6 as well. Helps them to get to this score. The bowling figures, 2 wickets there from Sukia. A little bit disappointed with his last 2 balls that went for Maximo's. And then, but other than him, Justin Madden didn't have too much luck. He went for 36. And just the one over there from Maman went for 13. But once again, I think spin could be the key. And Nagiach didn't bowl too badly at all. He went for 28, but quite easily could have had a wicket or two. There's the mid-match summary there for you. 162 for 3. So 163 required for victory. I know it sounds like a long shot, but we've seen some run chases on this ground. Luxembourg, well, it ain't over yet for them. I'm sure they're going to go out there and they're going to have a go. Join me, Riga Full and Mr. Maximo, when we return in around about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this very first international between Switzerland and Luxembourg. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello, folks, and welcome back to Switzerland. It's we're doing it international starting this weekend on the European Cricket Network, and we start this two-day international series between Switzerland, Luxembourg, and France with the home side taking on Luxembourg. And as I think a lot of people probably expected, Switzerland have gone on and put a good total on the board. I don't think they've battered Luxembourg out of the match, because we've seen these sort of scores, 162, being chased down. Let's put it that way, to be honest. If batters get themselves in on this pitch and bowlers bowl badly, then Luxembourg and any team can go on and score big runs. So Switzerland, they were bolstered by Hassan Ahmed, staying in good form, 65 of 23. Idris Huq supported him well with 41 as well. But I like the contributions late on from Kunamurthy as well as Izzar Hussain. Izzar Hussain, 25 of just 6 deliveries, 2 sixes and 3 fours. And Kunamurthy hit 3 sixes as soon as he went out there as well. But Hassan Ahmed is a 6 hitting machine, 6 sixes and 5 fours in the 65 that he made. So first time we're going to have a chance to look at Luxembourg with the bat. And they had a few issues with the ball early on. We'd expect that as players get used to this narrow pitch. We saw certainly the opening bowler, Kamal, he went down a few times, but they adjusted well. But one thing I think they have got in this side, they've got some good variations. I did like the spin of Nagayach. I think he'll probably be pretty key in this series, in the other matches that they play. But at the moment, they've got to focus on their batting, and let's see how they get on. You can see that Vivek Dixit is out there. He's going to be the opener. Just getting ready to take his guard. They're waiting for the umpires to oblige. And the man who's out there with him at the non-striker's end is Edmund Packard, who didn't have the best of starts in the field. Had 2 chances that went to him. Both went down. Both were Hassan. And Hassan was on 10 and 53. So he's hoping to get a few better, more positive highlights for himself. I'm Rico Full. You're watching the European Cricket Network, and we're doing it international style here, as this is the ECIs. Loving the red of Switzerland. Of course, they'll be in red. Bright red. Resembles the colour of their flag, and the white numbers on the back as well, just make it look proper. And pucker Ashwin Vinod, who's going to open up the bowling, and look out for the way Ashwin gets the ball to cut back in. That's where I think his strength has been. He gets the ball to really cut. He's got swing bowlers, guys who get the ball to move in the air. Ashwin really gets the ball to cut from the seam. Let's see how he starts. Starts with a no ball, as this one just catches the edge of the strip. We'll see that clearly here. Anything that catches any part of the green border, shall we call it, the darker green border, then that is automatically going to be called a no ball. So free hit to start for Dixit. Hits it high up in the air. This one may be a plugger. It will be. Batters will come back for 2. As well, that's the captain, Ali Naya. He nearly knocks out Jai Sin here. Watch this. I don't know we got all of this. As Ali Naya gets the ball here, and he just gives Jai an elbow in the chest for his troubles. And Jai, well, he feels that. Just been taken one from the captain. कहना पता नहीं की हो गया मैं कि कितना कैप्टन साहब ने मेरे पुट्टे हाथ में थप्पड़ मार देता है. Anyway, he's all right. Upish, and great effort. Superb effort. And Thirinanathan diving to his left, gets fingertips to it. That would have been a sensational catch, but not able to hold on to it. So Thanarithnan with a superb effort. Catch goes down though. That would have been something special. That would have had them up and about. But Dixit survives. Moves to 3, gets to the non-strikers end, and a chance for us to see the captain of Luxembourg, Edmund Packard. And he starts with a bang. Bolle, 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 manos arriba, 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 arbitro. Qué grande eso es, qué guay, qué genial. Eso es 6 carreras. Ay, 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 así me gusta. Well, he's like he's going on a hike as the fielder, as he follows the path. And he catches up with the Grizzly. And he comes back. Oh, what a lovely shot. Oh, what a good start that is from the captain. Confidence is what it's all about. And when you hit your first ball for 6, that gives you a bit of confidence. Ashwin Vinod now has to get the comeback ball here. It's up in the air and he gets the comeback ball. It's not the best of shots. It's a full toss wide and it's been hit straight into the hands of one man who is not going to drop him. Hassan Ahmed, well, we saw him taking catches even when he wasn't playing the game. After he'd done his batting, that was straight to him. So it literally is 6 and out from the captain. And Ashwin Vinod takes another wicket. He was one of the leading wicket takers in the European Cricket Series. Now, well, he starts with the wicket here as well. Edmund will be disappointed. The captain hits one ball for 6, then gets himself out, and it is Vinod that gets his wicket. So the perfect reply from Ashwin Vinod. And, you know, credit to him, it may not have been the best of deliveries, but what he doesn't do is give the same ball again. He goes for something different. He gets it pitched up. It's over pitch outside the off. And I think when we saw Ashwin playing before, that slower full toss has got him several wickets. Saw him getting 2 like that in a match earlier. Well, this one is up in the air. It could be 2 in 2. It will be 2 in 2. The catch has been taken by Arjun Vinod. Well, the 2 Vinods combine, and it's 2 in 2 as it's a first ball. First baller, a golden duck for Jatin Madden. International golden, and can we see international Derek? So Jatin Madden will go for a golden. And no sign of Derek, or maybe Derek shy today. There he is. An international golden. And, well, Jatin Madden, who wasn't very lucky when he was there with the ball, now goes first ball. He's a classy player, and that's not the way he wanted to start his campaign. First baller. So a hat-trick. Ashwin Vinod, international hat-trick. Bowling to Sukhia. And Sukhia says, hat-trick what? Take that. Yeah, baby. You're watching the European Cricket Network. This is the way we do it. We don't mess around. Hat-trick or no hat-trick. We're there to do one thing, and that's hit the ball and hit it for 6. That is a delightful shot from Kamal Sukhia, who by far was the pick of the bowlers for Luxembourg. And now he starts with a 6. And that was also the end of the over. An interesting over as well. What a first over that was. 16 runs and 2 wickets. Welcome to the European Cricket Network. Welcome to the fun and the action here in Switzerland. We're doing it international style here this weekend. First match of 5 today. Switzerland take on Luxembourg. Switzerland, of course, put a big score on the board, 162. 163 the target as the captain, Ali Nayat, comes on to bowl. So a nice looking shot, gets it through the infield. It won't go to the boundary, it will slow up. The batters think about 2, and they'll get 2. I don't think, well, they're not going to get the 2 because they go back. I don't think the fielder there was expecting to be involved in a bit of team fielding here, to be fair. I think the little knockback to him surprised him a little bit. Naya should be thinking about getting behind the stumps, and then he starts to run behind the stumps. That captain should know better. No point standing there like a statue in the middle of the pitch. Get behind the stumps. 17 for 2. And Kamal Sukia hit his first ball for a most beautiful, most elegant 6. Now gets ready to face his second ball. This one just gets played out in the off. Sort of stops his shot here, I think. I think was looking maybe to go for a bigger shot. But ends up just holding back. Naya, a very good campaigner. Gets played down, and look at that fielding. Superbly done from Arjun Vinod. Sliding in, makes the stop. Of course, it was captain in Kosane. Well bowled, good areas. And Suki, after starting with a 6, he's had to patiently play out a couple of dots here. Sun has just disappeared again behind some cloud, but it's very warm. There's a lot of humidity around the ground at the moment, and very little breeze. This one has been smashed away. It's pretty wide. I wonder how wide this was for a moment. I don't know why, but I was half expecting maybe the umpire to call a no ball on this, but he's okay with it. That's a really nice shot. Yeah, no, that's okay. It just looked wider than it was to me, but what a cracking shot that is. So, impressive start from Kamal Sukia. He's played some beautiful shots out, primarily on the offside. Both boundaries have been in that area, so I wonder if Naya might try and test him out on the shorter delivery. He doesn't. He stays outside the off. Now, this one has been called a no ball for catching a bit of the pitch. No complaints from Naya. And let's see. I don't see it. This must have been front foot. Must have been a foot fault. Must have been a foot fault. I thought I saw the umpire pointing to say, yeah, I think that must have been a foot fault. Definitely not the end of the pitch. And he comes back with another dot. Swing and a miss. Rate required as that over comes to an end. As it's 21 for 2 after 2. That rate just below that 18 mark at the moment, about just gone over 17.5. All the 2s on the board. So time to make a wish on this International Saturday as we remind you of the 3 teams that we're going to see during the next 2 days. France, Luxembourg and Switzerland. Switzerland, the hosts, and the team that would probably be favourites. They are on home soil. They've got home pitch advantage. A lot of the players have played on this over the last 2 weeks, so they'll be familiar with it. And they made a good start as well as Ashwin Vinod continues. Upish, and it will be easy. Easy pickings. Hassan Ahmed takes his second catch. It will be the end of Vivek Dixit. It's going to be 5 balls and 4 runs for him. He'll be disappointed with that, and disappointed more because of the way he's got out here. It's a nothing shot, really. It's an easy catch taken by Hassan Ahmed. He's not going to drop those. And Ashwin Vinod has now picked up 3 wickets. So, great bit of bowling from him. Just bowling good line, isn't he? Bowling good line. He's got a bit of pace about him. He's got a lovely, smooth run-up as well. Gets the ball on a good length. The bowl's a heavy ball, if you like. And that one, you can see the batter, he would have liked to get a bit more on it. Wants to try and get it over Hassan. Gets no power in the shot and offers an easy dismissal. It's a sea of red, isn't there, that goes around, a ring of red around the batters. And if you're not getting it over them, they're going to get your wicket. So, slight delay here. It looks like Ashwin, the bowler, just wants a bit of free spray on. Well, it looks like he's not his bowling hand. So, not sure what the issue is here. I mean, it's obviously something that's happened at some point, not during that last bit of play. So Ashwin gets a bit of free spray on his finger as the new batter gets time to prepare. It's going to be Asghar Ali. 22 for 3. In a spot of bother, to say the least. And haven't been able to handle the pace of Ashwin as he comes in again. And this one will be a no ball because he does hit the edge of the pitch. And those of you that are tuning in, maybe because it's the weekend and you're able to follow us, just go over some of the local rules here. I mean, this pitch, as you see there, is pretty narrow. Therefore, when it comes to the bowler's back foot, the return crease, as long as any part of the foot is on it, it's fine. So only if you're right on the grass, you're going to be called for a back foot no ball. That's going to be pretty rare to see. And also, anything that hits like the border, I call it the border, the green, the dark green, either side of the pitch, as you see there clearly, anything that hits part of that, it will automatically be called a no ball. And, well, this one, we know what we call this. We call this a Maximo as it goes all the way. He whips it away. There's a nice way to start. Well, both these batters have started with a 6, Kamal Sukhia and Asghar Ali. And maybe they're going to put in a nice big partnership because that is what Luxembourg are looking for here. They have lost 3 wickets, but what we have seen from both these batters, they are more than capable of hitting a big ball. And that's what they need to do. So Ashwin, though he has picked up 3 wickets, he's not had it all his own way either. He's gone for 23. And Ali Nair just has a brief chat with his bowler as he gets the ball back and gets ready to, well, hopefully get his revenge over Ali. And it's a good delivery. Just sneaks this one in. Good areas from Ashwin. And he can afford a smile as he walks back to his crease. It's that slower ball as well. Nicely done. I'm liking that. Good areas. Ball to go. And Asghar Ali will be looking to dispatch him away for another boundary. Comes down the track and he knocks his stumps over. Jog the Hunter. Well, that is as emphatic as it gets. It's like this castle has been blown away by a stick of dynamite. This is, oh yeah, as we call it, a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fire ball. And Ashwin has taken his 4th wicket. It's not the best bit of cricket from the batter. He starts to come down, and Ashwin says, well, okay, I'm just going to roll my fingers over this. It's as easy as that. Nicely done. And with a ball to go in his spell, we could see a 5, and we haven't seen and didn't see a 5-wicket haul in the European Cricket Series here. Are we going to see one in the start of the International Series? And this is the 5 wickets hauls that we've had to date. We've seen plenty of them. 16 in total. Rohit Kumar the last to do it. They're in Portugal. Here we go. Last ball of this spell. 4 for 23. And gets back onto it. And will get a single. Khan gets off the mark. But what a great spell of bowling there from Ashwin Vinod. And what he shows there, what he's demonstrated in this spell, is to do well as a bowler on this pitch. You've got to have variations. You've got to be brave. You've got to bowl the slower ball. You've got to bowl a good length. And you just got to keep trying. You've got to keep the batter guessing. And that's why he's picked up those wickets. That is the end of the power play. And Switzerland, well, they're well on top here. 30 for 4, Luxembourg at the end of 3. And a fine time to welcome back into our beautiful comedy position high up in the stadium here, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sanders.
Yeah, it's nice to be back. The thing that strikes me about that Manhattan of the Swiss batting innings, every single over in double digits. So at least 10 in every over, and some a lot bigger, ending up with 162. But just no weak spots at all. So then if you can then pull out a couple of single-digit overs like the last 2 overs we've seen here, it just pushes the run rate required up into highly uncomfortable territory. Here's Jay Sin, who is going to bowl over number 4. So one Kosane bowler will follow another. What an effort by Ashwin, though. 4 wickets. And that was a pretty good effort at a 5-fer as well, that in-swing Yorker, but it was kept out. Now big swing and a miss. So now Luxembourg are in a kind of an uncomfortable place here where they have to go for it. In a way, net run rate matters as well. So if they are going down, they don't want to go down by too many because it's a 6-game series per team, so 9 matches in total, but every team will play 6. So if you're tied on points, net run rate does come into it. Well, this is in the air. He hasn't got it very well. Naya is herring in, and he will take the catch. So another one goes down as well, bowled by Jay, who just straightens it down the line, and the batter, Asghar Khan, skies it right down towards the bottom of the bat, and Luxembourg finding it tough going. It's 30 for 5.
Yeah, well, Jay, it's good to see him bowling because he's had his troubles on this pitch. He's a big unit, and I think he's struggled to stay within the areas that he has as a bowler. He's managed to hit the edge of the pitch a lot of the times with his feet. He's slipped a bit. He's bowled a few no balls. But the last few times that he's bowled, and he's only got an over or so in, he's bowled well. And to take a wicket early on here, that'll give him a lot of confidence. And, of course, he's been batting so well as well for Kosane. So he's a great all-rounder. He's a young lad. I talked to him briefly before the start of today. He said he's feeling fit. He said he had a nice ice bath yesterday to help him feel better and relax some of those sore muscles. And he's made a good start here. Picks up a wicket straight away. And well, that now brings the new batter out. His Pant now. Jigyeshu Pant.
He goes across the line first up. Trouble. He's airmailed the throw way over Idris. It's been straight at the fielder. That's Tanabala Singham. But yeah, sweeping a Yorker. Dangerous strategy. France are having a bit of fun over there in their warm-up.
Yeah.
It was a very delayed reaction by the crowd, but it was actually the French. I think they're playing some sort of fielding.
Yeah, but they're looking pretty competitive amongst each other there at the moment, France. It's a bit of a nothing shot. He's got to be looking to play the offside here as well. And I think he just has a little think to himself here, the batter, as he plays this one. Look at that. I mean, no shape at all. And then he just stands there for a moment and says, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
Well, what are France
Maybe
doing?
we'll have to start covering this game because I think obviously very competitive. I often think those things do end up in injuries more often than you'd want to acknowledge. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air. And it takes a friendly hop. It's going to go for 4. So it's a good effort from Izzar. He didn't get a friendly bounce first up. Seemed to skip away from him a little bit. So Sukia, the man they're affectionately calling ankles here in the crowd, he gets 4 runs. And if you don't know why, just go back and watch the first over of the first innings.
He chases it hard, doesn't he? Gets fingertips to it, but that's all he could do. So, okay, 4 runs. So, Sukia.
Probably wide. Yeah, just grabs a little bit of the line. But, yeah, Luxembourg, I suppose it's a different looking side than we've seen. No Thomas Martin. I know he's had some injury issues. You've got the Cope brothers out. You've got no Vikram Vij in the lineup. We saw Just Mays captaining them in the T20s recently. So, obviously, with the volume of international cricket going on, you need to have that squad mentality and see if the guys here can fly the flag. Well, this is a really good shot from Sukia. Well, there you go. He just caresses that one over the offside. Maximo, one of the shots of the morning.
Yeah, well, he's played this twice. That's how he opened up his account, and he does it again. So it's no fluke, and that is a beautiful, graceful shot, isn't it? It goes all the way and clears the boundary easily. So you got in Kamal, a very good batter, but can somebody give him any support? He moves on to 20. A good strike rate from him, going at 200 at the moment.
Yeah, the cries of shot ankles. They fly around the ground. That was a brilliant shot. So, Jason, not a bad over at all. Goes for 12, which is a lot less than the required rate at the moment, which has crept up over 20 now. And now we're going to see some spin. And a guy who, I know he's pressing for national selection all the time, Tanabala Singham. He's going to bowl his left-arm spin here in over number 5.
Yeah, a bit of discussion here with you see the key figures there. Yeah, Hassan Ahmed is there with Ali Naya having a good discussion with the bowler. So Tararan Ritharan is about to come in. He almost pulled off an amazing catch when he was at square.
Yeah. Now, the thing that he's been so good at doing in this tournament, or in this 2 weeks for the Nomads, Zurich Nomads, is just sneaking it inside the offside tram line, kind of curving it in at the last moment. This time, he's hit out, and the batter's out. What a great catch that is from Arjun Vinod as the batter basically swept that from outside the off stump, hung in the air for a bit too long, and the catching has been the defining characteristic, I think, of good teams here. And so, disappointment for Luxembourg as they lose another wicket. Tarani gets one very first ball at 42 for 6.
Yeah, Tarani. We've said this before, and I don't want to repeat myself, but I do think a good slow bowler here with good flight, good variations is going to take a lot of wickets. The slower bowlers are going to be more successful for me, and that is a great catch. What a lovely technique. The technique is great because he knows he's running into this, so he has to soften it up. And I think the slide, you've got to be prepared to do this. He gets the slide in, but the key thing is the upper body stays dead still. A great catch, and he's a terrific fielder.
He really is.
Vinod.
Oh, he plans his fall, if that makes sense. He plans what he's going to do rather than just kind of running and hoping and lurching for the ball. He knew, keep that top half stable, keep the hands kind of soft, but supported, I suppose. Bingu, the keeper, the new batter for Luxembourg, who are at risk of getting blown away here by 100 plus. Oh, this is in the air, and it's Ali Nair who's coming in. Is he going to get there? He does. So 2 in 2, and Tanabala Singham's on a hat-trick again. Very good technique. He makes up his mind that he wants to go fingers up and slides and gets his whole body lower. So slightly different technique, but an effective one nonetheless from the Swiss skipper, and it's 42 for 7.
Yeah, great catch, and you know what that leads to? A first baller, which means we're going to see the second Golden Duck. We saw Madden get one. Well, there's another. Hello and good morning to Golden Derek. So another hat-trick. Well, Ashwin Vinod was on one earlier. Well, that's nice, isn't it? He says, don't worry, it's only a hat-trick ball. He's saying, I was on a hat-trick and I hit the ball for 6, so that's what I'm expecting from you.
All right. Just the one hat-trick here in Switzerland so far. Maybe a Stanikzai for that game. Playing for Alton.
So here we go. Thana. Hat-trick ball.
Oh, very close, but no hat-trick. Still no 5-wicket hauls, though. Ashwin Vinod was on one earlier. No golden balls either. So 2 bits on the bingo card we still need to fill in Switzerland.
That's a good delivery, isn't it? It's a very good delivery.
And, he's on a double-wicket maiden at the moment. Tarani is having a dream start. Again, he's the kind of guy not easy to drag to that leg side because of where he's putting it and also the way he's turning it.
Ooh. Really good bowling for Arnie. No runs off him so far. And a ball to go.
Well, there you go. There's double wicket maiden. Things have ground to a halt for Lux. They're 42 for 7 after 5.
Very well bowled. Very, very well bowled. And this is why. And look at the movement there. So a bit of spin on this surface as well if you get it right. So spin to win for me. Spin to win, even though, of course, Ashwin Vinod has taken a fall for upcoming events. Well, it's my last day here, sadly. I'm going to be departing later on before the last match to make my way to Dresden, where I join Charlie Hunt and bring you the action from Germany. I'll be there not only in Dresden, but also in Krefeld. But in between, plenty of cricket coming up there as well. International style, T20 Women's Internationals. We know how exciting they can be. We've got the Continental Cup in Romania, the men's version of it, and more cricket from the Netherlands
so
as well.
That Netherlands-Ireland series starts on Monday. So it's coming up so quickly. Really looking forward to seeing those two teams go head-to-head. Well, this is up, it's in the air, and another fantastic catch. Hassan Ahmed with a broken finger and everything. He wrings the hands out, but Sukia has played some really nice shots. He's going to go now. Things have really, really turned to mush for Luxembourg now in the 6th over. They're 42 for 8. And Musa Ahmedzai, who bats cross-handedly. We didn't see him bat. We do see him with the ball here, breakthrough. Very first ball, 42 for 8.
What a lovely start for Musa. He picks up an international wicket, Musa Ahmedzai, thanks to, once again, a great catch from Hassan Ahmed. And he just doesn't drop him. He took one like this yesterday in the final, diving forward, picks it early. It's all about the dive, getting the dive right, and then the landing. A nice soft landing. You can see he has got a broken finger. His hand, well, that finger is well taped up. You can see he's shaking his hand now because though he tries to protect it as much as he can, on this occasion, he's got to get a little bit of that deado on the ball, but he holds on to the catch. Is another wicket that goes in Luxembourg now, 42 for 8. I can't see them surviving the innings. It's not a good delivery that from Ahmadzai, just struggling to the left-hander. And the new batter is Manyak Nagacha, who comes out. And, well, he's going to get a wide first up.
Yeah, it's tough viewing. 8 wickets in 31 balls so far in this innings. Now, they'll probably be a little bit more careful, as you see, from that back foot defence from Mayank. Yeah, Luxembourg, it's just one of those things. We knew it might be a bit tough to adjust to these conditions. Also, you've got a fair few guys that are kind of coming into this 10-over team for the first time.
Well, that is a proper pucker defensive shot. You know when they say drop the anchor? This is dropping the anchor.
I'm having visions of last over before tea, and when I was playing in the longer form. Now we'll get a run. So, Nagiachimi, he's not really in for his batting, obviously. He's in for his slow bowling. He does get a run here. Puri, over to him. He's yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, Sanbab Puri didn't bowl too badly, did he? But he's got to do a bit with the bats here. He's got to see off 2 balls of this over from Ahmadzai. It's the 6th over, beg your pardon.
So I think maybe we'll see them bat out these 10 overs the way that they're going about it. I always think, I suppose maybe it gives you some confidence on this pitch, but the whole thing is these guys shouldn't be batting if Luxembourg are playing well. So I'd be going for glory. That's what Puri does here. It's a good shot, really good shot. 6 runs, Maximo. Well, there you go. It's a good advertisement for getting your eye in. This one, again, not quite the Yorker. Really nice, solid drive from Zambab. Goes Maximo, 6 runs, badly needed for Luxembourg. And finally, they bring up the 50 for 8 after 6.
Yeah, nice shot there from Puri. A little bit of Dicky Puri about that one. I like the way he gets all of the weight distribution into the shot as well. A nice follow through, hits it hard, hits it firmly, goes all the way. 6 runs, and yeah, you're right, the 50 comes up at the end of the 6 over. The problem is, though, they have lost 8 wickets on the way as well. Well, here's a man that could not get a run off. And Thania coming on to bowl over number 2 has taken a double wicket maiden so far. And let's see if they're able to handle him in this one.
All right, over number 7. Lefty. First one slides past the outside edge of Nagiach.
7 balls, no runs, 2 wickets.
Yeah, I have seen it a few times. 0 off 2 overs. So it's a pretty good chance the way things are going at the moment. Surely Nagiach gets a run somewhere along the line here.
Nagiach, you can see his mindset is just defence. Now he cuts and they will get the run. And that's not a bad shot, actually. So he sees the wider delivery. He doesn't get dragged out of the crease. He actually rocks back and plays a nice cut shot. So gets off the mark.
He's ruined his figures
second,
now.
Really. Yeah.
Ruined his figures. 1 off 9, basically. Imagine if a batter was 1 off 9. That's the equivalent. All right, in the air. It could be another wicket right back to the rope. Oh, it's going to be 6. Oh, I tell you what, Hannah Balasingham won't be thrilled with that either because Vinod's a great fielder, but he just needed to hand it off, and he kind of had a bit of time, I think, to get rid of it, but instead he hopes to be in the field of play.
He couldn't get any sprint. Here he wanted to spring, but you see, he just had to try to release it before he came down, and he just wasn't able to do it.
Then the option would have been just to bat it back, to not actually catch it at all. This will be off the pads, that won't go against his figures, who are now completely ruined with 2 for 7. But, yeah, he's bowled well. He just has that good natural curve left to right, which left arms finger spinners generally get. I think he's actually bowled pretty well to the left-hander as well. So last ball of his spell coming up. Goes leg side, not a bad shot at all. We'll get a single So Luxembourg at the end of 7, they're 59 for 8. Just quickly, a few people reminding me it's the Derby. We don't say Derby in Western Australia. It's the Derby in the Australian football today with West Coast versus Fremantle. We've got a surprising amount of Fremantle supporters in the chat, reminding me that I go for West Coast. I'll come back to that in a second, but first let's have a look at what's coming up next. Switzerland versus France. Now, these two had some epic battles in the recent Valletta Cup, including a last ball thriller, last ball of the day. Switzerland getting over the line in that one, but France are a very good side. They're ranked higher in the T20 rankings at least, and the news from the toss, France winning it and electing to bowl. So once again, we'll see Switzerland batting first. Will they go with the same order? Probably, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe they're tempted to send an Assad Mahmood up or something like that. But, yeah, France, very, very good bowling attack. Very good bowling attack. Let's see how they go in these conditions. Jason comes on to bowl over number 8, and he's just knocked up and away. Nice shot from Nungiach, who chases a wide one and gets plenty of bat on it. 4 runs to start the over.
Yeah, coming around the wicket just a little bit too wide here, Jay. And that gets worked away, and it will make its way to the boundary as well. So, yeah, that's nice. Likes a bit of width. Well, we saw that already, the way he played that last over from Thani. He likes to cut, so he likes a bit of width.
Yeah. Interesting that he's electing to go around the wicket. Obviously just trying to cramp the left-hander, because typically he'll swing the ball in. So he may be trying to get one through the gate and clean up Mayank Nagyach. Goes the other way though, doesn't it? It's well struck by Nagyach. He's coming into his own here.
Yeah,
There's
nice.
a bit of consolation about this partnership, but still, at least it's something positive for Luxembourg.
Yeah, nice clean stroke. But it's going to take something, of course, to beat Vinod out there on the boundary. Jim Vinod, that is.
So yeah, hello to everyone down in Australia. I know that most of the people that we're talking to, they're not actually in Australia, but they follow the Australian football. And yeah, my team, West Coast, they're having a bit of a shocker this season, so we won't talk too much about it. It stops the whole state though, that game. All right, in the air and over the top. This is running away for 4 as well, I think as well. So Puri gets another boundary. Luxembourg coming home with a wet sail. Move up to 68. I'm loving the pet discussion in the chat. People are talking about all the different pets you can have, and it seems there's a lot of discussion about the benefits of having a pet rock, because they don't eat much, they don't cost anything, they're well behaved, they're completely useless. That's why they make great pets.
A pet
I
rock.
have to agree.
So you just stick it in your pocket and take it for a walk? You know?
Paint a face on it if you want to give it a bit of extra personality.
Can do, yeah.
I actually had a pet rock for a while. I brought it back from a trip visiting some family in Malaysia, and it meant that we had to go through customs. I remember my father was ropeable, because otherwise we could have gone straight through, but I'd taken this rock, and one of the questions is, have you taken any rocks with you? And they're like, is that it? It was half an hour in the line. All right, up in the air, and 6. Great shot. Maximo. Oh, Puri, maybe auditioning for a roll up the order. Coming in at 9, and he's the top scorer in this innings now. He moves up to 22.
Well, Puri, he is a bit of a thicky Puri, isn't he? He says, don't mess with me, because I'm spicy. I'm hot and spicy. And I like what I'm seeing from him. And we get into the 70s here now. So this probably the best partnership that they've had now here from these two. There's the number 9 and number 10. And Jay, a ball to go. Jay, can he finish well? He'd love a wicket. And he's not going to get one. There could be a run out here, though. They're going to have a look at this, I'm pretty sure.
That's great work.
I say he's in.
Yeah, me too. I actually think the bowler's end was a better play for Idris, but he shows a nice little bit of improvisation. As long as there's a bat bounce here. Just in, I think.
Yeah,
he's already established that he's in, then it bounces up slightly. But yeah, great work by Idris. I thought maybe the bowler's end was a bit more of a chance.
Can we see that again? I like this is synchronized diving. I mean, he had to dive to get in, but watch the dive from the keeper and the bat. Watch this. This is doing it proper symmetrical style. Look at that. Both go down and both start to get up at the same time as well. I love it.
And the stumps go down as well at a perfect moment. So nice bit of keeping, but it won't be out. 75 for 8 after 8. And yeah, a few people asked about St Gallen FC. Have they got a game today? Well, they are playing away. It's actually playing tonight. So we won't have a game here at the stadium. I know last Sunday there was a lot of buzz around the ground. I know it was just before you arrived, but we had 15,000 people in this stadium for the St Gallen FC match. And actually 3 of their players, a couple of days before they came down here, including Lawrence Adizigi, who's a Ghanaian international, is their goalkeeper. And they were super interested in cricket and actually gave him one of the balls. After saying to Robert, definitely bring it back. And guess what? Now they're super interested in cricket. But they went away, as sports people do when they discover cricket for the first time, to trying to imitate cricket, trying to bowl. Again, overthrow here, just a little bit lazy from Switzerland. Just dropping their standards slightly. Yeah, so that was really great. We had them in the commentary box as well. And yeah, they're superstars here.
Yeah.
And across the road on Sunday they're playing, and yeah, it got really busy. We saw the cars building up in the car park, and 15,000 people. They won 2-1 as well, so everyone was happy.
Yeah. Is that the one where Lenny sneaked in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wasn't the only one, I think, of the crew. Hit back, but Musa Ahmadzai will be able to make the stop. So, yeah, Musa is such an interesting player to watch. If you didn't see the domestic series here, the ECS, Musa bats with his hands the other way around on the bat, and he's left-handed. So he's the first left-handed cross-hander we've seen, but he absolutely smacks it. Fairly full and cut off. That's a nice bit of work in the field. That's Asad Mahmood down there. No Osama Mahmood in the Swiss team. He's still recovering from his finger injury, so he's hopefully going to be right for the ECC, although it's probably a bit touch and go. Doctor said he should take 2 months off. 2 days later, we saw him hitting one-handed sixes for power. That's the commitment of these guys. It's a good Yorker.
Oh, where's he running?
Oh, no.
Well, the mic. Oh, well, this needed the foot of the fielder to stop this. Otherwise, it would have been the strangest of runs you'd ever seen.
Well, I mean, he's looking for a response, but he got no signs of life because he starts running as he's watching Puri walking the other end, and then Idris's flick hits the edge of the pitch. So, I suppose all's well that ends well.
It's got a good dive, these two. They're
Yeah.
going to make the highlights, aren't they, with their diving around the keeper, Idris, and also the batter.
This is going to be a wide and an extra run as well. He's just trying so hard to cramp Nagiach that...
Oh, he's giving his leg by.
Nah,
He's giving us a leg by.
no way.
I think this, I mean, it moves off the pitch. I don't
It just
think
moves so
catches.
much.
I mean, you might see it here. I mean, it does move, but whether it catches the pad or not, I don't know. I can see why it's being given, but
Oh, maybe
Yeah,
it did
I
just
think
flick
it does.
the bottom of the pad.
it does catch it slightly.
Yeah.
It's the end of the over.
Yeah, fair enough. Anyway, it probably doesn't matter too much at this stage. It'll be 79 for 8 at the end of the 9th over. Yeah, that's very plausible. If there's a little noise there, might just flick the very bottom corner of the pad.
There was deviation, so there was certainly some movement, and I think the umpire probably gets that right. There was no complaints from anybody. The batter was happy about it. The bowler didn't complain. It's going to be Ali Naya that's going to finish things off. The captain, and he just passes the ball to. Well, maybe he's not going to finish things off. No, he's not going to bowl it. He took the ball and he's now passed it on
Changed his
to.
mind.
I'm liking this. I
Yeah.
think Arjun Vinod. He puts a good shift in the field, doesn't he? So now he gets an opportunity to bowl the last and maybe pick up a wicket or two.
I mean,
Who
he's
knows?
So how I would use Arjun Vinod, I'd pretty much wait till there's a left-hander at the crease and then I'd use him. You know,
Yeah.
I think he gives you an option. He's a pretty good bowler. I mean, we saw him bowling pretty well in the T20s recently. But I'm going to throw this into the chat for this over, and we'll have a little bit of time, of course, before the next game. What are the strangest pets you've heard of someone having?
The strangest.
Because we're talking about pet rocks and things. May as well start with a single, pretty much straight down the ground to Ali Naya. These two have done well to bat out the overs. Haven't all been defensive. There's been a few nice attacking shots in there as well. Yeah, so strange pets. Just trying to think of people that have pet snakes and stuff. Of course, like Tiger King. Did you ever see Tiger King in 2020, the documentary on Netflix?
No. I
Check
think
it
you've
out.
told me about this before.
Tiger King's a real interesting one. All right, takes it on, and here's the danger against the right-hander. Just spins into the wheelhouse. Maximo Puri challenging biggest score we've ever seen from a number 9 at the moment. He's moved to 37.
Yeah, well, Puri, I get the feeling it may be the last time we see him at number 9 because this guy can bat.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. He can bat.
Even the way he started by drilling a ball down the ground for 6.
Yeah.
Okay, it was his 6 ball he faced, but still. See it, hit it. It's as simple as that. Let your instincts do the work. He does exactly that. This is going to be 6 more. Maximo! Well, credit to Luxembourg. They give France some free fielding practice there as they're getting ready for their match, which is starting in around about 20 minutes' time. But, yeah, nice shot by Puri.
Yeah, well, he puts everything into it, all the oomph as it goes away with France. Incoming, boys, incoming.
Nice shot through the offside this time. Well handled out there, so it's just a single.
Yeah, just a single. What about you? What about you? I know people. I went to this house once, and the guy had 2 pet rats, and they were big.
Yeah, okay.
These were big, and I'm just thinking, all right, that is weird. And you know how it is when everybody's there and everybody gets settled, and you can see him. That's 4 more runs. Nicely played to these two. What a partnership this is between the number 9 and number 10.
Well, actually,
it's got to be about 50, surely.
It actually brings up the 50 partnership between these two. So, yeah, very, very nice effort. I mean, obviously the win's not on the table, but in fact, there's 54 now if you include that 4.
And this is another one where this over goes magical. So, well, if Arjun Vinod thought he was coming on the bowl because number 9 and 10 is in and he thought he was going to pick up a wicket or 2, he's not going to. And that is a 7-up as well.
Yeah, it's been called, has it? So, waist high, no ball. And, yeah, free hit coming up. So they do get to the 100. Bringing a bit of respectability to the scoreline. Tell you who's not thrilled with this is Arjun Vinod, who's now gone for 25. And the last ball, he can't even take a wicket. This is where I'd be faking an injury and just walking off. Because he's literally on a hiding to nothing here.
Are we going to see supersonic stuff? A supersonic international over? Well, let's see.
Well, he'll just go for 1 here. So in the end, it's a fairly healthy margin. It'll be 58 runs because the final score in match 1 of this ECI is Switzerland 162, Luxembourg 104. Could have been a lot worse for Luxembourg. They do save the net run rate to an extent. It's still not pretty.
Yeah.
But some positives, I suppose, to take away in the last few overs of that match.
Yeah, I mean, the positive is that 58-run partnership between the number 9 Puri and number 10 Maniak. So well done to those two. And it just goes to show, doesn't it? Apply yourself, get yourself in, think about a partnership, and you can score big on here. But it is Switzerland that win the first match, and they do it quite handsomely. Ali Nai, the captain, will be pretty happy. He would just probably be hoping that he never threw the ball there to Arjun Vinod and maybe held it on for himself. Well, this is the way it started. Hassan Ahmed, he has been sensational in the field. He's been sensational all round. And, well, Arjun Vinod has been pretty good as well. A great fielder, has got good safe hands. But this was a great start from Kamal. What a start that was. That was a hat-trick ball, by the way. Came out and he just hit it for 6. I like what he did. He played some nice shots. That was a soft distance though, wasn't it? And I get the feeling there that Ali will be very disappointed that he just puts that ball up in the air just like that. But one thing I did like about them is, well, they were pretty confident. That wasn't a good shot, though, he just walks down and just literally swings and misses Asghar Ali at this as he gets his stuff blown away. But that partnership at the end is probably the only highlight they can really take away with it, and the batting of Kamal.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, so they kind of saved their blushes, I think, with that unbroken partnership towards the end of 61. But before that, the wickets just continued to tumble, didn't they? How about Tharani Thanabala Singham with a double wicket maiden to get his tournament kicked off. And yeah, Luxembourg, it's a funny one. You just got to kind of bat on instincts. I don't think you want to premeditate on this pitch because you can actually score all around the wicket, but you need to play the ball bowled to you, not the ball that you hope is coming. Yeah. So I think that's what these two did pretty well at the end. In particular, I like the work of Puri with 5 Maximos and a 4 in his 38. Got some good support from Mayank Nagia. A few interesting things at the end, like synchronised diving with the stumps going over, and then we saw a few more hijinks. That one basically hits him on the foot and he gets no response from Puri. But look, all in all, pretty entertaining game. Wasn't really a close contest. The margin probably doesn't tell the whole story because we thought at one stage Switzerland might win by 100 plus. As it is, 59 runs, still a healthy margin. But Luxembourg, certainly room to improve for them. And I'm sure they'll be better for the run. We know that we'll get France on next. And they will be raring to go. They have won the toss. They've elected to field in match number 2. And I'm just curious to see how their Fab 4 bowling attack go. We'll get to see them straight after this break. Switzerland, let's see if they go with the same kind of an order. I'd like to see something like a Musa Ahmedzai getting a bat with his cross-handers, maybe an opportunity in the top 3 or 4. So stay tuned for that one as we look back at the scorecard, and it doesn't make for great reading. Sukiya, he was able to crack 20 there at number 4. Apart from that, a whole bunch of single-figure scores, except for Sambapuri, 38 not out at number 9, and Nagyach at number 10 with 20 not out. As far as the bowling went, 4 for 24. Vinod steals the figures, but I've got to say, special mention to Tarani, who takes 2 for 8, including a double wicket made. And wickets also for Jason and Musa Ahmedzai. Imagine Vinod on the last over. Probably wishes he had it. We'll have a break then. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes. Take you into the second game of the day. It'll be the hosts taking on the France team for the first time. So stay tuned. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. See you after this break for more European Cricket International.
And after a long period of playing cricket, the best place to come in Europe is the great Ryan Falls.
And welcome back to St Gallen. It's great to have your company here on ECN. What a great weekend of action we've got in store for you. Already it's underway. Now it's time for match 2. It's time to say bonjour to the French as they are here. It's Switzerland versus France in match 2 of this ECI. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Sir Rob Kemming is out in the middle with the 2 captains.
Your call.
Yeah. Did.
Tails is called. It is tails.
I want to ball first.
So it is Noman Amjad, the French skipper, who wins the toss, and he's elected to bowl. No real surprises there. I think that teams that are new to this field, they just want to get a sense of what it's all about and get out there collectively and probably have a look at the pitch close up. And we know that these 2 teams, they met in the recent Valletta Cup, the T20 internationals in Malta, and they had some epic battles there. There was one game that went right down to the last ball of the day. It was topsy-turvy, Switzerland getting across the line in that last ball encounter. But still, I don't think too much between these 2 teams. A bit of a negative, I suppose, for France coming in fresh and not having played here before, but I do think it's a great opportunity as well. I'm particularly interested in how the so-called Fab Four go. The 4 fast bowlers of the 2 Mungals, as well as the captain Noman Amjad, and also you throw Warner Kulasaria in there, who do normally get a little bit out of the deck. But can they get anything out of this pitch, which has been so batter-friendly? Switzerland, well, they just want to keep going how they're going. I think particularly with their batting, they've got a lot of options. We might see a few rotations there, but I think Hassan Ahmed, he's just having a great 2 weeks. Let's get ready for the first ball. Rico Full will take you to it, and then use from the toss in match 2. Is that the French? They have arrived, and they say, yeah, we want to bat first after winning the toss. Over to you, Rico. Let's get ready for another great match.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, doing a fantastic job out there in the middle. Yes, welcome to the French. Bonjour, as we say, and looking forward to seeing them here. And this match, we saw the coin toss. Switzerland will be having a bat first, being put in by the French. I honestly don't think Switzerland will mind that. I think actually that Ali Naya, the captain, is probably happy that he didn't have to make a call, because I think either way, probably the way they batted in the last one would have been happy to bat first, but I think his mind would have said to him, put the French in first. So I think having the French win the toss and putting them in, he'll be saying, yeah, okay, we'll go with that. And I think they'll be looking to do the same again, going out there and batting big and scoring the runs on and putting the runs on the board. I wonder whether they change things around just a little bit. Well, maybe. I don't think, though, they'll make a change in the openers. I think they'll keep the openers very much the same. But certainly, I'm looking forward to seeing the French out here. And I think the French, a little bit like what we saw from Luxembourg, it'll take them, and particularly their bowlers, just a little bit of time to get used to this pitch, especially if they haven't experienced playing on a pitch like this before. So it will be, as we suspect, looks like there's not going to be no change to the opener. So Idris Huq will be opening, facing ball number 1, and Hassan Ahmed, who has had, well, he just continues the great form that he's in at the moment. He's in the zone, isn't he? Is the best way to put it. With the bat, he's batted really well. And if you take the half century that he scored in the last match and add it to the runs that he scored over the 2 weeks here in the European Cricket Series, he's over 600 runs, you know. And it's nice to see that there's a lot of supporters who are enjoying not just the sunshine, but enjoying the cricket. And I think more and more people, certainly I know a lot of the youngsters that were here doing football camp and things over the last week, the kids loved coming up here and watching the cricket as well. Here's the first ball. Here's Amjad to bowl it. And, oh, it's a spicy delivery. Now, this one is, well, a little bit more pace about this. That is a good start from Nouman Amjad. And Idris Huq probably hasn't faced too much of this sort of pace in the last week and a bit. So that's a wake-up call for him. That's fast. That's quick. And Idris Huq is saying, hello, what's going on here? Nouman Amjad, good start from him. Good bit of pace. Amjad once again. And this one has been worked way up in the air, but it could be taken, should be taken, and it will be taken. It is going to be a duck for Idris Haq, and I think it's just the injection of extra pace. He's bowling a yard or two quicker than we've seen. Doesn't get this right, and it is Mangal that takes the catch, and he makes it look easy. He might have taken his crocodile style, but it doesn't matter. Look at those snappers, he says, as there's going to be a duck. There's going to be a little bit of a for Idris Haq. He will go without scoring of ball number 2, and well, the difference, a little bit of pace makes a partnership that was worth 109 in the first match is worth just the one courtesy of, well, worth nothing actually. He's 1 wicket. There was nothing there at all, no extras, no runs. It's only the second ball. So 1 wicket down, no runs on the board. Mangal takes the catch, and Numan Amjad, well, he softened him up, didn't he, with the first ball, and then wanting an aggressive response did Haq. He doesn't get it, and Kunamurthy, the left-hander, in to face ball number 3. He hits it up in the air. It's aerial and just not carrying to the fielder. Mangal it is again, who comes diving in. A little bit of luck here from Kunamurthy as well. Just falling short of Mangal, who comes in. And, very good morning to everybody on the chat. Hello to crew. And a lot of people are happy that Derek did finally find his way here. Here we go. Amjad. No ball called. And a big early shot, and called for front foot there by the umpire, Vaishaka. Let's have a look if we see anything here. It's a tight call, but obviously from our camera angle here, we can't really assess if any part of that heel is over or touching the line. Remember, it doesn't have to touch. Even if the heel looks like it would have touched, you don't call it, but the umpire's in the best position. No ball has been called. Free hit then for Hassan Ahmed, and he misses out on it, and no, he doesn't. Gets called a wide ball. I think that's a good call. I think this just catches the line. Watch this. Yeah, I think any part of that ball catches it, got to be called. I know this only a small area, a small pocket for the bowlers to work with outside that off stump, but that catches it, so the free hit stays in place. Hassan Ahmed looking to latch onto one. Fuller delivery, and yeah, stopped by the bowler. What a good start this is, and I know that Vinny was looking forward to seeing how the top 4 bowlers of he joins me here. I'm pretty sure he'll be pleased with their start, and he won't be surprised either, because if you know they are a good bowling attack. That's hit nicely, firmly straight. Now he'll get the single. They have to hustle, so it's not quite the start that Switzerland have made or been looking to make. Again, nice shot, but well fielded by the bowler. It's stopping for me a certain boundary, because that was timed beautifully off the middle by Ahmed. Kunamurthy back on strike. So they go with the 2 left-handers. Could have changed it slightly for me, but let's see how this works for them. Short, and just bangs it back into the deck and onto his foot. Could have gone anywhere from there. So a great start by France, and Numan Amjad gets the wicket, and he gets the wicket of Haq, who goes without scoring. It's 4 for 1 at the end of the first, as we have a beautiful look at this ground. And of course, just to remind you that cricket will start in Dresden on Monday. I'll be there with Charlie Hunt, and we'll be welcoming you all to Germany. And we're going to start off with the Elbe Tigers taking on the Berlin Cricket Academy. And we are also going to see USC Magdeburg, who won their first matches in the European Cricket Network last time round after going without the win when we saw them a couple of years ago. So let's see how they've improved. And that's the key. We're going to see some old faces and teams that probably will be the better for their experience in the European Cricket Series. And we're going to see some new teams as well and some new players. So certainly looking forward to getting to that magnificent setup in Dresden once more and meeting up and reacquainting with some good friends and making some new friends. Well, this one has gone a long way. Balle, balle, balle. Inna zona. Shaka Lagya Hassan Ahmed finally gets one where he likes it. That's his slot. That's his zone. Put it there and then wave it bye-bye because it will go the distance. 6 runs as it flies over the boundary markers there. Beautiful setting this, isn't it? I love the colour, the splash of red and blue, the Let's Play Cricket of the European Cricket Network and the flag of Switzerland and St. Gallen's that border this boundary. Looks beautiful. He goes big again. Balle, balle, balle. Brrr. This is all about the power of Hassan on the back foot. Hits it hard, hits it on the up, and it goes all the way. So Mangal, Rahmatullah Mangali took a very good catch in the boundary. But at the moment, unfortunately, nobody's looking to catch these ones that he's been hit for. 2 balls, 2 sixes. Hassan Ahmed on the rampage once again. Firmly hit. Where's this one going to go? I think this is just going to drop before the rope. It's going to be 4 runs. Cuatro carreras más. And we know the saying. You know it all, folks. On the European Cricket Network, 6 and 4. Hungry for more. And Hassan Ahmed is hungry for more. He is in awesome form at the moment. Just, he's got a bit of swag about him, hasn't he? Playing with a broken finger. Let's just remind you of that. Playing with a broken finger. You know, when he was in the field, we saw just how heavily strapped up they were. 20 on the board now. 17 of those to Ahmed. And, oh, this is no ball called. This is great work from the keeper. And that's Action Jackson behind the stumps. And this ball, when it hits the edge, deviates wickedly. And Jackson does so well. Watch this, how this deviates. And he was going one way, gets wrong-footed, comes back. Well, that's why he's called Action Jackson. It's all about the action from the man behind the stumps, the wicketkeeper. Brilliantly done from Hewitt Jackson. Action Jackson is the name. High up in the air, and this is gone. Going, and listen for the bang, bang, as it goes into the grandstand. 6 more. Hits it big, doesn't it? Hits it big, and both these left-handers now are showing what they're capable of. Krunamurthy, his time to hit a big ball. And after just 4 came off the first over, this is the kind of response that you wanted to see from Switzerland. Krunamurthy made a quick fire 19 in the last match when he came in, obviously with time running out. Good comeback, good bit of pace. It's a better delivery. Good follow through also from Mangal. Look, straight down the wicket. Just got to watch where he lands there. That's the thing. I mean, when you think how much he's putting into this, the last thing he needs to do is get any foot on the edge of that strip when he's following through, because that could be nasty. Last ball of the over, but it has gone magical. 23 from it. 28 for 1. Mangal looking to finish well. And this is played nice. He gets it through the gap, but got good lines here in the field set. As the throw comes in. And it will be the end of the over. 24 come off it. And it is 29 for 1. Gives us an opportunity to look at the standings here. Switzerland, with that win against Luxembourg, put themselves in the driving seat. Look at the net run rate. That will help them as well. They've got the points on the board. A good net run rate. But, of course, they're not looking at net run rate. They want to go out there and win every match that they play with the host nation. End of the over. 29 for 1. And a fine time to welcome back into our superb commentary position here. High up in the stands is absolutely beautiful. It's got to say that the setup here in St. Gallen's has been great. I've appreciated it. it, and I know that Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu has loved it as well.
It's been such a wonderful place to watch cricket from. We've had a lot of company here as well. We had our VIPs in yesterday. Great to have the company of the Luxembourg and the French teams now in this weekend ECI. And of course, a fair few locals have been turning out as well to catch the games. Here's Usman Khan. So a lot of people would know him from the Dreux team that won the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket, earlier this year. What a story that was when Dreux won against everybody, against all the other clubs. And then the crazy thing is that means there's 2 teams from France in the ECL next year, which is the Champions League of European Cricket. Right now, he's got the French shirt on. He's going to bowl over number 3.
And this has been blasted away. It's going to be 4 runs. Well, he's giving it 6. I wonder if this is 6. I don't think this is 6. I think, yeah, well, there you go. The umpire now retracts the previous call because this does bounce before. And just watch this bounce. Yeah, bouncing before the rope. That is 4 runs. But he gets the old swivel on this. A little bit as it goes to the boundary. And Krunamurthy hits his second Maximo. Loses his shape here completely. The wicketkeeper's just going to hold on to this. I don't think the bowler, Khan, is expecting this to be just rolled back. But doesn't get across. Watch this. He doesn't really move. He needs to be getting the feet to go across the line. He actually backs away from it. As a result of that, misses out.
It's tight, I think. Look. Oh.
Yeah, maybe.
Not great awareness from Krunamurthy there.
No ball, I think it will be, because it does hit the...
Yeah, I don't think that hits the edge for me.
Don't you?
Because this is his slower ball, which does break that way anyway. Just look how he bowls it, right? So for me, it bounces on the tram.
Okay, yeah,
good call. On the tram. That's wide, but not no ball. But he bowls that one so well, Usman Khan. And it's something that people find very, very difficult.
Almost slices his onto his stumps. That's Krunamurthy, but good backing up from Hassan Ahmed and good understanding between these two. And that's the key. That's the way to do it. Krunamurthy is not ball watching. He hears the call. He sees the huge figure of Hassan Ahmed charging down at him, and he responds. So Khan now needs to bowl to the other set left-hander, Hassan Ahmed, 17 of 7. Tucks him up slightly. Not able to get good impact on the shot. We'll take a single.
So far, we've seen Noman Amjad bowl the first over. He looked comfortable on the surface. Rahmatullah Mangal did not look comfortable on the surface with the run-up and these kind of things. And he wasn't quite himself. He's normally very, very dangerous. He got whacked around a little bit. Usman Khan, typically you see him bowling later in the innings, but he's bowling the third here.
Slower delivery. This one is a bit of a dipper. It looks like it was going to be a full toss beamer, but he bowls it slower and this does dip a bit. So the umpires are happy with it. We'll see it here. See how it starts to dip quite viciously. Watch how this is on a downward motion. So that's cleverly bowled. We've seen that take a lot of wickets, that slow full toss. Cautiously played, and these two quite happy. I mean, this is where you got to be. I mean, that's one thing that Switzerland have to understand. And all the teams here, I mean, you're playing international level here. You're going to play up against good players, you know, the best from their respective countries. So you've got to respect, when there's good bowling, you've got to respect it. Not every ball can be smashed to the boundary. If you're going to have to take singles, then you take them. And off the power play, 38 for 1.
Yeah, it's not a bad over at all by Usman Khan. So, yeah, I've seen him bowling earlier and earlier. They're saying, actually, he's a weapon at any time. You don't have to wait till over 8 or 10.
Yeah.
You know, you can throw them off kilter by bowling him whenever you like, basically. So we saw Rahula Mangal take that excellent catch on the boundary. That was the only wicket so far. He'll also probably get a bowl a little bit later on. So you've got Rahmatullah. This is always confusing because you see Mangal on screen. You've got Rahmatullah, who's the older brother. He's 1 year older. And then you've got Rahula, who's the younger brother. And they wear similar numbers, 37 and 35. So easily confused. You can get them confused if you haven't watched this team too much. Anyway, here's a man I'd love to see him operate. He's such an exciting leg spinner. It's Dawud Ahmadzai, Mr. Universe, to bowl over number 4. And he can bowl the wrong and he can bowl pretty much everything. Here he goes against Hassan Ahmed.
Oh, well, this has been blasted, and this is, well, hop Swiss as this goes all the way. What a hit this is. It's a roofer. It's a mountain shot. Well, you said that's Mr. Universe. Well, Mr. Universe maybe has met his match.
And might have been hit into another universe. Suppose if you can't pick him, smash him. And that's exactly what Hassan does. I suppose the thing with Dawood Ahmadzai, though, he's not a huge side spinner of the ball. A lot of it is kind of overspin that he puts. It'll rush onto the batter, and that just seemed to come on nicely to Hassan, who absolutely poleaxed it.
Hassan has got that sport, hasn't he? If you dare bowl there, he will roast you. There he goes again, and it's another one of those. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro is slot bowling. And Hassan Ahmed, he just that little shuffle across, gets him in line, hits through it, hits it big. Manos arriba, porque eso es una grande. It's 6 más.
Yeah, so that length twice in a row, it's been moosed. What a start this is, Hassan. Absolutely bossing it. 50s up as well for Switzerland in the 4th over.
It's a clever delivery. That's the old wrong.
Yeah. Look, it takes guts to bowl in this format. I mean, Dawood needs to just kind of forget that. Stick to what he's doing. You're right. I think that is the one that goes away from the left-hander. Trying to draw Hassan into a mistake here.
Well, this is bad, I think, you know, and the way that's raised to the boundary, I'm convinced it is. Yeah, it is. It's one of those that can hit the keeper and end up in his gloves. Otherwise, you're just hoping for like this. You can't. That doesn't go down as a chance.
Not really. It might have flicked his fingertips on the way through, but that wasn't the leg spin at all. It was just a pushed through, just medium pacer. And you can't really blame Action Jackson there at all. It doesn't look like a big deflection on TV, but when you're a metre behind the bat, you've got no chance to react, and it just evades the gloves of Action Jackson.
Uses his feet, firmly hit. And, well, there was a cry from somebody there. Don't know who. Don't know if it was Hassan for missing out on what he was hoping and did turn into a full toss, or whether it was a bowler. I'm not sure, but ends up in the single. Kunamurthy now gets to face one ball from Ahmadzai. And he goes up in the air. This is a chance. And the catch has been taken. And Mr. Universe, well, there you go. There's the Mr. Universe celebration. And Ahmadzai gets the wicket. The catch has been well held by Zain Ahmed. Well, why do we call him Mr. Universe, you may wonder? Well, wait for it. And I see, Mr. Universe. Welcome to the party. Well, he may have gone for 17, but he has picked up the wicket of Kunamurthy. And we get to see the Mr. Universe celebration. That's right. He says, these are my laddus. Look at the size of my laddus. And this is why they call me Mr. Universe.
Yeah, it probably wasn't the full-throated celebration, seeing he got whacked onto the roof first ball. But, I mean, that's good for his confidence as well. He'll feel a lot better about the over to get the wicket of Kunamurthy. 1 for 17 for Dawood. And after 4, Switzerland are 55 for 2. Nicely caught out there on the boundary as well. That was Zain Ahmed that took the catch.
Yeah, nice catch. So the second wicket goes down, 55 for 2, but Hassan Ahmed is still there. And, well, look who comes in, Izzat Hussain, who, well, going by what we saw in the last match when he scored 25, I think, of just 6 balls. He's a 6-hitting machine at the moment.
Yeah, he is. This guy's also a really interesting bowler. This is Shyam Warnakula-Surya, who's going to bowl for the first time. He just seems to get a natural lift off the surface. But what about this pitch? What's he going to get out of it? I think he bowls a few cross-seamers as well that sometimes just kind of hit the seam and take off.
I like what France are doing here. It's a new pitch. Everybody is using all these bowlers first up to see how they perform. Well, that's in an area where you'll quickly learn that you don't bowl to Hassan Ahmed, because he will put you away. I think he can play this shot in his sleep. You know, this guy is incredible form. Remember, made 65 in the first match. So today, he's already gone past 100 mark.
Yeah, and he just gets too close to Hassan. This is probably a good ball to a right-hander. Hassan, very quick to get his hands out in front, uses that pace against the bowler, flies out of the ground, 6 runs.
So Warnakula-Surya just has to get this ball going outside the off-peg.
Sifat saying, Switzerland, very strong contender for the ECI Championship. We've got a very high-quality batting lineup. Well, we've seen it here. We've seen crazy things happening in Switzerland.
Slower ball, but it's been ill-directed. He's on the leg side again. This will be whacked as well. Hop Swiss. It goes all the way, and he moves to 48. And he looks to be bringing up back-to-back half centuries here. Hassan Ahmed, what a player. And the form he's in at the moment, well, he could be in the form of his life.
Yeah, the problem is in the direction, isn't it, from Wanakula Saria. It just gets too close to Hassan Ahmed, trying to maybe cramp him for room. But Hassan picks that one again. Such strong hands, such fast hands from Hassan Ahmed. He's just having a great couple of weeks. He's enjoying wearing that red shirt as well for Switzerland. He's on 48 now of just 16 balls as Wanakula Saria is going to try around the wicket.
This is get played away, and he's just got power, isn't he? There is a fielder there. He's only got a couple of metres to make up, and he can't get there. It's 4 more. It's 52 of 17 deliveries to Hassan Ahmed. Bollo sare jane shaba shaba ginna sona rabne tenu banaya. And have a look at that, the wagon wheel. You can see where he's strong. Down the ground or on the leg side. You can't be bowling it to him there. And that was a shot that brings up his half century.
He's on the placement this time. And Hassan, another 50 for him. Now he's going to get a full toss, which he's only going to get 1-4. Maybe he could have put that one away. But yeah, Hassan just continues to obliterate attacks. And this is a high-quality attack he's coming up against here in match 2.
Yeah, it is. It's a good test for them, isn't it? And, well, Wanakula Saria is trying his best, but at the moment, just not got no answer to Ahmed. Well, maybe he has got one to Hussein. Hussein, the right-hander, now taking guard. So they've had to do a bit of bowling to left-handers for a while. So first time they're going to bowl to the right-hander. Let's see how it goes. And this one probably will. Well, he thinks twice, and then he does call it a wide. He gets lucky, the bowler here, though, because it's an area that he really does like to play. And, well, there he is, the Action Jackson. He's always in the action. Yeah. I can see why he's called that now, Vinny.
You can see why he is all action. Just wait to see him bat. Probably see him opening the batting, I imagine. It looks like they're going to change this ball, so maybe a little bit of damage sustained. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, so let's see how they've listed their order. They've listed Zayn Ahmed at the top now. There's no Gus McKeon in the French lineup. He had a pretty good Valletta Cup and Medina Cup in Malta. He was actually the player of the tournament for the Medina Cup, which was the 3-way T20 series, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, involving Luxembourg, France and Malta. But then he had to go back for UK cricket commitments on the weekend. So when he left, Zayn Ahmed went to the top of the order and actually did a pretty good job. So they've listed him at 1. They've got Mukhtar Ali Ghalami listed at 2. So Action Jackson listed right the way down the order rather than his regular opening spot. Anyway, this is going to be more runs. It's going to be out of here. Maximo. And how good is this guy at hitting sixes first ball? It is Izzat Hussain hitting his first ball out of the park.
Yeah, Izzat Hussain. He won't mind me saying this. He's very much a leg side player. That's where he hits a lot of his runs. He'll try and manoeuvre anything in that direction. Well, I say manoeuvre. I should say blast, because that's what he does. And you've got to try and keep him playing outside the off, because we haven't seen too much strength in that ability from him. So let's see how this one goes.
This over's gone magical now. Last ball coming up.
Well, but it's not, because this is going to be a no. He does try and go outside the off, but it catches the edge of the strip, so that's automatically a no.
It just shows you, though, how these conditions and this pitch and something a bit unusual is throwing some really top bowlers. It's only really Noman Amjad that has been able to handle it so far. The others just have not looked themselves.
Goes big. Gear, Shaka, and Hussain showing what he's there to do, and that is to hit Maximo's. This one is out of here. It's in the slot. He launches into it. It goes high. Well, it goes as high as the Swiss Alps that are around here. 6 more. What a start this from Switzerland.
Yes, supersonic over 31 coming off that one from Wanakula Saria. So it's 86 for 2 after 5. And he's out of here, Mr. Maximo. Rico 4 here. We haven't got to spend too much time together lately because of the crazy schedule. This is our last day together for a little while, but I'll see you in Germany for the second half of our German adventure.
Yeah,
I'll be there in Krefeld.
You'll be in Krefeld. And, of course, after this, you're going to take a bit of time off yourself. So enjoy
your
time off. And I know you're going to spend a little bit of time back home as well. Enjoy that. Hope it goes well. And looking forward to seeing you nice and fresh in Crefeld.
Of course, I'll be tuning into Dresden, though. It's very hard not to. I am addicted to the action. Charlie Hunt will be standing by as well.
Yeah.
Of course, a great chance for you two to work together again. And Corey will be back soon as well. He'll be with me in Rome. So there's so much cricket coming up on the European Cricket Network. If you're tuning in for the first time, just grab on and hold on for a big ride, because there might only be 4 weeks left in the UK season, over 4 months left in the ECN season.
Yeah,
and
right here.
maybe more. And the schedule I was looking at, the next day with no cricket is never. Anyway, let's go back to the action. Here's Rahul Mangal for the first time.
And he's going to be hit out of the park. And this is a roofer. And yeah, it goes all the way up. And manos arriba from the arbitro. And Hassan Ahmed just keeps it going. Now, you mentioned that he's never scored an ECN 100.
Oh,
You've mentioned it. I'm going to say it. I am going to say it because you know what? You know that he's had opportunities. He's been there a few times. He missed that last time when he was given a few chances as well.
Yeah.
Look, the way he's hitting the ball and the form that he's hit, you can't be in such good form and not get there. He's going to be thinking about it now. He's had opportunities. He's not got there. Will this be the time for him? Mangal comes in again. Well bowled, well played. Should be looking for the single, and they will get there.
Rahul is a really good bowler. They were using him more towards the end of the innings in the T20 International Valletta Cup recently. And yeah, he'll get full, he'll get straight. Hassan completes the crossbar challenge on the grandstand off the first ball of the over. This next one's a lot better from Rahul Mangal. Hello to Adi Singh. Nice of you to put a comment in saying it's nice to see both of us. Yeah, we aren't often in the same place at the same time at the moment, just because the amount of matches we've had over this summer. Well bowled. Really good from Rahula. So he looks like another bowler that I suppose is confident with his footing. Look at where this bounces in relation to the batter's feet. Bang. Right there between the feet. That's your perfect length on this wicket. He's had a really good couple of weeks. I've enjoyed watching him go about his work. This time gets a bit of length, but straight at the fielder, just a single. Hello to Liam Day as well. Hassan's a genuine machine, he said. And Harry Haran Janakiraman saying Rico's jacket is stunning. Well, I'm really happy that Rico's wearing that jacket, because that was part of his lost luggage. It wasn't really lost, it was just delayed. And we were a little bit worried if the luggage would actually arrive before Rico has to go to Dresden later on tonight. Again, full straight, but that's going to be 4, so it's not quite a Yorker. And when you just miss, you can still get hit to the boundary. This is a cracking off drive from Hassan Ahmed.
Pure power. Power and timing are once again fielder probably a couple of metres away from it, but that's been hit so well that he's just moved and the ball's gone past the boundary. A lovely shot. Once again in the 60s, but can he get out of the 60s? And can he once again get close to that 100 mark? We know he's got close. 98, you said, Vinny. He has got to.
He's made 129 runs today.
Oh, he slices up.
No, you've jinxed him.
And, he's going to get dropped again in the 60s. Oh, what can you say? Hassan Ahmed, he made 65 in the first, 64 in this one, 64-21. And he's not going to get there this time.
No,
but
Rico,
well, at least he has got his 100
Rico
overall.
Picks up his first wicket of the series here. Hassan looks invincible out there. This one, bat turns in his hands. Again, it kind of comes off shaking your head. If that's an average inning, then you're a more than average player. Hassan, 64 off 22. Nice catch by Hassan Ahmed again on the boundary as the left-handed opener departs. It's 98 for 3.
Yeah, he's left his team, though, once again, as he often does, in a good position. And I think the other good thing about this for me, for Switzerland, is gives an opportunity to one or two other batters to get out there and have a bit of a swing as well. And a lot of people involved in the chat. Chris Smith was saying he hopes that my luggage turns up okay in Dresden. Well, yeah, once again, though.
Sounds like a threat.
There is a stopover, and there's not a lot of time. So
where are you stopping over tonight?
Oh, don't ask
know,
me.
do you?
Frankfurt. I think we got about an hour 20. So as long as there's no delays, it's not a problem. But of course, in my travels here. The first flight was delayed by an hour, and it was the same changeover time, so that was it.
Great slow ball. See how he gets a bit of leg spin, if you want to call it that, on that slow ball. That one's not a slow ball, though, and it very quickly leaves the arena. Maximo right in the slot for Iza Hussein, who gets 6 more. Yeah, so while you're at Frankfurt Airport, go to gate B17 and go get a hot dog for me.
B17?
B17.
Okay.
You get to know your airports doing this job. Of course, Frankfurters come from where?
No, well,
Frankfurt.
okay. Frankfurt. Okay, B7. Any
Yeah.
particular one you recommend?
I can't remember what it's called, but the one with a lot.
They can be quite messy, though, can't they?
Yeah.
Hot dogs. They can
you
be
gotta-
quite messy.
Chin over the table. Definitely if you're wearing the suit, it's not a good idea. 100's up now for Switzerland in the 7th over.
Hey, but look, I'm going to Germany, and there's always been this question. Ouch!
Ooh.
Well, does he stop this with his foot, or does he get the hand in the way? Because if he stopped it with his foot, I'm amazed he's still walking.
Yeah, let's have a look. I don't think it gets around a full. I think it's just a case of the ball fielding him. That's all right.
It's all hand. It's not foot at all.
The
there
grass
you go.
actually took a bit of pace off that on the bounce. Love that bowling, though. Love that bowling from Usman Khan. That's his trademark. Just have a look back of the hand, slow ball. Trying to take this leg side. You're not going to have a good time. I'll just stick to that. Maybe I'd be bowling 1 to 2 normal balls and over.
This time he does get hit by it. I think I heard a bit of an ouch there from the bowler as well. Well, he slowly picks himself up, does Usman Khan. That was hit pretty well, but let's see this. Let's see the reverse guard. This is the camera we want to see how this hits him. Because wait for the ouch. This time does happen.
Even the trouser had just gone up, so it hit his exposed skin as if, in a cruel twist. So don't worry, because the magic spray is going to come out, and that leg's going to be stronger than ever after getting a bit of the magic spray here.
I like the way he rolled up both trouser legs, as if to say, well, if you're going to spray that one, you might as well spray the other as well.
Well, you're down there. So Mahmood is going to face his first ball, last ball the 7th. I mean, Switzerland in a very good position here, but France, I suppose they're known as a strong bowling team, and their batting can be a bit suspect, but they kind of found their mojo with the bat. Usman Khan actually was a really key cog of the middle order in the recent T20s, so I think they'll be a lot improved with the bat. Last ball, the over. It's pace on, it's in the air. And Mungal's coming in, he can't quite get there. And then expertly just toe pokes it to his teammate as we get to the end of 7, the score 106 for 3.
Yeah, that's a nice over. The variations, as you said, are good. I like the slower ball. And, well, there's the old skid from the fielder that's coming in. 7 overs have now been completed. So once again here, I mean, could they get to that big score of 160 again? I don't think so. They're really going to have to go somewhere. As we have a look at the groups here of the European Cricket Championship. Remember, this is the Euros of cricket starting on the 25th of September. It's almost here, Vinny. It is going so quickly, but it's going to be exciting. And look at Switzerland, who they got in their group. Yeah,
so England 11 as well as Cyprus, Romania, Malta. I'll come back to that in a second because I just want to highlight where the other teams are.
Yeah.
But here's Noman coming back for his second over, and he gets this completely wrong, and Action Jackson can't deal with it either. So that is just a ball that slips out of the hand of Amjad, and it's going to create 5 runs.
Yeah, this has to change for me. I mean, how this can go down as buys, that's got to change. The bowler bowls it. All 5 of those runs has to go down to the bowler. It's a gundy of gundiest balls. And the wicketkeeper's got no chance
That
here.
used to be the law, but I think they had a meeting when the wicketkeepers weren't invited where they changed that law, because that used to go down as 5 no balls.
Yeah.
Like a 5 wides. But they changed it. They said, and the only rationale I ever heard about it, I'm like, but why? Why are we changing that rule?
Shot. Oh, this is a classy shot. Probably one of the shots of the day as this goes for 6. What a hit this is from Asad Mahmood. It was the free hit, but what a shot. That is fantastic.
Excellent batting. Again, you just play the ball bowl to you, free hit or no free hit. And that's outside the off stump, and he smacks it over cover for 6. Yeah, so all I heard why they changed that law, they said, we feel it's a bit harsh on the bowlers. And we're like, excuse me.
Who bowled it? Good comeback.
Yeah, good comeback from Amjad.
I just hate that law.
It makes no sense at all.
I hate that law.
It makes no sense at all because, it's the same reason 5 wides don't go down as a wide plus 4 buys.
Yeah.
It's unfair on the keeper. But anyway, that's the way it goes.
Anyway, I started talking about I am going to Germany. Looking
Yeah.
forward to eating the sausages there.
Always.
I really do.
Always.
And always been a debate, hasn't it? As this one's high up in the air, is an opportunity. It's gone a long way up, though. And down it goes. Oh, well, he's going to be disappointed, is Mr. Universe, because he puts it down. He's not going to be showing his ladoos here. The only man who's going to be showing his ladoos to him is going to be the bowler, because the bowler should have had a wicket here, Numan Amjad, but has been put down by Mr. Universe. Puts the catch down. That's Dawood Ahmadzai. That's going to hurt you. Just remember that. That is a big player being put down. A chance. The opportunity goes down.
I liked him calling it. He was the outfielder coming in.
Yeah.
So it was his catch. Just couldn't hold on. Maybe his son was a bit of a factor there as well.
Oh, this is close to banging onto his own stumps here. And the ball, look. What's this ball? The ball is dancing around the stumps there. And could have quite easily knocked the bails over.
It's one of these ones that, even if it hit the stumps, it might not have knocked the bails off because it was just rolling and rolling and rolling. And the batter is entitled to kind of hit that again or just prevent the ball going into his stumps. So, Amjad is having a bit of a word. Is he saying, was that one for the over, was it? It didn't seem that high. But, I mean, credit to Amjad who bangs it in and gets away with it. He's got the pace to do that. Most bowlers haven't been able to get away with a short ball here.
Does it again. He seems to be dragging it down, doesn't he? Rather than hitting the ball on the up.
Well,
he's hitting on, I wonder if it's the angle of the bat. Let's have a look at the angle of the bat here. Yeah, it could be.
I think he's just backing away a little bit. He hit the millionaire's shot over cover for 6 first ball, but now you can see there's a bit of premeditation about that. I think that most of the batters have had success. Look at Hassan Ahmed, for example, and look at Fahim Nazir in the last 2 weeks. They're not premeditating. They're just playing what comes to them.
Yeah.
Playing the right shot, playing it well. There's value there. Last ball of the over here for Amjad.
Slower delivery, and he gets one through. That's a good finish to the over from Amjad, and he's bowled a very good spell. 2 overs, 1 for 13. The score at the end of the 8 overs is 119 for 3. They would still be looking to get a 140-plus score here, but they've got to go something this over.
I think what Chris Smith is saying in the chat, which I think he's talking about how the buys go against the keeper off a no ball. He said it makes as much sense as a chocolate fire guard. Very good, Chris.
I
Very
love that.
good.
I love that. And of course, we are in Switzerland, and plenty of good chocolate over here. Export something like 122,000 tons of it.
Here's Rahula.
And Rahula is going to go big because Hussain gets hold of it. And this guy, when he's on strike, he's so exciting to watch. He finds a way to get under most of them. Look, see how low he starts to get there?
Yeah.
He starts to crouch, starts to get low, gets right underneath it, and he blasts it over the boundary. It's all on the leg side, though. You've got to bowl well to him. You've got to try and keep the ball outside off.
Yeah, and Rahula just doesn't get that where he wants. I think he needs to go full. Needs to go Yorker.
He does go fuller. He listens to you, Vinny, and he gets the reward. It's just a single.
Yeah, he learns the hard way, doesn't he? Just rocks in dodge ball. This is not a bad ball most of the time. It's got a length ball outside the off stump. Just gets hammered over long on for 6. So, yeah, keeping half an eye on the clock here as well. I think they should be okay. I've got to bowl 4 more balls in a tick under 3 minutes.
High in the air, adios pelota, porque eso es una grande. Hassan Mahmood. Well, after swinging and missing at a few, hits another one out. What a lovely moment that is. A young lad who's out watching the cricket gets a chance to get his hands on the Grizzly.
Yeah, he was a natural there, wasn't he? Once again, Rahula doesn't get the Yorker and he pays the penalty. Just keeping half an eye on the Women's World Cup as well. Australia right now playing France. They're into the last bit of extra time, 0-0 in that quarterfinal.
Oh, this has been absolutely crunched. That is a biggie. And that is hit sweet out of the middle of that bat. Well, it's sweeter than the Swiss chocolate we've got around here. What a hit this is.
If you bounce the ball, there's a fair chance it's not going to bounce on the field again. That's what we've learnt this over from Rahula Mangal. Clean hitting, though, from the Swiss, Nasser Mahmood. He's certainly come to the party with a couple of big blows this over. All happening in the 9th for Switzerland.
Yeah, it certainly is, isn't it? And look how that score has already. I said they'd be looking to get to a 140 plus score here. Well, they'll be thinking 150 again here as Mangal comes in. And he gets this one through, gets the dots in, asking the question. And a little shake of the head there from the umpire, Vaishaka. I don't think this catches anything.
The other one that Chris said makes as much sense as a chocolate teapot. These are very good. Why haven't I heard these before? I was going to tell you about a block of chocolate that Satish, who was filling in for Lenny last Sunday, he brought me this block of chocolate. It was about 300 grams. I think you could have hit one on the roof with this block of chocolate. It was solid. It felt like a cricket bat, actually. Last ball of the night.
And he's been mullered. It's going to go, and this one will end up on the bank. So that is a banker. What a hit. It takes them into the 140s, 144 for 3. They needed this over, and they get a good one. This one goes magical. Superb hitting. The power is there. And these two, Azhar Hussain and Asad Mahmood, putting up a pretty quick partnership between themselves, both on 27. Both on 27 or 12.
Yeah. I think Rahula needs to go back and have a look at that over. He's been used as a death specialist, but where did he pitch those balls? Way too short. He doesn't hit his Yorker. I think he might have got 1 out of 6
just
there.
the one. Yeah.
1 out of 6. So, like I said, he finds out the hard way. Now his older brother, Ramatullah Mangal, is going to bowl over number 10. He had his own issues last time we saw him at the bowling crease. And right now, Switzerland, they are exactly where they were after 9 overs in the first game. 144 for 3 after 9.
Yeah, and remember what happened in the last. That's a good delivery. Well, they are listening, and this is the length. This is what we're talking about. Not only is it the length, it's in a good area as well. Watch where this ball pitches.
Yeah, probably between his legs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or, yeah, just past the back foot. But Yorker, Yorker, Yorker. You need to just be keeping it that simple. Okay, change of pace occasionally, those kinds of things. But I think if you bowl 6 balls there, you're going to be fine.
And, well, inside edge knocks him over. But once again, it is the fuller delivery. And Rahmatullah Mangal gets a breakthrough and gets the wicket of Azhar Hussain. And the other thing is, remember what I've said all along, Azhar Hussain likes to play on the leg side. So if you're bowling it here, look like he's still trying to hit on the leg side. It makes it very difficult. It's too full. Gets an inside edge, knocks his stumps over. A good time to get a wicket.
Yeah, just basically loses his shape there, doesn't he, Azhar? It was almost the Yorker. It wasn't quite there. I mean, if he holds his shape, maybe he can drill that down the ground and still get 4 or 6. But inside edge, but not a bad contribution at all from Izhar, who's had a pretty good, productive morning. Goes for 27, including 4 maximos. It's 1-4-4 for 4.
Yeah, Rahula gets the breakthrough. And, well, this young man who comes in now has been in pretty good form with the bat. Again, Kosane, I think the last 2 innings that he played, he probably, last 3 innings, I think 2 half centuries and a 20-odd not out. Cleverly played. I think he's going to be wanting to come back for 2. He's going to take on the yard. No, it's a good call, I think, this from Mahmood. Mahmood is set as well, so he's probably thinking, you know what?
Yeah.
If you're gonna just try and push the ball into an area, well, I'm going to try and mash it. So you stay there, leave it to me.
I think it makes sense. I think Jason can be a good hitter, no doubt about it. But you got Mahmood there. He's already faced 12 balls.
I think he says to him, "Look, you stay there." No.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you, I'm asking you. You stay there. Is it? Plays is out. Well, they go for a single. I'm surprised. I'm surprised to take this single.
I don't think you necessarily are turning runs down right now. I mean, if he bowls another 3 of those, are you meant to just keep eating dots? Look at this perfect Yorker. Guys, watch.
Yeah.
Watch what's working.
Yeah.
Just, you got to bowl Yorkers. If you miss a Yorker and you get hit for 6, it's not because you had the wrong plan. It's because you didn't execute it. And so you bowl 6 Yorkers, you're gonna have good results as a bowler here. It's the only way, I think, based on what we've seen.
Oh, this is a no ball. It hits the edge. And once again, good reaction stop from Action Jackson behind the stumps. It was going one way, has to go the other, smothers it.
They've listed Action Jackson at 8, but he regularly opens. I'd be pretty surprised to see him batting that low. Maybe they could use him as a floater. If they're not going to open with him, I think they like the idea of opening with Gulami and Zain Ahmed. But then, yeah, I'd like to see Action Jackson maybe just unleashed in the power play if they lose a wicket.
So, well, this clocks the bowler on the ankle. He probably saves probably definitely saves a run. If this didn't go to the boundary, it certainly would have been 2.
See, this is a free hit as well, but you can't do anything with it. Look where it's pitched. Bang. It's right down the bottom of the bat. Somehow fielded with the trailing foot of Rahmatullah Mangal, who's looked a lot more comfortable in this over compared to the first over when we saw him. So, I mean, I think France, they will get better in these conditions as the weekend goes on as well. It's not a bad effort from them. We did see 150 plus chase in the final last night. We've seen 3 such chases in this series. That's what they're looking at here.
No ball. They're running anyway. Run out can be, and it's missed. He has time. He sees all 3 pegs and misses. I think he's very disappointed about the call and then has to quickly react and get his head back in the game here. So the call is a no ball. I think it is a tight call.
It's tight.
He's very
50-50.
disappointed, and then he's got to think, okay, I'll get a run out, but he misses.
I mean, so it's probably going to be a wide anyway. So the only difference is this is a free hit instead of not being a free hit. So everything right now they're treating as a free hit, aren't they? Anyway, last ball of the innings coming up. 150 plus this.
And they're running again. This is probably...
It's pad bat for me, but I don't know if it was seen that way. Leg by signalled. But anyway, 151. So very similar to the total we saw chase down in the final where Alton got the chocolates. Right now, it's France. So you need to put out a big batting effort as their bowling unit does get a bit of the treatment. 152 will be the target in the second innings of match 2.
Yeah, that was despite the no ball, and it was a big effort in that last over. Only went for the 7 runs, so he's done pretty well as Rahula Mangal. I think he bowls a good last over. He keeps it down because I think Switzerland once again were looking for a 160 plus score, but they'll be happy with what they've done here, and I think their bowlers will be looking to get right into France. But it was the French bowlers that got into Idris Haq. The first one was a little bit too spicy for him, and then when he went for the big shot in the second, it was a very good catch taken there on the boundary by Rahula Mangal. And next batter then came out, it was Karunamuthi. He played a couple of nice shots before he got caught on the boundary by Zain Ahmadzai as well. And then we saw the Laddus from Mr. Universe when he got that wicket as well. But then we started to see some big shots as Izal Hussain came out. This guy can really blast the ball, and of course he put a fine partnership together out there with Hassan Ahmed. Hassan Ahmed has been in some form, hasn't he? But he seems to be getting himself out in the 60s, and this one was the catch to remove him after he played a marvellous knock. 64 of 22 balls that he made, and on that knock it was 7 sixes and 4 fours. And then we saw a superb shot from Asad Mahmood, but he was a little bit hit and miss for me. Asad Mahmood, he played some nice shots, but he put a few down. Talking about putting a few down, well, that one was a big one there as well. Mahmood was put down by Ahmadzai, and he was only on 7 at the time. This was the wicket of the big swinging Izar Hussain. He goes and went for 27 of 14 deliveries. And after that, really, not a lot really happened. In the 9th over was a good one. It went for 25. But then Rahula Mangal bowled a very good final over. Only 7 runs coming off that one. So they finish on 151 for 4. And key with the bat again, Hassan Ahmed. And though they did lose Idris Haq very early just for a 2-ball tuck, Switzerland once again showed that they've got plenty of batting. And when you have a look at players that we didn't even see come out there, you can see the depth that they have in their batting. Good knocks from the likes of Karunamuthi as well. Isra Hussain and Asad Mahmood all making good contributions on the bowling front. I like the fact that France on this pitch tried different bowlers first up. They tried to go with the ones they thought were going to be good. Numan Amjad, I think he bowled brilliantly. 1 for 13 off his 2 overs. Also, there was good spells from some of the other bowlers there as well, particularly the 2 overs bowled by Usman Khan, 2 for 17 from him as well. So they tried things, but there were a couple of expensive ones there as well, as some of the bowlers just didn't get their lines right. And Rahmatullah Mangal, he's over number 9 was very expensive. 25 came off that. That means that this match is once again probably evenly set, but probably with the runs on the board, I would say that Switzerland are perhaps favourites to make it 2 wins out of 2 for them on the start of this international series on this, international weekend. It is Saturday, and we always have some international final at the weekends, and Switzerland, well, they're hoping to make it 2 wins out of 2 against France this time around. France, 152 required. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu when we return. Can France get to 152 to be victorious in this one? Well, there's only one way to find out. Stay tuned. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as the two umpires, our men in black, make their way out into the middle. Umpire Vashaka and Koiraj being brilliantly led by the man that you see out there in the middle for the coin toss by Sir Rob Kemin. And Sir Rob Kemin doing his last European Cricket Series on the European Cricket Network. We will see him, of course, in the European Cricket Championship, but yeah, it's a venue that Rob hasn't done before. It's great to have him here. He's a great friend of mine and such a knowledgeable and experienced campaigner on the cricket circuit. Always a pleasure to be working alongside Rob Kemin and doing a great job here as well, and leading the umpires really well. And I know that the umpires out there have really appreciated the coaching and nurturing that they've got from Rob, as well as we get ready to see the reply from France. So Switzerland, they've put the 150 on the board again, 151, thanks to another fine knock from Hassan Ahmed, 64-22. And then we saw a good contribution there from Asad Mahmood and also Izzat Hussain, both making 28 and 27. And they put a good partnership together themselves. With some good bowling performances also from France. I think Nouman Amjad was particularly good. And his 2 overs just went for 13 and just the 1 wicket. And bowlers have struggled on this bit, especially the pace bowlers, so he's done very well. Now it's time to see how France fare. They need around 15 and over to get to this score. Switzerland's bowling has been good. And they've got some good variations in their lineup. I think Ali Naya, the captain, has got a good bit of pace. And don't forget, Ashwin Vinod bowled very well in the last match against Luxembourg, where he picked up 4 wickets as well. So certainly keep an eye on him as we get ready to start. And it will be Ashwin who will have the ball in his hand. And he's been successful with his slower full toss. And there's no other way to put it. His slow full toss outside the off stump has got wickets. Normally Hassan Ahmed has been the catcher. So here we go. Here's the first delivery. And, a little bit too high, but nice, quick, attacks the stumps. So Zain Ahmed looking to work this away on the onside, but this one, I think he beats him by pace. Certainly does. Zain Ahmed is out there with Mukhtar Ali Gulami, who's the non-striker. This is high up in the air. Doesn't really know where this is gone. He gets lucky with this. He has no idea, Ahmed, where this ball goes. He'd be relieved to see that it does actually go to the boundary. So the first runs on the board for France comes courtesy of this boundary, but doesn't know too much about it. So 4 runs to start with, as looks like Ali. Now, yeah, just making a few changes now. The captain in the field. Third man does now go back. A wide long on is the other fielder. Swing and a miss. Once again, gets beaten by pace. Lovely straight action from Vinod. Got a good smooth run up. Got a good build, hasn't he, for a quick fast seamer. Comes in again, nice, steady approach to the stumps. This time, the third man in play. So good change up in the field there from Ali Naya. So he does push the third back. He's happy with this field at the moment. It will stay the same to the right-hander. It's the first opportunity now that we get to see Ali Gulami. Yeah, just have a look at Ashwin's run. It's nice and smooth. He's got a nice smooth rhythm to it all the way through, and then he's got a nice high arm action as well. Keeps his body nice and straight. He doesn't collapse over to either side when he comes in. Yeah, nice and steady. This one, he goes for the fuller delivery. See what he's trying to do here, trying to get that full length delivery in outside the off, but he, like many bowlers, have sometimes got this a little bit too wrong. And that is clearly a no ball. No issues about that at all. Gets called, so free hit. So Ali Gulami has got the license to go the full Monty here to get off the mark. And he hits it pretty well. This might just plug as it hits the ground. Does it slow up? Well, it does a bit, but it still goes all the way to the boundary. So 4 runs as he capitalises on the free hit. Moves early, doesn't he? He knows he can't be out here unless he's run out. So he goes right across his stumps and hits that over the infielders for 4. And now he could be in trouble. Fielder comes in, but Jay just can't get there. And they'll take the single. This one agonisingly just short of Jason as he comes in, just dropping short of him. End of the over. The first over is complete. It'll be 11 without loss. Rika Full here, and joining me back for the start of the second over is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu, and we also reached the 124 mark without a golden ball.
I think we're due one now. On average, you get a golden ball kind of one every 80 to 90 matches. That's kind of the average over time. Of course, you were doing the T20 International, so you didn't even have a chance of a golden ball last weekend. This weekend you do, but we better be quick because, of course, you're only here for the first 4 games today before you have to start your journey to Germany. Germany gave us a really good golden ball last year. I think we actually had 2 in Germany last year.
We had a sensational one in Dresden.
I'm going to say one that you're going to enjoy. Shetty! Yeah, but Tyrone Peters would remember that one as well. Off the pad, so it's just really by Shetty! That's Shetty!
It's got to be the best one.
That was good.
One of the best ones that we've seen. And the celebrations that followed were just incredible. Yeah, that was a superb.
It was like a weird direct hit. Yeah. It was a strange one. And that was probably my favourite. Getting Shetty there in Dresden. Beautiful ground there as well. RC Dresden, rugby and cricket, really well taken care of. It's probably, I suppose it's comparable to this facility here. Multi-sport, really well looked after. I suppose the difference there, they do have a permanent pitch in place.
Oh yeah, attacking the batter. He plays a really nice shot, nicely timed. He's got a fair bit of pace, that's Ali Naya. So if you time the ball well, you'll get good reward, especially if you get it in the gaps. And that's nicely played. He's rushed into the shot, is Ahmed, but he plays that beautifully.
I'm just going to look up that golden ball. It was a really, really good one here in Dresden.
Once again, and he's very unlucky. They'll get one here. I just thought the fielder here for the moment, when he gets the dive and slide in, I thought he was going to fall short of the ball. So just watch this. It's
like a fake landing.
I thought he was going to do that and not get it right, and then have to pick himself up and run after it again. But he stretches out and grabs hold of the ball. They only take the single, so Gulami now on strike. This hits him hard on the pad. It's going down on the leg side, so it can't be LBW. But good bit of pace. Nice bunny with some pace here.
Yeah, now he's getting it through. Ali Naya, who I don't think we saw him at all in the ECS. He was listed for Power CC, but obviously other commitments and being on weekdays, wasn't able to take part. I remember there were 2 golden balls in Dresden last year. There were consecutive days. You remember that one? So there was the Shetty one, which was for ICA Berlin versus USC Magdeburg, which was a hit to long on, throw whistles past bowler, backup fielder takes throw, Shetty, and direct hit while falling backwards. That's how I describe that one. The runner slipped over, turning as well. Then the very next day, so 3 matches later, we had one between Victoria Berlin and ACB Kerala Kombans, which was a bit less dramatic, which was when the batter wasn't able to hit the ball, so they couldn't get 2 runs.
Yeah.
But then also I think that's when we had the golden ball with the bowler ran in and it slipped out of his hand. That was in Dresden as well, and it was a dead ball. And no one knew what was going on there. And they tried to run while the ball was rolling down the pitch.
It's nicely played. This is going to be 6 runs. That's quite amazing. This is quite an awesome shot, this, from Zain Ahmed. I mean, this goes all the way for 6. I mean, just goes to show how much he gets of this. Yeah, let's play cricket. Well, why not indeed? Well, we love our cricket here. We love watching cricket here as well in St. Gallen. It is the end of the over. And France, 22 without loss after 2 overs.
Let's have a look at the table. It's early days, of course. France, big effort for them to chase this down, especially first attempt. But it's about a friendly pitch. We know that. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, so those 2 golden balls in essentially, I think, 3 or 4 games was quite remarkable.
Played away, it's ill-directed down the leg side, nobody there. And the man who's behind square has to go a long way to get this one. So ill-directed delivery and not the best of balls. You can see that Ashwin, the look on his face says it all. He's disappointed with himself to be bowling there.
Yeah, he sure is. It's good put away though. Had to get a hand through the ball. They call Mukhtar Ali Kalami the Beast, where he comes from.
Beautifully played. What a lovely shot this is. And what we're seeing here is Gulami. He can play shots to all parts of the ground because this one is not a bad delivery. It's what we've been saying. The bowler's got to bowl full length outside the off. And Ashwin, he does, but the batter is up for it. Look at the timing on this. This is a glorious shot. It really is.
Yeah, reaches with hands. Really good hand-eye coordination there.
And now he goes down the ground. Bolle, quinta zona. Shaka, Lagia, 4 y luego 6. Que guay que genial. Well, 3 boundaries in the over so far. You saw the little nurdle for 4 on the leg side. We saw a beautiful shot out on the off, and this one right down the ground. So 4, 4 and 6.
Good batting from the Beast, Mukhtar. Such a great mentor for a lot of people in France, and he also does a lot of coaching in the women's cricket there, Mukhtar. So I know a few of those players will be watching. Certainly made a bright start here.
Slower delivery, going down the leg side. He's unfortunate to. Well,
oh, ouch!
There might. Well, this hits him. I mean, he's not deviated, so they're not going to peel here. If he's just continued along the same line, but
I don't think he's looking to get hit with the ball here. Put it that way. He says, "Uh-oh." He just knows he has to run, but I think he would have been home, but he wears it anyway.
Well, if he's the Beast, well, the Beast gets knocked out here, and well, that's right on the old culo.
Nasty one.
Yeah, and explain that bruise later. On the up, and this is another one that will go all the way. Outstanding batting from these two at the moment. Turning on the style, and well, Ashwin Vinod, he may have taken 4 wickets in the last match against Luxembourg, but France are taking a bit of a liking on what he's bowling here. He's gone for 31 with the ball to go in his spell, and this over, well, it's turning out to be good, and it's gone magical. 21 have come off it already.
That's a cracking shot, isn't it, Zain Ahmed? Been a great choice at the top of the order.
This one's through the gap as well. Is 4 more. 25 come off the over. 47 without loss. And that is the perfect power play that you're wanting when you're chasing this score of 150. I mean, okay, the rate is still staying around the 15 mark. But the thing is, they're staying up with it, and it's not going upwards. And they still got all their wickets in hand.
That's right. So magical over there in the third, 25. You can see there were a few good overs, a few not so good overs in that first innings. A supersonic 31 there, a pair of 25s. But there were some overs where France, I suppose, got on top of the bat a little bit. So Ashwin Vinod there just not quite hitting his spots, getting close, but not really close enough. That last one, low full toss, but beautifully struck by Zain Ahmed. Now back to Mukhtar, who will be facing up over number 4. So we're out of the power play now, which means up to 5 outfielders can be employed, and I feel like they will be employed by the Swiss skipper, Ali Naya.
Yeah, so Musa Ahmadzai is going to come on to bowl here. So they've made a slight change, haven't they, in their lineup? I would notice that spinner Tajani, who bowled very well last time, he's not in the lineup this time around. So Musa Ahmadzai is being called upon here to try and make the change up. What are your thoughts on that? Maybe it was a availability one, or whether it was just a decision made to leave out the spinner, Thani.
Yeah, I suppose, obviously, you name the team before the second half of the match. So maybe that's what it's got to do with.
Played well, trying to get it in the gap, but the fielders will make the stop here. And well, Arjun Vinod is a very good fielder. He's not going to make a mistake there. So starts with dots, and not a bad start there from Musa Ahmadzai. So he once again take a a glorious look at this beautiful setup in St. Gallen. A lovely ground this is. Been thoroughly enjoyed myself at this stadium and of Grunden Moss in St. Gallen. Hit it hard, straight to the fielder. Good pick up and good throw.
Galami gets hit with the ball again as it comes in. But it just shows you, if you hit the ball hard and you both run straight away, and that's lasered to Grunamurthy there, and more often than not, you'll get home. The run rate's pretty comparable at this stage for the two teams.
Oh, this is picked up beautifully. It's down the leg side. He gets low and he thumps it hard. Qué genial, qué grande, qué fuerza tienes este jugador. Esto es de viste. And he hits it big and he hits it hard and he gets 6.
That's a really good shot. Again, just using the angle, steps across, takes a bit of a risk. But you're going to have to take a few risks, I think, if you're going to do well in this format of the game. Right now, there's an epic penalty shootout. I know we're watching France in the cricket. In the women's football, it's a penalty shootout when they're all on to their 9th. They've done 9 penalties each, and it's still tied. I'm following it as well on the social media. Well, I'm definitely going to have to watch that one back later. Anyway, right now, France with the bat in their hand.
Just miscues this one. It's a slightly slower delivery from Ahmadzai. Keeps the pace of it.
So it's 6-all in penalties.
Tell us who's playing.
It's the quarterfinal of the Women's World Cup in Australia, and it's France versus Australia. And there was I'm not watching it, I'm just following it on social media, but there was a save, and then they reordered a retake, and it was saved again. Obviously, maybe the goalkeeper moved or something. I hate those rules. Let the goalkeeper do what they want. It's so hard to save a penalty. Why always protecting the taker of a penalty?
Yeah.
Let him dance.
It's like having a free hit in cricket and saying the batter can't move.
Honestly, don't get me started. I actually think the goalkeeper should be able to stand anywhere in the box. Why? It's impossible to be completely still. Might as well just tell them they're not allowed to move at all. Put them in a chair. Anyway, rant over. Oh, France have missed again in penalty number 10. So we're getting to the point where the goalkeepers will have to take them if they haven't already, because you can't retake. You can't have the same player take a penalty twice until you've run out of all your players. Mm-hmm. So now Australia will shoot for the spot in the semis. Wow.
Oh, wow. Talk about wow. This is wow, because this is big. Qué grande eso es. Qué golpe dulce. Más dulce de tata de chocolate. This goes a long way, and it's not a good finish from Ahmadzai. He was keeping it pretty tidy, wasn't he? But the last thing that you want to do, and the last thing your coach wants to see your bowler do, is go for a boundary of the last ball, and he does, and it's a biggie. And that's going to be 6 to score at the end of 4 overs, 64 without loss.
So spoiler alert, I'm going to tell you the result of the quarterfinal now. Australia beat France on penalties. They score their 10th. France do not. So it's 7-6 on penalties.
Wow,
and they're
what
through
a match.
to the semis.
What a match.
Wow.
But don't say that too loud, because the French here, there's some of the French
maybe they'll have a bit more luck on the cricket field.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
Very entertaining tournament, that one right now.
Here comes Jay. Starts with a very wide delivery, and it will be called a no ball. And some of the problems that... well, hang on a minute. It was called a no ball, now it's been called a wide. I don't know what's going on here. I mean, it's probably called a wide because it goes past the crease before it hits the deck.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It is a correct call. Wide ball is the call from the umpire. Cloths it, but it falls short of Hassan Ahmed, who's in a key catching position. You've got the key men back at the moment. You've got Arjun Vinod at mid-wicket. Hassan Ahmed there at long off to the left-hander, and Ali Naya at long on. Shot. Beautiful shot. Classy shot. Rocks back. And it hits this to backward point. And as soon as he plays his shot, there's no chance anybody's going to get anywhere near it. It's such a lovely shot. Look at the footwork there, how quick he is to sort of jump back into his crease. It's a glorious stroke. Top draw from the batter. Nicely played. And Zain Ahmed is looking the business here. Both the batters now in the 30s. One probably should have been once again played out on the offside. He drags it across to the leg side, gets a single, and the batters, they change strike. And it's time to see what the beast can do.
He's battered and a bit bruised, but he's also handing out a bit of punishment, isn't he, Mukhtar? 34 of just 14 balls. And France at this stage, they're just ahead of that red line.
Over pitch, but doesn't really get hold of this. He's been a little bit disappointed, I think, Gulami, that he hasn't met more of that. You can see he gets at a non-striker's end, and he's wondering why he's not being able to put that away. But they rotate the strike well. It's still a run. As long as they keep the scoreboard ticking, they'll be happy here. Jason coming in again round the wicket to the left-hander. Slower ball is high up in the air, and it should be taken, and of course it will be taken. Who? Hassan Ahmed. Who else, of course? Jason, well bowled. Clever bowling. Variations are everything. It's not a bowler's game, especially here on this pitch in St. Gallen. So your variations are key, and that's nicely done. And Zain Ahmed, after playing some lovely shots, will depart for 31, and in that 31, 3 4s and 2 6s to him. A good strike rate, a healthy one of 220 plus. But he will go. He's the first batter to fall. The first wicket of France goes down with a score on 73 for 1. And with the ball to go in this 5th over.
Yeah, so badly needed wicket, really. Zain Ahmed does his job, doesn't he? And this is Lingeswaran Kanasano, who's coming out at 3. Now, he had a breakout innings in the Valletta Cup. And he's certainly a guy that can pack a punch. There's a lot of shots that he can play very, very well. He made 89 not out in that series against Romania. And that was pretty much a month ago. I called that one. Before that, his highest score wasn't a lot more than 20 or 30, but he just had a breakout innings, hit the ball to all parts. And so looking forward to seeing what he delivers on this surface. Jason, the successful bowler, comes in for the last ball of the 5th over.
Down the leg side, but the batter just misses out. This plays it far too early, does Kanasane. It is the end of the over, and though there was one boundary from it, and Jason, he bowls a good one. Only goes for 9 runs, picks up 1 wicket, 73 for 1 at the halfway point. Yeah,
so pretty close to that rate, not too far away, just a little bit behind. That's how quick things are changing at the moment. Well, it's nice to be here with Rico Full, and why don't you send us a message on social media if maybe you're in an area that you can't quite access the YouTube chat. Always love the interaction. I get a lot of questions every day. We do try and answer as many as we can, but sorry if it takes a little while for us to get back to you just because the volume of messages coming in. But you can get me at Mr. Maximo, you can get Rico at Rico Full, and don't forget at European Cricket, that's the place to get all of the best bits. And there's a play of the day every day thanks to HCL software. There's a few other little extra bits and bobs as well that you can check out if you want to know a little bit more about European cricket.
Yeah, thanks to everybody for all your messages and, of course, for your support for the European Cricket Network. As Kumar comes on, bit of spin to start off with, and starts with a flighted delivery. It gets worked away to Alinaya, just a single.
So they're using Anish Kumar as the spinner in this game. So kind of a like-for-like replacement, isn't it? 2 left-arm spinners.
And, well, you got to get it to pitch because he bowls a full toss on the legs. And this has been put away emphatically. And Kanasane gets off the mark with a 6. And he'll be grateful to be given a full toss on the leg stick. And you can see there that the umpire square saying, that's 6 runs, my friend. That's 6 runs.
Yeah, it's a pretty powerful strike. And Isha's a guy we have seen playing in the ECC for Switzerland last year. Took 4 wickets.
And it's too full again. He's not learning his lesson. Got to get it to pitch. And you can see the batter, Kanasane, he's just waiting there. I mean, there's hardly any footwork at all. He just stands still and goes boom. Shakalagya.
Yeah, absolutely smacks it baseball style. So just like that, they would be ahead of the rate, I think.
better. It's a bit better. What he's got to try and do is just, this is the teasing net. He's just trying to convince the batter to try and go for him, come out the crease. High up in the air, and this should be taken. It's got to be called, and it has been. It's nicely done. So the wicket falls. Kuma gets a breakthrough. Nice catch held there by Gurumurthy. And that's the important thing. Get the ball to pitch. If you're getting it to pitch, and then the batter, you're basically saying to the batter, right, if you don't use your feet and come to the ball, you're not going to get to the pitch. You're not going to get the power in it. And he doesn't come down the track. He tries to reach for it, skies it up in the air. And, well, he may have hit 2 big sixes, but he goes. He's going to go for 12 of ball number 5.
He just lost his shape, didn't he? Just dragged it leg side, whereas I think straight was probably better value. But they've got that fairly straight fielder, so the Southern Cross field. So I think maybe that discouraged Katasane to go very straight. And well held by Roshat there. I think it was good communication. I think the outfielder made it clear to Roshat that he was the one that had to catch that. So he knew that it was his, he had space, he had time, and he held it nicely. So 86 for 2 as Usman Khan comes to the crease now. He had a really, really good series with the bat, batting normally at 5, but he was involved in some really big partnerships and some rescue jobs, to be honest, after a few early wickets. Right now, his team's not in bad shape. Let's see how he goes on this surface.
Yeah, they're going well, but again, that rate is just staying around the 15. It's gone down a little tad, then it's gone back up again. It's going to be an interesting match, and, well, the fielder, he gets very lucky with his stop, or does he? And, well, he's just having a little time to himself, playing a little game that he's invented.
They really should have got 3 here, but Usman doesn't really run it that hard because the fielder originally decides to take off to try and take a catch. I don't mind that, but he finds himself in a terrible no man's land, and Musa Ahmadzai then swings the arm at it, then has to go on a secondary chase, and then there's no one there to help him, so then he has to pull it back to himself. They could have run about 5 there if they'd sprinted, but they just get the 2. End of the over, 88 for 2.
Yeah, it's a wicket there for Anis Kuma. Not a bad over. He goes for 15. He was attacked, wasn't he, by Katasane, but he did get his wicket in the end, thanks to a catch by Gurumurthy. Yeah, nice little moment there as Musa moosing himself for a bit. I didn't think he was going to let anybody play, but okay, we go back to Jason, who bowled a very good first over, 1 for 9. And it's just going down the leg side, I think. Good call for the umpire. Oh, he's got, wow.
Me.
Now, why doesn't, you can see the keeper here saying, why didn't you throw it to me? Why didn't you throw it into my gloves? And look, he's still saying that. Yeah. I wonder if it's a bit slow to get there, though, Vinny. What do you think?
It's not even, he's got so much time. And look, Adju's just calling here. But the fielder goes at the stumps. And so if the keeper doesn't need to get to the stumps. You need to throw it to the keeper no matter where he is because the batter's nowhere. He's meters and meters and meters out. You just need a little shovel pass to the keeper, and that's out.
Well, this is out, as I think there might have been a little bit of an inside edge from Usman Khan. So he's going to lose his wicket. As well bowled from Jason. He's getting the earies right today, isn't he? Keeping it outside the off. The batter wants to go big, gets a little sneak onto it, snaps it back onto his stumps. Jason takes his second, so that's very well bowled. 89 for 3.
Yeah, and Usman's got this little habit of giving himself room, and it does kind of work for him a lot of the time, but he found himself reaching for a ball that wasn't that far outside off stump then. I agree, it was just a little bit of bat down. And let's just be positive here towards the French, as it was mentioned in the chat by Helix. Very organised gear setup. I don't know if we can show their bags again in a minute.
Yeah.
But first, let's have a look at the captain, Noman Amjad, coming out. Still no Action Jackson in the top order. They've listed him at 8. Obviously, they're trying a few different options up the order. Anyway, Jay, playing pretty well here. 2 for 9 now.
And this is up in the air, but I think just gets enough of it to lob the fielder. Yeah, he's bowled well, and the reason why he's bowled well is the variation has been good. His slower ball has been very effective. Yeah. He's been able to get it in the right areas.
Yeah, he's been good. Don't forget, Jay has an ECN hat-trick. Took it against Germany in the ECC last year. Have a look at those bags, though, Rico. How's the organisation from France?
Shot, hit well, hit down the ground, but well fielded by Ali Nair. Yeah, it's a bit like you're getting ready for Evel Knievel to come along and jump at this. Well, talking about jumping, well, the Grizzly gives Jai a bit of Grizzly action. I wonder if you can see all of this.
Yeah.
I want to see this ball. Well, this is Grizzly action for you.
Almost takes out Amjad in the first place on the shot, and then watch this. Another bruise. 2 to come in the over.
That slower ball again, well bowled. Good variations, liking this from Jay. He's done his homework, hasn't he? He hasn't had the best of time with the ball in that European Cricket Series, but the way he's come back, the way he's worked on his form and worked on his line. Remember, he had all sorts of trouble with his follow-through. He was hitting the edge of the pitch when he was following up. But he's done well. Well, he's done well up until then because that is a glorious shot. He over-pitches. It's all about the length. Over-pitches, and Amjad says, thank you very much. Hits his first boundary. A lovely shot from the captain.
Again, look where this bounces. Not quite the Yorker. Metre in front of the front leg. That's perfect drive, and let's go up and under. That one rattles the seats in the stands. It's also the end of the over. 97 for 3 after 7. A lot to do, but they're still in touch here, France, as we look ahead to what we'll have in the next match. It'll be Luxembourg versus Switzerland in match number 3. Sorry, no, it'll be Luxembourg versus France, pardon me, in match number 3. And so, got some news from the toss there that France have won the toss. They're going to bowl first. I thought they were going to bat first, actually. So, let's have a look at the teams, but I'm just going to say that
you were out there, Maxie. If anybody knows,
definitely
you know.
said he wants to bat first. But
Okay,
anyway, unless they've changed their mind. Well, now I'm confused. Let's just stick to this game.
You
But I
don't
can tell you the
often-
next game will start in half an hour.
You don't often see a player with a minus to
poor
the net, but
Jatin.
poor Jatin didn't have any good joy with the ball. He was unlucky. Then, of course, he got a golden duck as well. So it's not often you see that. And it's not often that you see dot balls. This is a nice start from the spinner. Kuma, he has bowled well. And look at the way that ball is spinning in the air. That's the line. Remember when he overpitched a couple to Kanasani and he got put away? Well, this one has been played, but
No
it's
ball
been called
called
a no
here.
ball. It catches the edge, does catch the edge. So
Yeah, I think it probably does because it comes back. I don't think it was intended to. So it's a line ball call, but for me, I can understand why he calls it. And this one is going to be moosed out of the ground. Well, free hit cashed in by Amjad. Maximo brings up the 100 as well for France.
Well, just listen to the sound of this as it echoes around this stadium. What a hit. And that was power. Well, he had the license to go the full Monty, and he does. He absolutely clobbers it. And the bowler now, Kuma, needs to come back with a reply. Numan Amjad, he's hit 2 big shots already. He hit Jay down the ground for a big 6, and now he's gone over cow corner. And this is going to get over the field. And I cannot believe that this has been dropped by Arjun Vinod. I cannot believe it. He is such a good fielder. He has caught everything and anything that's come his way, and he puts this down. Vinny, I'm lost for words.
Yeah, well, everyone drops him sometimes. He's kind of on the move. And that just kind of gives France another little window opportunity, doesn't it?
Yeah, catch it, they say, but this will drop short of the players that come in, Hassan Ahmed and Jason, and they take it on.
Lucky.
The throw.
Lucky, but also good running to make the most of it. Galami to 40. We could have a grandstand finish here. I feel like Galami's got to stay there for a while if they're going to do it. Probably see it through to the last over.
Shot, and it's gone. The banner stops the fielders having to chase this up the hill. It's 6 more. And yeah, well, the beast, he's certainly turning it on, isn't he? He goes down on one knee. He clobbers this well. Over it goes. 6 more. The 100 and more is up here. Yeah, this is going to be a finish and a half. I mean, that rate has gone up to about the 17.5 mark, so it has gone up. But boundary starting to flow again. High up in the air. This is a chance. This is going to be out because it's Hassan Ahmed. And I would have said the same thing if it was Arjun Vinod going under it. But Arjun has put one down. But Hassan Ahmed, he has been so safe. So good time to get a wicket just when France was starting to accelerate. And that will help to decelerate and make the rate go back up again. So where are we at here now? That was the end of the 8th over. 114 for 4.
Yeah, so now what are we looking at? 38 off 2 overs. Won't be easy at all. Need a big over, but that hurts to lose the beast just then. Let's see who they send out now. Looks like could be Perapakaran, who we didn't see bowling. He's kind of their fifth seamer. So he'll often play when they're giving one of the frontline four seamers a rest. He's probably not quite as quick, but he just does a bit with the ball. Also a pretty handy bat. He won't be facing because it's the end of the over. So they need a big over here basically to stay in touch. I don't see any issues with time for Switzerland. So, yeah, 38, long way off. I mean, even if you get, say, a magical over 20 here, you're still looking at 18 off the last over. So it's a lot to do. But France, I think there's been some good signs with the bat here, even if they don't quite pull this off. Ali Naya to bowl the ninth.
So well bowled, but I am surprised that there's nobody who deep behind the boundary. They're going to have to hurry here. Wasn't the best of throws. A better throw may have had the batter in trouble. Let's see how close this ends up being. Here's the throw. He's got a fair bit of work to do here, the keeper. And you can see if it was a direct hit or a throw right above the stumps, I think the batter may have struggled.
Took a weird line there. I mean, I think I'd be trying to run on the pitch rather than on the grass. I think just the transition of going from the artificial to the grass is difficult. So he just lost a little bit of yardage on the turn there, Amjad. But he is back on strike. Really need a boundary here.
Firmly hit, but goes straight to Jay. Would you have somebody back on the boundary here? I mean, Naya bowls with a bit of pace, and batters are going to be swinging. You want to be stopping boundaries. I just think leaving all of that open, no third back, no final back. I think it's a dicey one.
Yeah, I suppose you can't have them everywhere.
It's a slightly slower delivery, angled into the pads of the batter.
So this is a waste for me because it would have been a big wide. And then you're asking questions of the keeper to stop it. Maybe you can get more than one wide, but instead, Perapakaran blocks it with his pads. Look how far down leg side that ball is.
Yeah, it's a wide that's being wasted. Waste the wide if you like. But Naya, he'll be happy with it. Wasn't happy with the ball just being thrown away for nothing. You can see him having a chat there with some of his fielders. And this is what I'm talking about. I think when you got somebody who's bowling a bit of pace like that, you got to have some protection there. And yeah, I called it. I think he's got to know that he bowls with a fair bit of pace. He's probably the quickest bowler on his side, and I think he's right up there, along with the pace of what we saw from Amjad. You've got to have some protection. Nobody there. It's going to be 4 runs.
Yeah, so you turned out to be spot on, didn't you, Rico, with that?
Shot, and he's going to get it over the fielder. No, he's not. This time, no mistakes from Arjun Vinod. And some of the French liking it. They were saying, sure, because then they realised that, well, they're not going to put an Arjun Vinod. He does drop one, which was a rare thing to see. It was like being on Wildlife Watch and seeing something rare when he dropped the catch, but he's back to his best, holds the catch, and that will be the end of Numan Amjad. He'll go for 21 of ball number 9.
Yeah, it kind of has a different feel if he taps that over the boundary for 6, doesn't it? Because it would have been 24 off 7. As it is now, it's 30 off 7. And you've got Shayam Warnakula-Surya come into the crease. So they've actually, I think they've batted pretty well here, France, for the most part, considering it's their first hit on the surface. Okay, yeah, it's meant to be an easy batting surface, but also it's just a bit different. Bit of a different feel. But I think their bowlers, they need to improve. It's not quite the France that we know with the ball, but we know it's a different kind of approach, isn't it? But with their bowling, if their bowlers fire, I think they're only really chasing 120 here.
Yeah, Warnakula-Surya is going out to join his partner out in the middle. That's Peter Bakaran. And at the end of 9, 122 for 5. So they did, I mean, fair play to them. They, for majority of the innings, maybe all the way up to around about the 7th over, they stayed up with the rate. But then, I've got to say, there was 2 very good overs from Jay Sid. Nice, tidy spell from him, especially his first over. And that just taken this match away from France. It's a good area to be bowling there from Musa Ahmadzai. He's a nice pitched up delivery. Sort of like a leg stick Yorker, just a single.
And hey presto, I knew I wouldn't have remembered it wrong. Look at that. France won the toss. They've elected to bat in match number 3. So, change in tactics.
Tries to work this away. And I think, is there a bit of bat on this? No, there's not. But going down the leg side, says the umpire.
I will say this. We do over 1,000 games a year. Well over 1,000.
Yeah.
So, occasionally, let's say, one of the crew who's remained nameless may recall the toss differently to how it actually happened, even though it's on video. We'll rectify those errors as soon as possible. That's just a bit of a human error, I think.
This is hit well, but it goes straight to Elina, who makes no mistake, the captain. He's going to be a very happy man, isn't he? And I know a lot of the Swiss that are watching are going to be very happy. They'll all be saying, you know what they'll be saying? What's the saying? Go on, you say.
Hop, Schwiz.
Hop, Swiss.
Hop,
Yeah.
Schwiz.
Hop, Swiss, yeah. If you like. Yes. So go Switzerland, and Switzerland, yeah, go, go, go. They'll be very happy with this performance. And you'd expect them to be the team in form, of course, knowing the pitch, having played here in the European Cricket Series, a lot of the players as well. And they put a fine performance in to win the first 2 matches. But remember, big day for them, Vinny. They've got 2 more matches to play after this.
Yeah, it'll be a big day for Switzerland. Well, this is, yeah, it was good backwards running there. And have a look at this. I mean, it's not an easy one, but look at him. He's putting the big ones. I was a bit worried it might have been a little bit of a mishap there, maybe involving a walkie-talkie going down. But anyway, in position, 2 to come.
They want to take it on. In comes the throw, and I think they're going to get there. Good running, and once again, it just goes to demonstrate if batters go straight away, if they've got a good understanding, you will get there. This is not a bad throw, and he still beats the throw. Look.
Yeah, nicely done. Good keeping as well by Idris, but not in time. Well done to Switzerland. They'll hold on. I think France, they're going to be a menace in this series.
This one gets played away, and it will go all the way. Manos arriba, Vitro. But again, there was 6 más, and we finish the innings with a Maximo. So that takes the score to 134, 5 down. Yeah, look, for the first time that France have played, I think they did some good things. I just think if they were just a little bit more tidy and clinical with the bowling. I mean, just think about that over number 9 that went for 25.
Sure.
I mean, that makes all the difference.
The 31 run over in there as well,
Yeah,
supersonic over. Look,
exactly.
France will definitely improve with the ball because they're just too good not to. I think some of their players that were comfortable running in on this, some weren't. Look, I think it'll be a very good game now to see France having another run on this against Luxembourg. They have won the toss. They are going to bat first. That is confirmed now. Interesting to see if they go the same order. Still no Action Jackson, who I thought maybe would get a hit a bit higher up, but they do have a fairly long batting order. They bat all the way to 8. I think Hamzai could be considered a batter, as we will be ready for that one in 20 minutes. Right now, let's go back and look at the highlights. France were chasing a bunch, but the Beast made sure that they were a competitive unit in this contest.
Yeah, look, they started well. I mean, that first over from Ashwin, Vinon went for 11, and Elina came on and bowled the second. He, once again, you know, he's a good bowler, bowled with good pace. The Beast, well, they thought if we can't get his wicket, why don't we try and knock him over? Well, they succeeded. The Beast, he always bounced back. There were some lovely shots though, some lovely time strokes that were played there as well. And like I said, they made a good positive start. Zain Ahmed made 31 of 15, and Ali Gulami, the Beast, 46 of 23. A while over there, things were happening, but once they lost their wicket, I think the other batters that came in just weren't able to stay up with the pace that you wanted. And I'll say this again, spin. Spin is so key. I think the 2 overs from Jason were superb. 2 wickets for 17. The way that he bowled, the slow ball particularly was outstanding. And, Anish Kumar, I think he bowled really well as well. And don't forget that his figures, he goes for 2 for 32. There was a couple of times that he was in the attack, but what he was able to do all the time was always come back. That's that slow delivery from Jay, and that's what we haven't seen too much of. Look, it took the Swiss players a long time themselves to realise that that's the line and that's the areas that they need to be bowling. That was a rarity. You won't see that often. That was Arjun Vinon dropping the catch, but he does return back to his best. One man that hasn't been dropping them is Hassan Ahmed. You could basically, you could put your mortgage on him taking the catches. He has been outstanding even with a broken finger, but before you know it, Arjun Vinon does return back to his best. And then we saw a Maximo to finish the innings, but the happy captain there, 22 on his back, Ali Naya, he's going to be very happy, and so are all of the Swiss viewers around here in Switzerland as well. A lot of people are at the ground on this Saturday, and probably will be here enjoying the weekend and watching some of the fantastic international cricket that we are going to see. There's that scorecard there Mukhtar Ali Gulami, 46, he scored. He put a good partnership together with Zain Ahmed, and Kanase came out and played some nice shots. He went after the spin, didn't he? But he got a little bit too greedy, and he skied one up. And Krishnamurthy took the catch. Usman Khan didn't quite click. Numan Amjad, the captain, played some really nice shots before he was caught by Arjun Vinod. And well, that was it really. So France, it was encouraging. I think if I'm in the French squad, I'm going to be pretty happy with that performance. It's the first time you play there, and also you're playing the next match. You're taking on Luxembourg, who also went down to Switzerland 162 to 103. You're going to be pretty happy with that and taking that form into this match coming up in, you can see there, coming up in just under 16 minutes time. I'm Rico Full, and with me is Mr. Maximo Winnie Sandu. We'll be back in 15 minutes time to talk you through match number 3 of this ECI series here in Switzerland. Join us back for what I think is going to be another good match. So one of these two teams will be getting their first points on the board. Who will it be? Will it be France? Will it be Luxembourg? Join us back when we return to find out.
Here we are with St. Gallen Cricket Club at Mount Saintis, the highest mountain in East Switzerland with a height of 2,500 meters, looking over 4 different countries. What an unusual place to play cricket.
Hello and welcome back to St Gallen here in Switzerland. A hive of activity out the back. I might even try my hand at football because I do have the St Gallen green on today. But on the other side of the grandstand, the cricket will continue. And now we have a match between Luxembourg and France. It's match 3 of the ECI. Let's see who wins the coin toss. Rob Kemming's out in the middle with the two captains.
Your call.
Yep.
Dead. Tails is called. It is tails.
We're gonna bat first.
So the news from the toss is that France, they've won the toss, they've elected to bat. Bit of a change in strategy. We know that they didn't have a great time fielding first. Some of their bowlers taking a little bit of time to get used to this quite unusual surface. Luxembourg had some problems with the bat, didn't they? They had lost 8 quick wickets, but a good partnership for the night kind of saved some blushes. Two teams that have struggled a little bit to get used to this kind of unusual atmosphere. But let's see how they go against each other. Well, you might be playing cricket over there. I'm going to play some football. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Oh dear, that was a bit of an own goal there, I think, from Vinny Sandu. Stick to the cricket, Vinny. Get your gloves on, get behind those stumps, because football is not for you as he, well, headers the ball right onto the camera. I hope Maria wasn't injured in the making of that intro. This is what we have for you next. France taking on Luxembourg. And you've got to say probably France are the team that will go into this feeling the more confident. Luxembourg will, well, both teams will beat them by Switzerland. Luxembourg, well, they lost by 59 runs, 162 to 103. Whereas France, they got a little bit closer, 151 to 30, 134, so 17 runs. And sort of good performances there from France. And both teams will improve after their first games. But I just get the feeling that France, maybe batting first here, were looking to do what Switzerland have done so far and trying to get big runs on the board. Umpire Sahi is out there with umpire Vaishaka. You can see that Luxembourg just warming up and getting ready to go. And as you heard Mr. Maximus say, it was only the likes of Sambhav Puri, 38 of 19, and Manyak Nagache, 20 of 15, that helped them make that score respectable. Those two put, for number 9 and number 10 batters, put a 58-run partnership together, and that helped them get past the 100 mark. Otherwise, they would have been somewhere in the sort of the mid-70s to 80s. So two teams in blue as well. France with the batters with the darker blue and the light blue stripe that goes across their tops. So ready to go. The bowler has got the ball in his hand. Will be Milad Momand. Starts with one down leg side, and this one actually bounces and hits the wicketkeeper on the side of the head. He clonks this, you know. The wicketkeeper clonks this. Watch this. Well, this is Vinny Sandu doing a headering. Now the wicketkeeper, you see, Vinny, what you've started? You headering the ball, and now all wicketkeepers think they can header the ball. And that's not a good one there from Rupesh Bingu. Bingu is probably thinking, well, maybe I should put my helmet on. Momand. That's a great delivery. That's an absolute beauty. It is a boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra fly ball as he knocks the stumps over. And it's going to be a first baller for Galami. The beast has been tamed. The beast will go first ball. That is a golden. And what a good delivery this is. It is right on the money. Jag the Hotte. Milad Momand gets the wicket. He's going to be a golden quacker. Well, perfectly aligned team kit bags. And the thing is, though, it's a very sorry side of a batter going back to that. What a good delivery that is. Right on the money. And the prize scalp of Mukhtar Ali Gulami will go. Very first ball. No runs off the bat yet. Gets done by a beauty from Momand. That was a great ball. It really was. It was full, right up there. And that's what you've got to be looking to doing. Kanasane, there comes out. And he wants to be aggressive straight away as well. And it's another dot. Kanasane joining Zain Ahmed out there. Zain Ahmed, of course, yet to face up. So, the two openers that made a good start. Not to be this time for France. Well, this is dragged onto the onside, gets it through the gap. The chase is on from the fielder. चौका लग गया फील्डर ने काफी कोशिश की थी पर बॉल नहीं फर हुई. And 4 runs. Just goes across the line, doesn't he? But he backs himself. It's just the length again. If you don't get the right length, batters will have a field day on this. So Momand gets hit for a boundary and now needs to come back. And does he sneak this in? No, says the umpire. That's a little look back at the umpire. Let's have a look at this. It's not that far away, but you can see it's going right over that line. It's a good call from umpire Saheed. Well, this is high up in the air. Gear. Shaka. Yeah, it was a similar delivery that got the wicket for him from Oman. He pitches this right up there. Well, that's the sign of the wind just picking up there for a moment. But, yeah, that one, the fielder thought that maybe for a moment it was going to be in there for the catch. It's not to be. It's a good shot. And Kanasane played some nice shots. Open stance. And, well, that's a bit of a slog, isn't it? It's a number 11 would be proud of that shot. He just slogs this right across the line. Nice to see some of the French players. They're opting to sit up in the stands and watch the action. Maybe some of the bowling department that are hoping that they don't have to go down and start putting their pads on. Last ball potentially off this first over. It's a nicely played down the ground. The timing on this is beautiful. What a shot this is. And the two men are up in the 30-yard circle, mid-on and mid-off. And this is just a delightful off drive. It's timed beautifully. It will go all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. So Momand is a bit of a mixed bag, really. Does pick up a wicket, but also goes for 17. Again for the Yorker length delivery, but it's a very small margin for error. If you get it wrong, then there's going to be runs. Talking of runs, I think there's going to be plenty of runs in the Euros of cricket there in Khartoum. 44 days to go to the start of the Euros of cricket. 31 nations, of course, will take part. The reigning champions, Netherlands, they will be there to take part in finals week. But before then, we're going to have, of course, 3 weeks of action where we will learn which 6 teams will join them in that super duper finals week. All happening, of course, in Spain, in the beautiful province of Andalusia. 2 batters that go on the hit. It's well run. Got to back each other. We'll be looking to get a partnership going here. So Zain Ahmed gets himself off the mark. He'll be relieved with that. There's a guy that had a good game, Kamal Sukia. I'm backing him to have a good series. I liked what he did with bat and with ball. Played some beautiful shots outside the off stump with the bat. But at the moment he's got to focus on the bowling. He gets this one through. Once again, it's a Kanasane, he's a man in a hurry. He's not looking to play anything on the offside, not looking to drive, not looking to play for the covers. He just seems to be swinging across the line. So I'm quite surprised that there's not been a field change here. I'm surprised they haven't brought maybe the man in extra cover in and pushed the mid-wicket back. And this one's high up in the air. Backpedaling is the fielder. And he almost takes a one-handed jalebi catch. But unfortunately, I think Jatin Madden, who is not having a good start to this day, all he does is he palms this ball over for 4. Madden having a bit of a mare. But that, again, goes back to what I'm saying. You've got to batter on strike, kind of say, who's looking to hit everything on the onside. Why is this field set the way it is? You've got 2 men on the offside. Yeah, finally you see a change. It has to be a double change for me. I think you've got to get the mid-wicket back, and I think long on, Madden needs to go back as well. Bring the men out. You don't need any sweeper on the offside. Well, that's another way to do it. As Sukia can just go full and straight and knock them over, and that's what he does. As Kanasane once again tries to go big on the leg side, misses out on it. And, well, it's a case of, well, if I hit it, I'll get a boundary, but if I miss it, I'm going to get myself out. And Kanasane will go, and he'll go for 18. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if Kanasane is quite the top order batter for what I'm seeing. I think, swinging and playing like this, I think that's pretty irresponsible. And, well, maybe he's being given an opportunity here, but to be honest, he's too one-track minded, just trying to hit over cow corner. But he will go as Kamal Sukia gets his number, gets it pitched up. He'll go for 18 of 8 deliveries, cleaned up by Sukia. So we're going to see another batter get out there now, and it's going to be Usman Khan to see if he and Zain Ahmed can put some sort of partnership together. 22 for 2. Sukia starts with the batter one. It's down the leg side. It's going to be wide. Wants to go for the full length Yorker length delivery, but he gets this wrong. Hello to everybody in the chat and are enjoying the action. Hello to Santosh. And some of the days around the world when we've mentioned some of the big days. I know that, this one almost is an ankle breaker for Sukia. He goes down. It's going to be 4 runs. Just watch the ankle here. So, that's horrible to see. Horrible to see. Got to be careful on this narrow pitch, but 4 runs it will be to Usman Khan. He gets off the mark with a nice cut shot. So, played well, good pickup. In comes the throw, and it's thrown to the keeper's end by Madden. It will be the end of the over. So what you'll see with the standings that are coming up here now in the moment is that Switzerland, they've won both their matches. They're sitting pretty at the top. But one of these 2 teams, France or Luxembourg, will get the opportunity to register their first points. Who will it be? And at the moment, I've got to say that probably Luxembourg are holding the upper hand, having taken those earlier wickets. So we're getting ready for the start of over number 3. Momand will continue. So 28 for 2 after 2. It was a mixed bag for Momand. When he got it right, he was clinical, but he also did go for 17 and goes for that full delivery. This is being played down the ground, but no run. Well, it's going to be a big evening, I think, in America today when it's National Bowling Day. That's, of course, temping bowling. And, IBM PC Day today as well. Remember the old IBM personal computer? Well, that's the delivery that was signaled the end of Gulami. But this one, he just gets it to nip back into the batter. Misses the stumps, misses everything. Is going to go down for 4 byes. It was destined to hit the stumps over. And then late movement, you can see the bowler, Maman, not happy. He's saying, oh, yaar, Farlinda. And I think he's been a little unkind to the wicketkeeper. I think that one moves quite big. And Rupesh Bingu not able to keep hold of it. Yeah, August 12, 1981, the day that IBM revolutionized the business world through its innovation. And, well, a bit more luck here. Ahí poco suerte. Suerte on 2 levels. First of all, the 4 byes in this one. Doesn't really know what and where this is going, but it will go all the way for 4 more. It's, well, if we've got any people that are tuning in from Thailand or from Thailand origin, don't forget it is Mother's Day in Thailand today, so make sure you have sent a message to your mum to say Happy Mother's Day. Oh, beauty. That's an absolute identical delivery to the one that got Gulami. What a good ball this is. It is right up there in the block hole and knocks the stumps over. Well bowled. It's the end of another batter. What a lovely delivery this is. And it's the end of Usman Khan. He'll go for 9. And well bowled once again from Momand. And like I said, it is a bit of a mix-up, but he's fired up, isn't he? After the 4 byes, he didn't like that. Well, he wouldn't like the fact that the next ball then was edged, thick-edged away for 4. But he comes back with a beauty. And, well, you can see that there's a little bit of movement in those kit bags now because a few more French batters are going to get padded up because Momand has taken 2 for 21, 36 for 3. 3 wickets in the power play. And when you see teams lose 3 in the first 3, they normally don't recover too well from that. So let's see how France do here. It's that good full delivery again. Taking on the fielder. Here comes the throw. And agonisingly close for Jatin Madden. Well, Jatin Madden started this match on -4. He'll have a catch that will go as a catch going down in this one as well. That certainly won't help his fantasy points. That one would have if he could have got the run out. So close, yet so far. Momand. Oh, well, he's going to get stopped here because the batter not quite ready as there's been some movement in the field. Zain Ahmed has only faced 1 ball and he scored 1 run from it. And in that time, he's seen 3 batters get out. Now he faces the last ball off the power play. And he carves his way, gets it over the head of the bowler. And the ball makes his way over the boundary rope. It's going to be 4 runs. Almost ends up being a corner bowled. Just couldn't quite get to it. So 4 to finish. So the second ball that, amazingly, that Zain Ahmed faces, the opener, is the last ball of the power play. He puts it away to a boundary. I think it was important that he did that. 41 for 3. They won't be too disappointed with the scores that they have as that over goes for 13. It's the wickets that they've lost. And, of course, they're big wickets as well. The Beast has gone. Kanasane went, and we've seen also Usman Khan go. But they have got Numan Amjad out there now. They've got to be thinking partnerships. It's a good opportunity, though, also here for Luxembourg now to spread the field and make it a little bit harder for the teams to, or for France, I should say, to get to find the gaps. And they've gone with 3 men out on the leg side. So quite an authentic field. 3 on the leg side, including, of course, the long on, and you've got long off and a sweeper in place on the offside. I say a sweeper, he's more sort of in the extra cover mark, so he's giving the bowler protection straight. Now there's a change to the left-hander. So what are we going? Same sort of field? Yeah, the same field. Exactly the similar field, identical to the left-hander. So 3 on the leg side, and you've got extra cover really in place as opposed to a sweeper on the offside. Edge. And chase is on. You've got to chase these because it could just slow down. It only just makes it. Never think that ball is going to go past the boundary rope because there are times, there's specific areas in this field where it just slows down and the Grizzly puts his brakes on. That one does go all the way. So once again, it's another edge. It goes to the boundary. There's been a few of them. Hello to everybody. Santos is saying, hello Rico, we will miss you next week. It's always great to hear you. Well, I'm going nowhere, Santosh. I will be in Dresden, so you can join me there with Charlie Hunt. Myself and Charlie will be bringing you the action. As talking of action, this is, well, it's a Gundy ball down the leg side, and it gets put away pretty easily as Mayank Nagache comes on to bowl. Up in the air, it'll be 1 bounce and fielded by Jatin Madden. So Mayank once more short and into the pads. It's down the leg side and reacts well to the call for the non-striker. Leg by signalled. A ball to go in the over. Nagayach. Good start from him. Let's see if he can finish well. It's the last ball, 10 from the over so far. The 50 has come up in the over. And he will finish well. Should just be a single. They think about a second because it's a slight fumble from the fielder who then, well, he sort of shot puts the ball back to the bowler. That is the end of the over. 53 for 3. So they're around about, I think from here, if they can keep this partnership going, 120 to 130. If somebody goes big from here on in, they could be eyeing up a 140 sort of score, I guess. You can see that it started well with that first over, even though there was a wicket that came from it. Now these two trying to make something happen. Zain Ahmed took him an age to get on strike. Remember, I only faced 2 balls in the power play, but now he's starting to make amends. And it's going to be the captain of Luxembourg who's going to have a bowl, so Edmund Packard. See if he can continue to put a bit more pressure on France. Well, this is high up in the air. I get the feeling he's going to go over the fielder. It does. And he just gets this right, doesn't he, Ahmed? He has, well, I think centimetres to play with as he gets this perfectly over the fielder. Goes down on one knee, carves it away. And at any point, if a hand is touched on that, it was always going to be a boundary. It's a good, clean hit. 6 off the first from Packard. And now he goes down the ground, and Madden, oh no, he stepped over, he's gone for 6. He's having an absolute mare. Oh, he's having an absolute mare, Jatin Madden. He's just, well, remember the man, he started on -4 of this match of fantasy points. He's dropped 1 catch. Now this one, he takes it and he steps over the line. As soon as he takes that, actually, his left foot catches the rope. It's going to be 2 sixes, make it 3 in a row from the captain, Edmund Packard. It's happening so quick out there. And, well, he goes for the slower ball, but it's a full toss. It gets hit straight and hard. 3 balls, 3 sixes. Zain Ahmed is turning it on here in the 5th over. Well, will he go again? Are we going to see 4 out of 4? We are! 4 out of 4! Are we going to see something special on this international weekend? Zain Ahmed has hit the first 4 balls from the captain of Luxembourg, Edmund Packard, for 6. Well, you know, whatever happens here, he's going to be trying to make it 5 in a row. As well bowled, it's in the block hole. And everybody got excited for a moment, but fair play to the bowler and the captain. He gets one right in the block up of the over, already gone magical. Ball to go. And he's going to be bowling this one to Numan Amjad. So just like that, out of nowhere, it looks like a 150 sort of score again, doesn't it? So this recovery comes. Remember, they lost 3 wickets in the power play, but the good thing is they kept the scores going. This is down the ground, and it's going to be 6 number 5 in the over. So 5 sixes and 1 single. 31 of the over. Quite incredible. And the score goes into the 80s just like that, Mr. Maximo.
Wow.
Well, Maxi is back.
Supersonic stuff. I am back, and what a time to come back as well. I mean, I thought lunch flew away pretty quickly, and there's a little bit left for you, but these balls are flying all over the place. 5 Maximos in the over.
It just changes everything in an instant. That is what this format is all about.
Yeah.
You just can't afford to lose your length. Lose your length. Big batters will go. And I was saying in the power play that the openers there, Zain Ahmed, he only faced 2 balls in the power play. He's the guy who's got to have strike. He gets on strike, and look what happens. Well, he's going again. He's a miscue. Madden, can his fortunes change here? Oh, only just, it wobbles about. And finally, that could be the moment that his fortunes change. He's had an absolute mare, Vinny. An absolute mare. But this one, he gets down on one knee and says, please, please stay in my hands. The ball wobbles, but it stays put.
Yeah, he'll feel that some little bit of luck's gone his way. Yeah, he ends up giving a little cuddle, doesn't he? It's nuzzled into his neck. But yeah, France lose a 4th wicket. Yeah, I've been watching this one from downstairs. Bit of a topsy-turvy affair, isn't it? But Zayn, he's going to have to go, and it's 84 for 4.
Yeah, and it's the spin that gets the wicket to well bowled by Mayank, and he's be pleased that at least this time the catch has been taken. So that was a wicket to get, Zayn Ahmed, after showing how brutal he could be with his hitting. So to get the wicket after that, well, quite extraordinary last over. That went supersonic. 31 came off the captain Packard's over. So 84 for 4. So one of the set batters has gone. So Luxembourg now an opportunity once again to keep chipping away at the other batters.
The bowled just jams down on this. They might look for 2 here. Wasn't a particularly quick bit of work from Sukia to jump on it, as they will get back for a couple. Pirabakaran off the mark. A few clouds around at the moment. Just taking a little bit of the edge off because that's been pretty humid conditions so far. Still about 26 degrees. Just misses the length, but Madan is not going to miss it. He's on a heater now. This one almost catches him. It was flat from Pira. And so he goes 2 and out. That's 5 wickets down now. 86 for 5.
Well, he holds on to another. And that's how quickly things can change. We said how quickly things can change out there in the middle when Zayn Ahmed just hit 5 sixes. Madan, who's had a bit of a mare, hasn't he? And, well, after taking one which almost bobbled out of his hands, this one, well, he has no time to think about it. And maybe that's the thing that's on his side. Well, good players, big players, they always bounce back. And maybe this is the time that we're going to see Madan bounce back as well. That was cracked, but he takes the catch. And now they're 5 down here, 86 for 5.
That was hit hard enough to go for 6. It was just flat, wasn't it? Madan intercepts it. So this brings Ibrahim Jabakel to the crease. Now he's an off spinner. He didn't play the first game. He's come into the side. Watercooler Saria is left out. And so let's see if the France bottom order can battle here. I mean, the run rate's outstanding, but they have lost 5 wickets already. This is almost a 6th one as it just gets past the infielder. And it'll just be a single. I know Yach. He's been reasonably good at dropping it in the block hole. Just misses this time, but with big consequences. Maximo! And that is probably only half a metre short of the block hole, but I think that the new batters to this surface are realising really quickly that you can drive it on the up. What a great bit of 12th manning, actually, from Cheyenne. But anyway, this is where it needs to be. And you can really clearly see when the bowlers get it right and when they don't. They're very, very different outcomes. End of the over, it's 94 for 5 after 6. Ben, hello to you. Nice to see you in the chat. He's saying, well, I think that most cricketers would agree that when it's not your day, you hope the ball doesn't come anywhere near you as a fielder. But what I will say is, they keep coming at you, then at some point it's got to turn around. And that's kind of what happens with Jatin Madan, who, by the way, is a very, very talented cricketer. I loved what he did for Star Cricket Club, the Luxembourg representatives at the European Cricket League. So never say never. This game, I suppose, France in control with that run rate up at 157, but 5 wickets in 6 overs. If Luxembourg could grab a couple in the next couple of overs, maybe it slows France down a bit. Here's Izzah Hussain. And some more spin. Ties up Amjad, who almost takes off for a run that wasn't there because it never really left the area. There's a bit of a laugh with the keeper, Rupesh Bingu. A little bit of light rain falling. I thought I saw some in the distance. Same result here, except this time it does get away from the keeper. They'll get a leg by. So yeah, this rain's come out of nowhere. Saw it in the distance. I thought maybe it was a mirage. But we just got light rain falling at the moment. I don't think anything that will stop play. Maybe just a passing shower. Really good bowling from Hussain. I like that he's really taking the pace off. Now, we didn't see him playing in the first game So his inclusion certainly making a bit of a difference. Now, do you run at him here, though? Because if he's going to toss it up, he should be able to get on the half volley and bang it down the ground. But there's risks in doing that as well. He's spelling an awkward pace at the moment. Is that? And once again, see, not too much pace on the ball. It's a long chase out there. It's going to be 4. Puri can't chase it down. So it shows you how fast his outfield has become. We thought there'd be hardly any 4s when he first arrived here in Switzerland a couple of weeks ago. Nice shot, nice bit of timing there from Ibrahim. Oh, this one gets past the keeper, Bingu. Go for a second bye. Good throw, might have been close, but he's safely home. So it'll go down as 2 byes. Yeah, the keeper just doesn't. Keeper doesn't really follow the line of this. It goes between the batter and the stumps, you see, and he finds himself just grasping. Maybe expecting a bit of turn there, Rupesh Bingu. Again, the throw wasn't particularly powerful and took a bounce, which took some pace off it. Oh, this is a hanging full toss and it's going to get smashed. Maximo! That one's about 8 rows back. And Jabakel says, I can definitely hit that. Channels his inner Barry Bonds, doesn't he? As he lifts it up and out into the stands. And so, good over gone. I won't say bad, but I suppose average in the end for Izar, who goes for 11 in his first over of the tournament. 107 for 5 after 7. So what's quite interesting is that these teams this weekend that you're seeing, France as well as Switzerland and Luxembourg, they won't play each other in the ECC unless they win their group and they meet in Championship Week. So good hit out for them, I'm sure. And all these games are getting used as, I suppose, information by the selectors of how to pick those squads. Of course, the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship, it's the Euros of cricket. And it'll be coming away from September 25. Okay, over number 8, and Jatin Madan. Maybe he can turn things around with the ball. Having a bowl for the first time. And this is up, it's in the air. It's kind of into the gap though. Fielder comes around, can't turn it into a catch. And good throw, be close here. And the throw draws the keeper wide. They go back for 2. So where are they? 107 after 7. Let's go with 36 off the last 3, 143. International level, 130s par, maybe 140 par. Hard to say. Now this is beautifully kicked away from Amjad, who just gets it into the pads, and Madan gets it wrong. Amjad gets it oh so right. Maximo! And have a look at that. It's missing leg stump. And beautifully just flicked away dismissively by the French skipper. He's a good player. You know how good of a bowler he is. He also is a genuine bat. He's a genuine top 6 bat. The rain seems to have blown over now, which is good. Now, same kind of a shot. We can't get as much bat on it. It'll just be a single. Ben saying that he can't help but thinking what a wonderful ground this is. It could easily be converted into a temporary 10,000 venue for a special occasion like a World Cup match. Yeah, well, we also got the Kaiban Park next door, across the road, that holds 15,000 for the St. Gallen FC. Nice, good shot. Has he got the distance though? I think so. He has. Maximo for Javakel. Again, not quite a Yorker. Look where it bounces. Just short of the front leg. Probably a metre short. And Ibrahim, he backs himself to go up and over. These batters, they are just so confident that they can beat these outfielders. Oh, now goes leg side. This is an all-out assault now on Madan, who goes magical in the 8th. Maximo! Back to back. Madan just cannot nail his Yorker today. We saw it earlier. They bowled him earlier last time. in match 1. Now he's coming up the depth. He's got one job, and it's basically to hit the crease. Anything that's bouncing is disappearing. I said it before, but I'm going to keep saying it. You got to try and bowl Yorkers. I don't think he is at the moment. If he is, he's not really doing a great job of landing them. Last ball of the over coming up. Slightly slower ball this time. Hit 1, they look for 2, but not quite there. So very productive over for France there. 8 overs down. It's 129 for 5. Looking at the run rate graph, you can see got a pretty good first over there. Took a bit of a dive with the 3 early wickets, then 2 wickets in the 6th, but really these two looking pretty comfortable, and even a bit of an uptick there in the 8th. Madan, they probably would have planned he'd bowled 8 and 10, but can you bring him back if he's not hitting his spots? Probably looking elsewhere, I think, for the 10th. A few people saying we can expect some of that rain. Hopefully not. Looking pretty clear in the distance now. Didn't really have any in the forecast that I saw anyway. So, over number 9, all happens in the 9th. They're going to go to a 7th bowler now, and that's Sambhav Puri. Digs it in, and Jabakal misses, but Amjad spots the fumble from Bingu and decides to get in for a bite. That's good alertness from Noman. France just had a way of batting themselves out of a tight spot in that Valletta Cup recently that I covered in Malta. Down leg side. So all that matters on this pitch is accuracy. If you've got genuine pace, maybe you can occasionally rush a batter, but even so, I think accuracy, accuracy, accuracy is all that matters here. Take 20% off and just make sure you land it. That white line between the batter's legs, that's the perfect length, I think. And this is a slightly miscued pull shot. No ball called here. Puri must have overstepped here. We'll check it out in the replay. Well, oh, it's for the edge of the pitch. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, must have hit the edge of the pitch. And that's why it's a no ball, not for a foot. So it will be a free hit coming up. Jabakal to try and cash it in. Gets a fair piece of it into the gap. And 4. So they do get the boundary. You know, that's not Olivia Newton-John from Let's Get Physical out there on the boundary. Got to say, I'm loving the lime green look from Milad Momand. 4 more to France. He looks set to still post 160 plus, despite the wickets lost in this innings. Similar kind of a shot that Jabakal missed out early on. He's kind of asking, is that another bouncer? But I don't even think we've seen a genuine bouncer yet. Yeah, it's way below the shoulder. Umpire probably saying 3 to come. That's what the signal is when they say halfway, but also coincidentally indicating about how high that one was. So do you stick with that again? Or do you try and go full? Slow ball, end of the bat, hanging in the air. Fielder should get there and will, and he catches it. So guess who? It's Jatin Madan, who now has 3 catches to his name. That's a pretty good effort, considering how he started. But it will be Jabakal that goes. But pretty handy contribution. He's a spinner that bats a bit. He goes for 28 off 12. And France with 8 balls remaining. They're 137 for 6. Yeah, thanks again for all the contributions in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. It's great to see France and Luxembourg out there. 2 teams we have seen fairly recently. Along with Switzerland, actually, in the Valletta Cup, like I said. Which was only 4 weeks ago or so. Maybe 5 weeks ago now. Really enjoyed that experience. Really hot conditions on that occasion. It's a lot more pleasant now. About 26 degrees right now. Ramatullah Mangal, the new batter, comes out at 8. And he probably wants to smash this out of the park. He tries. He won't get a 6, but he will get a 4. It's a really nice shot when you consider this guy who typically will bat number 10. Okay, he's a couple of slots higher today. He's a talented cricketer. Just hits through the line. No outfielder back there. Finds the gap in the infield. And Cuatro Carreras gets him going. Puri's gone for 11 here in the 9th. Last ball of it coming up. Similar kind of shot. This time it's a great catch by Packard, who launches himself like a goalkeeper up and to the right. Well, Luxembourg rejoice. That could be the catch of the day to Ed Packard. The batter didn't do too much wrong here. He hits, and have a look at the poise of Packard. Gets 2 hands to it and then braces for impact on the landing. What a wonderful piece of fielding from the Luxembourg skipper. And that means that Rahmatullah Mangal goes 4 and out. End of the over as well. It's 141 for 7. And say it with me, folks. It all happens in the 9th. Great stuff. Having a look at the bowling figures. Puri ends up with 2 but he won't bowl again because he bowls the 9th. He can't bowl 2 in a row. Oh, Edmund, what a highlight. All right, so they are going back to Sukia, who were affectionately calling ankles earlier because of the fact that he kept landing off the pitch and was making my eyes water. Let's see how he goes here in the last. Oh, this is high, catchable as well. There's Nagiac that's under it, and he'll take it. So 2 wickets in 2 balls across the over, and Luxembourg fighting back. Again, we don't really know what to make of their batting yet because they did collapse pretty horrendously in the first game. So who's to say they can't chase down a score in the 140s, maybe even 150. We've seen those kind of chases pulled off here in St. Gallen. That's nicely taken by Mayank Nagiac, player I remember from Star CC at the ECL as well. And it's the end of Noman Amjad. He goes for 26 and 5 balls remaining, 141 for 8. So Sukia, he's brought back. Probably a smart choice. He bowled a reasonable over early on, didn't he? Bowled the second, went for 11, did pick up a wicket. Dawud Ahmedzai, Mr. Universe, comes out. He muscles a single. Probably liking the idea of a second. Now they're going to get it, and it's an unusual way to get it. And now they're almost run out. Now we might have more. So let's talk you through this one. There's really no reason to throw here if you're Sukia because it's not actually saving a run. You have a look here. When they see the throw's so soft, they say, hey, should we just go? And then they say, actually, we probably shouldn't do that. Throws and misses and then ends up giving away the 2 anyway. Back to live action. This is pulled away. Again, singles the call. Clean pick up and throws. Not too many excuses here, but Ahmedzai is a ball of energy anytime you see him out there. Slow ball, hit straight and hit well. Well, that's a roofer. That's coming down. Has gone a long, long way. What a shot. Straight as the day is long, and it's strong from Rahula, who puts the first ball he faces on the roof. His teammates enjoyed that. Rahula, he typically might see batting 11. Shows they bat all the way down here at this level, France. Now, again, bowler thinks to throw, says, you know what, I'll just eat the one here. 150's come up now. Make that 151 after that single. Darwin Ahmedzai. Well, if he puts one on the roof, I'll be impressed. Here we go. Last ball. Well, he'll get a fair bit of bat on it. I should get 2 here. And a good throw might be interesting. Ahmedzai is going to sneak home. And so they're going to end up with 153 for 8 off the 10 overs. Pretty solid batting performance from France. Probably 20 over par. Luxembourg, if they bat very well, they might be able to chase this down, but they are going to have to bat very well. Certainly a lot better than they batted earlier on in the day against the host Switzerland. And, well, nice moment between the two sides there as we reflect on the opening here. And, it was Milad Moman, who's rocking the lime green headband and skins combo. Came up with that early wicket. And that was Mukhtar, the beast, Galami, who went very first ball. Zain Ahmed actually didn't have a lot of the strike in the power play. Kanasani came out, he whacked to 6. And Madden, had a bit of a shocker in the field early, but his day would turn around. I think it's swung all around that one. Luxembourg certainly, in the field, they believe that they're able to compete. Again, some of the bowlers find it hard going on this surface. That was a nice Yorker. Again, the power of getting the Yorker in. Sometimes we've seen it, sometimes we haven't. Packard came on, he got launched. So really should have had a wicket here. But it was that last step. You see the left foot actually comes down on the rope. And so Madan, at that stage it wasn't going great for him. That was a bit of a teaser he couldn't get around to. But things would turn around for him, even though it was a bit of a dropped and then caught moment. Catches that first one, then the ball just wouldn't leave him alone. He was able to get that one pretty much straight in the breadbasket. Would end up taking 3 catches in the innings. They tried a few different options as well, didn't they? Madan made it 3. So I suppose he has a winning record 3 and 2 if you want to be technical in his fielding. Ramatullah Mungal came out, whacked to 4, but how about this catch from Ed Packard? He launches himself up to the right, takes an absolute screamer. He enjoyed it. So did his teammates, so did all of Luxembourg, I'm sure, as well. Late in the piece, Nagiach was able to swallow this one, but the hitters just kept on coming. They used 10 batters in the 10 overs. France, Rahula putting one on the roof in the 10th and ultimately walks off with Darwin Ahmedzai with 153 on the board. Let's have a look at the scorecard. 40 for Zain Ahmed. He got out just as he was getting going, 40 off 12. 26 for Noman Amjad in there, holding things together for a while. Ibrahim Jamakel with a nice impactful 28. Batting at number 7. But yeah, I like some of the hitting down there. Ramatullah with a boundary then out. Rohula with a 6 on the roof. And some good hustle from Ahmedzai. Get them past the 150 in the end. Luxembourg took wickets, but they couldn't really stem the flow. 4 bowlers take 2 wickets for them. Milad Moman as well as Sukia Nagiach and Samad Puri. He just bowled the 1 over. As you can see, just a couple of overs went out of control. A supersonic from Packard, a magical over from Madan. He just can't get his Yorker right at the moment. Ultimately, it's a big chase, but it's the sort of chase we have seen. In fact, it's the exact same target we saw in the ECS final last night, and Alton ended up doing that with 3 balls to spare. So we'll take a quick break. Back in a few minutes. We'll see if Luxembourg can chase these down. Until then, it's Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full, he'll be back shortly as well. We'll see you after this break for more European Cricket International.
Hello and welcome back to St Gallen here in Switzerland with the Kaiban Park in the background. We're at the Grundemus Stadium here for this European Cricket International, which is a three-team tri-series 10-over international cricket coming your way. And we're into game three. We're into the second half of this game now. Luxembourg coming out to chase 154 for victory against France. France 153 for 8 in the first innings. Wouldn't say everything went their way, but the French lately, well, we've seen them on ECN, they've just found a way to back themselves out of a tight spot. And that's kind of what happened here as well. They'd lost 5 wickets in 5.5 overs. But then a pretty useful 51-run partnership between Noman Amjad and Ibrahim Jabakel. And then some good late hitting saw them up and over the 150 mark. So 153 for 8. Luxembourg just need a good start, don't they? Really need a good start. Askarali is going to open the batting out there with Vivek Dixit. Let's see if Luxembourg can make something out of this power play. Vivek Dixit, of course we know Mohit Dixit from Luxembourg, but Vivek playing for the first time on the European Cricket Network. So Noman Amjad is going to ask some pretty tough questions of the openers. Running in now. 154 required for Lux. Oh, and the first ball's horned off across the line. And that probably goes for 4. It does. Well, what a shot first up. This is a ball that you might play a forward defence to in any other format of the game. But Oscar Ali just decides to play it on length and smashes it over square leg. I say smashed, probably wasn't the best timing, but with the pace on the ball from Amjad, it still runs away for 4. Oh, Amjad, I think he'd probably like that shot being played off his bowling. Let's see what he does next. Oh, bites back a long way, and Action Jackson behind the stumps. Can tell the pace of Noman Amjad by how far back he's standing. I don't think we've seen keepers standing that far back in the whole of this 2 weeks. Amjad seems to have found his rhythm pretty easily on this pitch. Not all the French bowlers have been that way. Now this is in the air and almost turned into a catch by Mukhtar, who came in. He's good fielder, Mukhtar Ghalami. Infield or outfield. Smothers this. It's a good surface for diving on as well. All right, Vivek Dixit. It's his turn. Vivek 4 off 5 in the first game. Goes back and punches off the back foot, no run. So you don't want to play too many defensive shots in the power play with that rate starting at 15.4 and over required. And if you're not scoring at that rate, it can spiral out pretty quickly in this form of the game. Bit of discussion in the chat about the ground we're playing on, and perhaps one day when cricket's a bit more established in Europe, it'd be a great venue for more international cricket. This stand holds 4,500. Plenty of great vantage points around the field as well. Driven down the ground, Dixit off the mark. And because it's kind of, it's a depressed kind of location, so it's in kind of like a valley, and you've got a lot of elevated ground all around the ground, so it's ideal for viewing. Last ball of the over here. Oh, Askar goes with it again. Almost finds the fielder, but not quite. I think this is going to be 4. So same kind of a shot, first and last, as Askar bookends the first over with boundaries, and it's 10 without loss after 1. 125 matches since Golden Ball. It's the only thing we've been missing. I suppose that and a 5-wicket haul. The 2 things, I suppose. And will we get a Golden Ball during this ECI? And to my mind, we have not had a Golden Ball in an ECI match this year. And we've had a few matches. In fact, this is ECI match number 104. Now, this is interesting. They're bowling Dawood in the power play. We saw France do this in the ECC last year, and it worked quite well. So Dawood with his wrist spin. Got a bit of a pasting first couple of balls against Hassan Ahmed, but also came back with a wicket in the first game. This should be a good test for these 2 batters. So something a bit different in over number 2. It decides to just rock in and bowl a medium pacer, and it gets smashed to the boundary. Well, that's not really his game, Dawood. Certainly took me by surprise, but the batter was waiting for it and says, okay, you're just going to rock in and put no revs on it. This is what I'm going to do with it. Smashed into the gap, 4 runs. Hello to Manav Nayak, who's in the chat. Hello, Manav. Hopefully you're well. Good afternoon to you as well. Hopefully everything's good in your part of the world. And this one springs off the bat. This has gone even further. Maximo! That's a top spinner from Dawood. Again, this is actually really well played to get so much bat on that, to make it carry all the way. And Dixit showing why he's at the top of the order. His first pair of boundaries in the series. Yeah, Manav, where are you watching from? Let us know. I've got to say, Manav did a great job for the Budapest Blinders in the recent ECS, where they won that series. So Dawood, not finding too much love out of this surface. Maybe he's not getting the same kind of bounce he'd normally get. Just seems to be coming onto the bat nicely. And this is another ball just short of a length, but punched out to Galami. No real harm there for France. Just a single. Let's see how Askar Ali takes on Dawid Ahmedzai. He's heaved everything to square. And there is a deep mid-wicket, but no square leg back on the fence, so I think that's where he's looking. He just chops it straight into the surface, so no run. I suppose Ahmedzai, if there's a criticism of his bowling, maybe he's a little bit one-paced. So he doesn't really ever try and deceive the batter in flight. So he'd probably be a little bit more dangerous if he could draw the batter forward. And he's pretty much a Yorker. But he's a really good bowler. He's really fun to watch. Very expressive in his mannerisms as well. Yeah, but if you had that one that kind of just draws the batter forward, maybe above the eye line, I think it'd be another string to his bow. He again rocks in and just bowls a medium, and there's medium to large hit on the other end of it. Maximo, Mr. Universe, goes for 17 in the second over, and it's game on, 27 without loss after 2. Looking at the table, things can change very quickly at this stage. This is the third match, so after this match, all the teams would have played each other. That's one round. Then, of course, there's the second round and the third round, so 9 matches in total. Nisando here, Mr. Maximo, for the European Cricket Network, enjoying the company of Mr. Rico Full, who rejoins us after hopefully a very tasty lunch, Rico, and a bit of tasty action out here on the field as well.
Yeah, it looks pretty tasty as, well, France get to that 150 scores. So teams have been hitting that at regular basis. And, yeah, lunch was very tasty, but a chili con carne. And it had a bit of spice to it. I'm sure you added plenty of extra chili in yours.
They must have brought out another tub of it because I thought I finished it all. Anyway, here's over number 3, and it's Noman Amjad to come back. He gets driven beautifully into the gap, probably catchable height, but just bisected the 2 fielders in that area. What for Cadet? Us 4 to start the third.
Yeah, this is a good shot. He waits on it, doesn't he? Gets the extra width and drills it through the offside. 4 runs, beautifully played. And it's a nice, promising start, this, from Luxembourg. There's a big chase on, but they've got to believe and they've got to stay up with the rate. And at the moment they are. They're doing exactly what France had to do earlier against Switzerland. Stay at around about 15. That's well bowled. It turns him inside out, but unfortunately the wicketkeeper's going down on the leg side. And you just see here, he starts going one way, the ball goes the other. He can't do anything about it. 4 more.
Yeah, beat him all ends up really. But Luxembourg, I think if they're going to chase this down, they're going to need a bit of luck as well. And they get it there. Dixit is off to a flyer, then practices walking across and pulling it. Well, I'm not sure that would have been easy either. But Amjad, he's a good bowler. He's one guy I was just saying, Rico, he seems to have been able to still find his rhythm on this surface. Not all of his compatriots have been able to do that. Searching for an early wicket. Here he is. Now this is out. Eventually, well, Jabba Hill, he fumbled and he fumbled. It was straight to him. And so Dixit, after a bright 20, we saw him hit a 4 into that gap. Around the same height. This time it's straight at Jabba Hill, who I thought for a second had fluffed the chance, but he does hug it in the end. The first wicket goes down. 35 for 1.
Yeah, he does. And it's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the third time of asking. It was hit pretty hard. And what he does is he keeps nice, still and steady and holds on to the catch. And he looks pretty cool afterwards as he's wondering what was all the fuss about. But he holds on to it well. It was firmly hit, but you'll see here, it is a little bit of a 1, 2, y 3. Finally, it's not the first time that a fielder has to hug the ball into his body to take the catch.
Now, Javakel is going to want to get an over of his off-spin in later. If he drops that catch, I think his chances are next to none. Because if he drops a catch off the captain's bowling, with all their bowling options, you suddenly go to the bottom of the list, I think. But anyway, Jatin Madan, who ended up taking 3 catches in that first innings, despite, I suppose he took 4, including the one where he stepped over the rope. But yeah, he wasn't having a great time. Again, hasn't quite nailed his spots when he's been bowling. Again, he went for a magical over, and the 1 over he bowled, but maybe he can do something with the bat here, coming in the pivotal number 3 position.
Jatin Madan. And sometimes little things need to happen and go your way, and when they do, then, well, your luck can change. Well, him taking those catches, well, maybe that's what he needed because it didn't start well in the field once again for him. And let's see how it goes here.
He just back cuts, but straight at the fielder. So, yeah, Madan. Yeah, we have seen play some mercurial innings at the Cardamore Oval. Right here, right now. Needing to keep the pace up. Need to be about 45 to be on track at the end of the third over. I can't see that happening. But they're not too far behind either. Amjad's a good bowler, though, isn't he? He's getting something out of this surface that I don't think we've seen any bowlers get so far. There, gets this good cut in towards Madan, who gets himself in a muddle and gets a little tap on the chest, saying, "You're right." He said, "Yeah, I'm fine."
Yeah, it's this pace that he bowls at. You see, the batters, whereas with some of the other bowlers are a bit slower, the batter can step inside it and pull it away or play the hook shot. That's onto him so quickly. He hasn't really got time to react.
You can't back away to Amjad. It's going to follow you. How much did that seam? Came in a long way. So you'd rather get across. If it misses your pads, it'll be down the leg side. Try and flick with the movement. No fine leg either. So last ball of the power play coming up. Last ball for the French skipper, Noman Amjad. And so he backs away again. He cuts, but he can't get a run. So very good over there from Noman Amjad. He certainly didn't have it his way in the start of the over. Went 4 and 4, but then wicket, ... into the power play. Luxembourg. Hey, oh, hold on. We've got a no ball call here.
Wow.
Well, I did not see that at all.
The umpire just saying it's your front foot, and he demonstrates to him as well. So, didn't see this coming. Let's have a look
Yeah,
where he ends up.
Mate. Yeah, it's a no ball.
That's
a
a
good
good
call.
call.
You can actually see the line behind where he lands. So, fair enough. Let me just rewind that. I was giving him the ...
Well, I'll tell you what, the batter matter needs this, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because this gives him the opportunity
Step across. You can't be LBW. Step across, hit with the movement here. Don't try and fight it. If you're backing away trying to get funky, it's a low percentage option. He's already found Kanasane in the circle twice. Now, they shouldn't actually be moving this fielder anyway because it's a free hit, which is a rule which I think is a bit obsolete because who cares where the field is? Probably going to go over him anyway. Slow ball, and he gets blasted out of the park. Well, how quickly things can change. It's 7 off the last, not none at all, as Madan's off the mark with a Maximo. End of the power play, 42 for 1.
Yeah, well, exactly. How quickly things can change. And, well, Jatin Madan, nothing was going his way. He was having a bit of struggles there with the bat. Then he gets the no ball, gets the license to go the full Monty, and he does. He nails it for 6. And just like that, everything changes. Life is starting to look a little bit more rosier.
No single-figure overs, and it looked like he just bowled an over for 8. But then, because of the overstepping, there's a run for that, plus 6. Turns out to be 15 off the over. So no overs less than 10 in this entire match. Luxembourg, with that 6, they kind of keep themselves around the rate. Again, they want to be probably 45, 46 at the end of the power play, but certainly have an opportunity here to chase this down. France at this stage, they were 41 for 3. Remember, France didn't have it all their own way either. They lost some key players, but I'm really impressed with France's batting compared to when I first saw them in the ECC, where we'd see them battling to 70 or 80. But now I think there's just more batters that have had more practice in this format. And they're all actually of a similar standard. There's a couple of standouts, like Gulami, for example. He's a definite standout. But there's probably 9, 10 guys in the team that are all around the same standard. They can all hit. So they've got the confidence in each other to go for their shots. All right, now this is in the air, skewed up. Here's the outfielder's catch. Jabba Kill leaves it for his captain, and it's gone. And, well, again, that's not an argument the youngster's going to win, but Amjad takes responsibility and just shows young Jabba Kill, the number 34, walking away from me, walks away with the ball. Highway robbery, but the second wicket, 42 for 2.
He doesn't even look at him. Look at this. He calls him off. Jabba Kill is saying, "What are you doing, man? Is my catch." And look at the captain. He doesn't even make eye contact. He just says, "I know what I'm doing. I saw the way you fumbled that last one 3 times. I'm not taking the chance."
The thing is, poor Jabba Kill, he's basically in the cone of silence there. He's making his point, but he doesn't have an audience, does he? He's got the captain in front of him who's just taken a great catch running back. It wasn't really his catch. But everyone knows that the pecking order for high balls goes fielder, bowler, wicket keeper, captain at the top. Captain's the boss. Captain has that veto power. And Jabba Kill, again, he did hold that one off the captain. So maybe he's still in the frame to get a bowl at some point. Well, here's Sukia, a.k.a. Ankles, coming in at number 4. And a wicket first ball for Ramatullah Mangal, who just seems like he's found his approach now. Ramatullah had a tough first over of the tournament. Ramatullah's a really talented young player.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this partnership develop, Madden. His fortunes have changed maybe. Sukia batted very well in the last match. Scored 20, but he plays some outstanding shots. He's a very classy player outside the off stump. So let's see how they fare.
No run here. So every dot ball, even at this stage, the run rate required is going to take a hike, isn't it? It went from 16.65 there. And now probably jumps towards 17. Yeah, over 17 now. That's how quickly it can change.
Yeah. Abdullah Mangal bowling very well. He's got a bit of zip about him as well. It's a good delivery, nice and full to the fielder. And, well, he could be in trouble here. He will be in trouble. Well, I said maybe his fortunes were changing. Well, I think he may have changed them drastically here, because I think he's going to be gone here. I'm sure he's gone.
I'm sure he's gone. But look at the miscommunication here. He goes, yep, and then both players caught ball watching. Turn around. It's not even close, to be honest. So Jatin, he had a few bright spots, but he's going to end up on a downer. Again, why are you taking your glove off for this action, Jackson? I've got no idea. All he's got to do is catch the ball. I just think sometimes keepers, they have to be busy no matter what they're doing. But yeah, it's going to be a third wicket. And that one was avoidable for Luxembourg, but they lose. Jatin for 6. The score is 43 for 3.
Yeah, well, Numan Amjad is a man involved in the action as well. Gets the throw in, but yeah, Jatin Madden, well, he just goes back into his crease, doesn't he? Even though he knows he's run up a long way, he stands there for a minute. I think he cusses and says a few words and then gradually starts to walk off. It's not been a good start for him. He's a classy player, we know that for Luxembourg, but at the moment he's feeling that the whole world is against him.
It's just a lack of trust in each other's calls there. They're each doing their own thing. They weren't on the same page. And that's the result. Here's Ed Packard, who's going to drive the first one powerfully. Well, that's one of the shots of the day as well. Just stands. And this is no half volley. Ed absolutely smashes it through extra cover for 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot it is, and a good start. And the captain, he's got to be assertive. He's got to be decisive, and he's got to score runs pretty quickly, because, well, that little passage of play that we've just seen means this score almost goes up now to that 18 runs required per over.
Now, while you were chowing down your chili con carne, Packard took one of the catches of the weekend. I think he took one in the circle, goalkeeper style, up and to his right. That was in the first innings. Now he's got the bat in his hand. He's going to drag this one into the gap. This is going to be 4 more. So the skipper coming out, and Edmund with a very good start. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, well, first one was outside of the off. This time he decides to go in between the two fielders there, between the man at long on and mid-wicket, and he'll get another boundary to his name. That's a good way to finish the over. Couple of boundaries. The score goes up into the 50s, so 51 for 3 after 4 overs.
So you can see they're a little bit behind on the worm, but to be honest, they're pretty close to where France were. But then, over number 5 for France, things got a little bit heated because they were able to smash that one for 31. And you know who bowled that one? I bet he knows. It was Ed Packard that bowled that 5th over, 5 maximos. It went supersonic. Now, Ahmedzai's going to get another over. I don't mind this. You've got to keep bowling him. He's normally so effective, but I think he's lost a little bit of trust in his stock ball, and he's thrown in a couple of the faster ones, and they've just come on nicely. They've been smashed. I'd just like to see him bowling a little bit slower, if anything, and trying to draw the batter forward, maybe into a mistake. Anyway, Sukia will be facing up as we head into over number 5.
Checks his field.
Oh,
this could be out.
Yeah, that's back leg, and Mr. Universe. He comes back and he's fired up. And his teammates have learnt, just don't get anywhere near him when he's celebrating because he's dangerous. There's arms flying everywhere. But that, to me, looked dead as a dinner. I think it's crashing into middle on leg, maybe leg stump. He bent back leg on the sweep. Check it out in the replay. Yep. That is not missing. That's going on to hit. And Darwood breaks through 51 for 4.
Yeah, it's not a good shot, is it? And I'm quite surprised at the shot selection here from Kamal Sukia. And when we saw him earlier, he played some nice shots on the offside. Well, there you go. There's the Laddu, and there's the celebration from Mr. Universe. Yeah, well, he's not done away with the celebrations at all, has he? Has Dawood Ahmadzai. And gets a breakthrough, and that's why you got. That's another reason why you got to stick with your bowlers. You know, just because somebody bowls one bad over, it doesn't mean to say that they've lost their form. I mean, any good player will know what mistakes they've done, and in fact, in the period of time that they're not bowling their second over, it's when they're thinking about what they've done and what they've done wrong, and they know what to do to put it right. So he's done just that. Good start.
This is the quicker one. Kind of catches Puri off guard. Love this keeping from Action Jackson.
Yeah, well, that's the name, Action, and, well, you see it there. Good bit of action.
And look at this. He's a natural right-hander as well. But sometimes keeping, you got to just improvise, and he throws it, gets it up, throws it, doesn't have time to transfer it. But, yeah, the batter's safely home. I like this. In indoor cricket, we're always having to do crazy stuff like this. Action Jackson is all action. He loves keeping to Dawood Ahmadzai, but it is pretty challenging because of his little variations. That's my bowl. That's where Dawood's got to hurry here. Oh, I think this could be gone, you know.
Yeah, I think he's giving it on the field of play, you know.
He might have lost his bat. He's running away from us. Let's see what happens. But it says Puri who's going to be gone. Remember, Puri made all the runs in the first game for Luxembourg. He's struggling. And look at Action. He's got 2 feet in the air. And that's a pretty good indication he's out, because even after the slide, he doesn't make the line. So that's certainly one where the umpire didn't need to go upstairs.
I mean, I love in the dive for Puri. Puri, I think, does get, on merit, pushed up the order. But watch Puri. Watch the batter here. So he's diving, but he falls short first time. And then, look, he just tries to inch forward here. But by now...
Yeah, it's not a freeze frame. It's actually where he ended up. He's basically a chalk outline there in the middle of the Grundemus Stadium. So Puri's run out for a golden one, and poor Luxembourg, they're finding a way to make a mess of this once again. As Puri, well, I mean, the dive had good downwardsness, just not enough forwardsness, to be honest.
I've never seen a player plug.
In indoor cricket, we dive all the time. There's always one person every year that, even with the dive, and often they dive from further out, and you normally have a nice slide there.
Yeah.
They'll go the full slide and just stop short of the line. And that's kind of what happened there.
Is that when they haven't varnished the floor?
Yeah, and so it's hilarious. Not so funny when it results in
I wonder if
dismissal.
indoor cricket you could have, have a kit with little ball bearings in them. So when you dive, you can just keep going.
I'll tell you what some players used to do.
Bit of Vaseline,
and this
I
had
guess?
to be outlawed.
Yeah,
they
go
would
on.
put like washing detergent, like dishwashing detergent, dishwashing liquid on their shirts. And they would.
Seriously?
People used to say to me, I was pretty good at diving. I got pretty good at it.
Yeah.
But do you want me to wet your shirt? I'm like, no. Why?
Yeah.
Oh, so you slide better. I'm like, no, I don't think that's necessary. Oh, he likes it. I think it's not out, though. We'll have a look at it.
It's quick hands, though, for him.
So, okay, you're a smart guy, Rico. Why do you think it's a bad idea to have dishwashing liquid on batters' chests as they're sliding?
Well, I get the feeling that you're going to be running on that afterwards as well.
Exactly. So then you've now got basically a slip and slide that you're placing on. So now it got to the stage where you had to have inspections of
So there you go. Those of you that play indoor cricket, you heard it first from me, Rico, for when you get your kits done next time, get them to put little ball bearings in them on the front.
But here's the...
You don't need washing up liquid. You just dive and you go.
The benefit is, though, I mean, the kits were smelling beautiful. So anyway, end of the 5th over. It's 53 for 5. Luxembourg are going to need a ton plus in the second half if they're going to do this. That's looking less and less likely. Let's have a look at the upcoming events, and you can see here that these are all the events coming up to the ECC. We've had a great time here in Switzerland, but the next stop is Dresden. In fact, you're heading off tonight.
Yeah, I'll be on my way. Well, I'm going to have to leave you around about 20 past 4 when the ride comes to get me going to the train station, and an hour train journey through the scenic route of Switzerland, getting to Zurich, and then from there on the flight. So it's not a direct flight, so once again, I'm worried about my luggage. It'll probably end up in Frankfurt somewhere. But
I'm
anyway,
the only one
we'll
that
wait
hasn't.
and see.
I was going to say I haven't had the luggage issue, but then again I did. I had it in Romania.
Yeah.
It's one thing for if it's just late, that's all right. But if it's lost, aka Andy in their Blue Crew right now, then that's a real problem.
Yeah, because he's, 12 days and he hasn't shown up. This is played out. Chase is on. Will they stop it? Will they not? No. Oh, well. Oh,
Wow,
this could be
Jalika.
nasty. He could have hurt himself here, Vinny, because he slides on his right foot. And if that ankle twisted, I mean, he's holding his head. So
I think it's more
Watch the foot.
Yeah, it's more the head impact to here. And he's that step there because, yeah, it's a proper wipeout, isn't it? Because that isn't mowed as close as the stuff the other side of the rope. So it's that first step over the boundary. Him and Amjad, I mean, you could write a book on their relationship through the first 5.1 overs. Hopefully Ibrahim's all right. So, yeah, nice soft surface if you are going to bang your head on a ground. I'm glad it's this one and not some of the other grounds we've seen this year on ECN. Rahula Mangal gets hit straight and straight to the fielder, and it's caught by his brother. That's Ramatullah Mangal with the catch. So it's Akhilesh Kumar who tries to muscle this one down the ground, but he'll be the 6th wicket to fall. Luxembourg 57 for 6.
Yeah, and well, we've seen this a little bit from Switzerland, where Vinod's have been in action, and now it's the two Mangals. Bowled by Mangal, caught by Mangal as another wicket goes down. You have to say here that Luxembourg, they've kind of thrown this away, haven't they? Because at one point they were looking okay, they were playing some nice shots, they made a nice start, they were 42 when the first wicket fell in the power play, but thing is, after that, they have somewhat given their wickets away, and France, well, they've taken full advantage of some of this, well, you've got to say, ill-disciplined batting approach from Luxembourg.
Yeah, definitely. It's just not happening for them, is it? France, we knew that their bowlers would get better and better as well. They've got such natural talent. I think you're seeing them all feeling a bit more comfortable on the run-up to this surface. Probably the one missing link now, Shane Warner-Kulasaria, who's not in the 11 for this game. I'm pretty sure we'll see him later on back in the side. Now, if he can get going as well, that makes them even more dangerous. Nagiach, who actually batted pretty well in the first game. He's up a couple of notches here, but tough situation, 57 for 6. And he almost nicks off first ball.
Yeah, almost does, doesn't he? So, Nagiach. And needs to try and get a point. I mean, this is the other thing. Sometimes you've got to play smart cricket. Now, we know the captain, Packard, he's faced only 3 balls. He's hit 2 of them for 4, and he can't get on strike.
Yeah.
So, new batters coming in when a wicket falls. What should you be doing at this situation? Get the single, get your captain back on strike who's hitting the ball well.
Nagiach tries that one, but he just couldn't get on it. Same here. He gets a little bit funky, but misses out again. Now, I think Rahul's going to get a talking to, saying, hey, what happened here? Because he's run right in front of the umpire's eye line. It's a bit of a tough one for the bowlers because, okay, it's that extra step to his left which is making it tough for the umpire. And that's why he's getting a dressing down. But I can understand bowlers wanting to maybe stay on the artificial surface till they're confident they're not going to hit the edge and do their ankle. So I can understand that. But yeah, you can't really be running and crossing the middle stump. I think that's a no-no. Nagiach, third time lucky. Nope, strike 3. But you're not out in cricket, but he's still there. Meanwhile, this run rate required has crept out of control.
Yeah, I get the feeling here, I mean, he's on the walkie-talkie, so I think that the umpire here, Shaka, is having a chat because he's done it again and he's probably said, right, okay, I'm giving now this. I think you can see he's saying to the captain, where's the captain? He's saying, hey, Cap, I'm giving your bowler a warning because he's I like to see this. We need to see more of this.
I think so. I agree.
So this is good. So now he's been told, now, if you're the bowler here now, what you should be thinking is, okay, I need to change. I can eliminate doing this. I'll come from the other side. And maybe he wants to. No, doesn't yet.
He's running it from about 65 metres, though, Mangal. And yeah, slightly better. This one will be called a wide, though. The irony being that he probably blocks the umpire's view of this delivery as well. And have a look at it. Yeah, touch and go. Did move away.
Yeah, but it's all it takes for an umpire. One quiet word, and he does it again, and then he says, okay, this time I'm going to give you a warning. Talks to the captain, tells the bowler, and just like that, you can see the bowler here, like he did in that one. Now he's running straight, he's not running across, because he knows if he continues to do it, he'll be in trouble. So it can be done, you see, as long as you tell him, and that's what the umpire's duty is to do. And if they do it right, then the players do abide by the caution, and they get it right. So well done to the umpire, well done to the bowler as well for getting it right. It's the end of the over. The scores are going to be 59 here.
Well, here's the bad news. Packard loses a strike again as Nagiac gets a single off the last ball of the over. And so
It's just nuts.
he's going to be watching again. Meanwhile, the batters at the other end aren't really doing any damage at all. Packard's actually come out and banged a couple of really good shots.
Yeah. He's faced 3 balls, 2 of them he's hit for 4.
Yeah. And hit with authority as well. Anyway, Usman Khan to bowl next over, and he hasn't bowled in the innings yet. He has one of the best slower balls in Europe. He's perfected that back of the hand slower ball.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where I think sometimes you can pick it, but then you still got to hit it. So
Thing is, though, he doesn't just bowl the slow ball, but he gets it to move. It hits the deck and it moves. I mean, to the right hand, it will move away, so to the lefty, it will come in.
Yeah, that's right. So he gets a fair bit of leg break on it, despite it coming out of the back of the hand. It's just the kind of overspin and a little bit of right to left spin. Anyway, let's see what he does to Nagiac first up. Does he establish the fast ball? It does. Nagiac pulls. It should just be a single. So, yeah, I think at this stage, I suppose he can bowl anything at any time, considering the game situation. I still think it's handy. Yeah, bowl that first one on pace, and then you're kind of establishing the pace the batter's expecting, and then you can slow it down. Let's see if Packard's done his homework here, because he's well known for that slower ball. So this will be like a 50-50, I think, whether he bowls it here or not. This isn't the slower ball, but it might be a wicket anyway. Rahula comes around and takes the catch. They generally field pretty well, France. And the thing about them is they're really good at getting to the ball quickly. So the reason this catch is made to look so easy is Rahula, he finds a drop zone. Look how quickly he gets there. Then he's barely moving by the time he wraps the hands around it. So Packard, well, he went cold, and now he's just going to have to go just the 2 fours for the skipper, and it's 60 for 7.
Yeah, good catch, isn't it? And like you say, it's all about getting there early, getting there quick, and then giving you plenty of time to get a good balance to take the catch, and he takes the catch. So, well, the captain finally gets some strike has to go, and now, well, we've seen this before, really, haven't we, from Luxembourg when they've lost a lot of wickets, and it's the tail enders that come together and have to try and, well, if anything, try to make it look respectable.
Yeah, it was man. Just has that knack of picking up wickets and slowing the scoring. Oh, it's an excellent slower ball. Yeah, just have a look at this. This is kind of the batter's view. So, you watch him come in, and then you can see it comes so far over the top that, especially if you're new to the crease, maybe you don't pick it.
Yeah.
It's not like a leg break where it's around the wrist. It just comes straight over the top. There's another one. I think this one sneaks in as well. So he's bowling really well at the moment, Usman. Had a very good Valletta Cup. You can see he's just got all those skills for a limited overs bowler.
Yeah. And the beauty about it is, like you said, you can't pick it. It doesn't change his action at all.
Now, pace back on. And this will be a single, but it's only 2 for the over as Luxembourg fall further behind. 7 overs down. It is 61 for 7. Let's have a look forward to what's coming up next. Switzerland, Luxembourg. It's the start of round 2, so match 4 is on the way. Switzerland winning the toss and electing to bat first. So kind of bucking the trend the last couple of games. Captains wanting to bat, make first use and put the team batting second under pressure. Lasanka Gayan comes in for Switzerland, and we didn't see him in the ECS because his club wasn't part of the ECS 11 this year. Osama Mahmood comes in, which surprises me because I thought he was going to be out forever with that finger, but he's back and he joins his brother in the lineup. Stay tuned for that one coming up in around about half an hour's time right here on ECN.
Yeah, well, that is a surprise because the news that we heard, and I was speaking to him myself actually.
Has he just cut it off?
And he told me he wouldn't be playing. So he's definitely not listening to what the doctor's telling him, is he?
I don't know if you've seen that movie Happy Gilmore with Adam Sandler when he gets hit by a spectator's car and the doctor says, "There's no way you can continue to play." He says, "Well, guess what I am?" The doctor walks up saying, "What would I know? I'm just a doctor." There's a bit of that about it. Anyway, here's Rahula coming back. France got this on toast. Luxembourg struggling to go with these two teams at the moment. So far on day one. This is another swing and a miss. A little bit worried for where Rahula's landing though. Right on the edge of that surface. You want to get a bit closer to the stumps, I think.
here, another chopper overhead, probably coming to land. So this one is played out on the offside, it'll just be a single.
Yeah, there we go. I saw a tractor come in. Where's the helicopter coming? Let's test our camera skills here. That's got to be coming in the land, doesn't it? Maybe it's going up on the roof to get all the cricket balls up there. There we go. Tell you what, our crew from Spring Productions, they are pretty good at what they do, aren't they?
Well, a lovely shot that is. Well, yeah, and it's going to be landing there.
Just a little bit worried they're going too close to where we're here on the artillery going off it in that area. Hold your fire. Well, that's a nice shot, isn't it?
Down it comes. Yeah, beautiful. Great work from our production crew, Spring Productions. As this one gets put away, and it will go all the way. Bolle, 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 kinda zona. Shaka lagi. Yeah, Spring Productions here. Chris Taps, Maria, and Valentine have been absolutely fantastic, doing a great job. And they're bringing us, well, not just the high-flying Grizzlies, but some of the old helicopters that are going down to the far side of this military base.
Good shot by Nagats there. Just used Rahula's pace against him. Now goes over point, almost picks out the fielder on the full, but bounces just in time. See, France, they're a team, they're a really close-knit team. You know, I love watching them work together. They're having a lot of fun out there. They've come from all different backgrounds originally. They've come together to basically represent their country, and they absolutely love doing it. That's something that's really obvious. Last ball over here. And it's right up in the block hole, and this is what Rahula does well. And we almost have a run out. I think this would have been out if he hits Rico.
Yeah, it's a really good bit of fielding, and I like the way that he can go for this full-heartedly because he knows the backing up is in place. Good bit of fielding. And that, watch this again. The beautiful pickup, lovely throw. And, yeah, I think there's no acceleration from the batter.
I think he's gone if he hits.
Yeah, if that hits, I don't think he's got his back down, and it starts off lazily, then he gets the acceleration in, but it wouldn't be enough. And what's not going to be enough either is this reply from Luxembourg, because they're just going the wrong way. The distance between where they are and where they need to be getting bigger all the time.
So, once again, we're seeing Luxembourg struggle, particularly with the bat. They haven't really had someone play that innings for them and take to a decent individual score. This is a swing and a miss first up from Izzar Hussain. This is the Izzar Hussain from Luxembourg. There's also an Izzar Hussain for Switzerland. It is not the same person, obviously, as Hussain, who captained Pakhtun Zalmi in the ECS. But you can see Rahmatullah looks more confident with every over. This is a pretty good shot, though, as he's whacked away. One bounce four. And Hussain has his measure. That's a nice little highlight for him into the gap.
Well, it is. Well, he's keeping the Izzar Hussain name going well, isn't he? Because I think Izzar Hussain from Switzerland would be pretty happy with that shot as well. Nicely played. There's a few more people coming down and having a look at the action and think, well, what's this cricket we're hearing about? Let's come and have a look. Yeah, you're more than welcome. Come on down and have a seat in the stand and join the other spectators. Doesn't. Well, I'll tell you what, the batter is a bit of a spectator now as well. Well, Izzar Hussain, after hitting a boundary, now gets his stumps knocked over as Ruhula Mango and sees his brother Rahmatullah Mango knock him over. That's his second, 2 for 13. It is going to be, well, another wicket that goes down, and 74 for 8. They've been there before, same sort of time when we thought, are they going to bat the way through? Well, they did manage to do so against Switzerland when we saw a very good partnership between number 9 and 10 flourish. But this time round, well, look, that's the perfect length, isn't it? The perfect length.
I sound like a broken record today, but look where this bounces, right between the legs. That's all you got to do. Now we'll come back to live action. But yeah, the one that got hit, it was too short. It wasn't short, but it was too short because it's not quite a Yorker. Now we see a wild swing out there from Milad Momand. But, yeah, pretty complete performance from France here. Couple to come in this over. And only 2 more wickets in hand for Lux. Oh, shot. But is it going to be out? Probably. Yeah, Usman will take it with no fuss at all. It's a duck for Momand. And Rahmatullah Mangal has 3 now. It's 74 for 9.
Yeah, it takes the third. He's got still a ball to bowl in his spell. Well, there's a catch taken. He's pretty happy about that, isn't he? And it will be, unfortunately, a duck for the outgoing batter. And as we see, number 11 is Rupesh Bingu making his way out. And Bingu is probably thinking, what am I expected to do here going in at number 11? Well, Bingu, there's always a chance to make a little highlight for yourself as he joins the batter who's out there. Seems to be hobbling in all sorts of trouble. I don't know what's happened to Maniac, but he looks to be in a bit of bother. Look at him, Maniac doesn't look comfortable there at all.
It's no good. I don't know if he's run on the side of the pitch or something like that. Anyway, last ball of the over. Also last chance saloon. As Nagiach is going nowhere. And it'll be blocked out by the keeper. Bingu, nice to see keeper batting 11. Player after my own heart. 74 for 9 after 9.
Yeah, just look at Maniac walk here. I don't know if we can get a close-up of the batter walking to the other end. But he's using his bat like a walking stick. He is in serious trouble. Now, remember, they're relying on him to bowl in the remainder of this series. And he's probably a key cog in their bowling department. So this could be concern for them.
Yeah, that's bad news, isn't it? That's real bad news if that's the case. Ramatula Mungal 3 for 13. But he's got some good company there. All 5 bowlers taking a wicket. This is a good opportunity. I think I'd bowl Ibrahim Jabakil now just to give him an over. Come into the side. It's just think given the game situation. But no, they're going to give an over to someone else. And I think it makes sense to give this guy a bowl as well. Pirakajan Pirabakara. And he's kind of their backup seamer. He's making the 11. Yeah. Can bat a bit as well. But he's basically their 5th seamer. So he's going to get an over here in over number 10. Probably not quite as fast as the other 4, but he does move the ball around a bit. He starts with a bit of a cutter, and this is going to get away from Usman Khan. Just skates off the surface, and Pirat's probably saying, hey, what about me? Comes on, and this should have been 1, instead it's 4.
Well, he ends up eating a bit of grass as he gets up there.
Usman already took one on the ankle, remember, off his own bowling?
Yeah.
When even his trousers snuck up. And yeah, we'll get the magic spray back out there because that's almost the exact same spot.
Nicely
long
played.
way outside leg stump, yeah, but it'll just get 1. So we'll have a look at Bingu.
Real issues there, though, for Maniac. He's really struggling.
Keith Richards over there taking in the action. Gets around, doesn't he? Right, see if Bingu can get a run. Yep, that'll do. Maybe 2 if he pushes, but you know what? Nagiach is really struggling, so they are not getting a 2.
Yeah, he is struggling a lot. They're definitely an issue here. And, of course, the longer he's out there, he's not making it any easier. Just watch the running here now.
Nagiach is there, by the way. There he is. But just have a look. Yeah, I think you can draw a line through him for the rest of the day, the way that he's walking around it, even though he does bowl spin. But
I get the feeling he must have been right. At some point, he must have run on the edge.
That's my guess.
Of the pitch and twisted it.
Another cutter. Pira with the older ball. He's kind of rolling his fingers on a few here. I think with the newer ball, he can swing it around a bit, which is a pretty handy bowler in his own right. Good to see a bit of activity around the sports fields today with some football on. People of all ages getting involved.
Yes, a tremendous setup here. Of course, we have lunch downstairs. There's the football stadium. Oh, that's a lovely shot. And that's nicely played by Bingu. Well, Bingu didn't look very happy to be wanting to go out there. And I did say, well, the reason you're out there, you can create a bit of a highlight for yourself. Well, that will be a highlight. And that's one you can save. And you'll be showing all your friends and your family and say, look, this is me playing international cricket. And I'm hitting 4 runs as he whips that away. Nice looking shot.
Nice shot. And especially because Rupesh did make a golden duck in match 1 against Switzerland. He'll be happy to have some runs to his name. And he has his first boundary of the series.
Yeah, certainly will. Yeah, what I was saying, you go downstairs, you have your lunch, you sit outside, and you can watch the youngsters playing some footy. Of course, a lot of football being played as well. We were playing, you were seeing and watching international cricket there. Well, there's some international football happening as well. Well, you were happy earlier, weren't you? Because, well, we were watching France play here, and we saw Australia beat France on penalties in the Football World Cup as well. As that is the end of that. The match is done, and it's a very comfortable victory for France. They win this one quite comfortably, and unfortunately, Luxembourg lose out by 67 runs. They finish 86 for 9.
Yeah, so 67 runs, probably a fair margin, I think, in the end. Aside, again, Luxembourg, they battle out the 10 overs. They're not bowled out, but essentially have any chance of victory removed with a few quick wickets. Again, no one stepping up, making a score that's more. Dixit made it to 20 there. He looked dangerous, but then he found a way to get out. It's an optimistic start, wasn't it? As Asko came in, he took on Noman Amjad, took him on head-on, really, taking a few risks along the way. But Luxembourg, certainly in the first part of this innings, they were matching it with France.
Yeah, they were. They were mixing it up. They were going well. I mean, you said it. They wanted to be around about the 45 mark at the power play stage. They got to 42 thanks to a big hit at the end of that over from Amjad. So it finished 42 for 1, but then it was that over, wasn't it, from Ramatula Mangal, where 2 wickets fell, and after that they never really recovered.
Yeah, that's right. And so I knew that the French bowlers would be better for the run. This was a bit of a disaster, wasn't it? There's no real trust or communication. This can happen at the international level when you're batting with guys that you haven't actually played with a whole lot at the club level, and I think that might have been the case there. And I've got a feel for Ed Packard here. Played 2 cracking shots. Couldn't get the strike back. This is Plum LBW. That's Mr. Universe, who was getting into his work. You know that he loves the wicket. And then even more trouble. It's the dive that wasn't from Puri, who gets oh so close, but he finds himself stuck on the wrong side of the border. He was run out. No need to go upstairs, despite the late movement from Sambhav. And, well, the biggest problems France were facing weren't even on the field. They were off the field as Jabakil went down, much to the chagrin of his captain, Noman Amjad. That really, Luxembourg, when it comes down to it, they just got to find a guy that can play the big innings, because if they don't, they're going to have a really tough time for this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to find their way, haven't they, pretty quickly. I mean, it was a low-scoring innings, but it certainly had plenty of action, excitement, and drama as well, as we see the stumps knocked over as well. But once again, Luxembourg, one thing they do late on is that they find that 1 or 2 players to come out and perform a bit of a highlight, and that was a nice shot there from Bingu. Whips it away, gets runs, but the concern for Luxembourg will not be just with their form, but I think there will be out there with the batter, who certainly seems to be in a fair bit of trouble with his ankle, Mainak.
Yeah.
He doesn't look good, so we're going to have to find out more on him. But as we have a look at that scorecard, well, that doesn't look too good either.
Yeah, well, 20 off 8, the top score. Dixon did play some nice shots in there. Look, there are some positives. Askar Ali came out, took the bowling on, but nobody able to face more than 11 balls in the innings, and that was kind of as things were winding down. But, I mean, yeah, someone like a Dixit, someone like an Askar Ali, can they go? Can they make a 50? Can they make more and set up kind of something 130 plus? Also, Luxembourg, maybe I'd like to see them batting first and not having that pressure of chasing. We'll see them, of course, in the next match as well against the hosts Switzerland. 3 for 13, Ramatullah Mangal bowled pretty well, but lots of bowlers having success in there. We had Noman Amjad as well as Ahmadzai, Rohullah Mangal and Usman Khan chipping in with a wicket each, and Pirabakaran also got an over in there, which is a positive. So we'll take a break, and we're back in around about 15 minutes, take you into match 4. Can the Luxembourgers get on the board? It'll be a tough task. It'll be Switzerland batting first in that one. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN with Rico Full, and we'll see you very shortly for more European Cricket International.
welcome back to Switzerland. Time for the fourth match of the day. So all the teams have played each other now. We're kind of into the second round of matches. And we'll start here now with match number 4. It's a rematch of match 1. It'll be the host Switzerland who are taking on Luxembourg. I've got a bit of toss news for you that the Switzerland side, they've won the toss and they've elected to bat first. So I think Ali Naya probably came into the day wanting to bowl first, but he thinks that his batters, they're going so well, why not get out there, put a big score on the board. Certainly they've had Hassan Ahmed giving them some great starts up there. Idris is another player that we're likely to see at the top. They might make a few changes. Hassan Mahmood is one guy I'd like to see maybe get an opportunity a little bit higher, see if they can get him going. For Luxembourg, well, they had a bit of a shocker with the bat. They lost 8 quick wickets in match 1. They won't want that to happen again, but we know that they've got a lot of raw talent in there. And I think every match they play, they'll adjust to these conditions a little bit better. Rico Full, well, hope you enjoy this match, Rico, because I believe it's your last before we get you on the train and then the plane to Germany. But right now, I can give you the toss news here in match 4 that Switzerland, they've won the toss and they're going to have a hit.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Yeah, that's right. After this match, I'd like to make my preparations to say goodbye. Never nice to say goodbye. But the thing is, I know that someday I'll be back, and also looking forward to seeing the teams and the players and some old, and also make some new friends there in Dresden, in Germany, where I'll be in Dresden, of course. And after 2 weeks in Krefeld as well, Charlie Hunt will be joining me in Dresden. Looking forward to working with Charlie again, and I know that you'll all join us for that European Cricket Series there in Dresden, Germany. This one, well, it's almost like we're going back in time here, all the way back to match number 1 of this European Cricket Internationals, where Switzerland took on Luxembourg, and it's the same result in the coin toss, where Switzerland will be having a bat first, and they'll be looking, I think, to go and do the same what they've done in the first 2 matches. They scored 162 against Luxembourg in the very first match. Luxembourg were 103, a victory by 59 runs. They scored 151 against France. France did a bit better in reply, falling 17 runs short, and I get the feeling here they'll be looking perhaps to go even bigger than the 150 this time, maybe looking to get to that 180 mark, who knows. Luxembourg, though, they need to turn things around. Their bowling hasn't been bad, and I really have liked the look of Milad Momand. He has been good, supporting that luminous green headband. Let's see how he gets on when he gets the ball right, when he gets it full. He has been knocking the timber over. The issue has been with their batting, but first, they've got to focus on trying to restrict Switzerland to not too big a score. No ball to start. It hits the edge of the pitch, and it could go all the way. It will go all the way to the boundary. Now that is going to be, well, one no ball, and that'll also go down as 4 byes. So it's not the ideal start. Just drags this too wide, does the bowler Momand. Idris Huck is the opener. No change from the 2 batters, and Hassan Ahmed, who has remained in awesome form here in Switzerland. Well, there's the bit of in-swing and caught, but it is a no ball, of course. And he, well, he's not the only one, I think, that forgets about it. He takes a blinding catch, and you know what it's like? He takes a catch and there's muffled silence around him, and he's probably thinking, I've gone deaf or what? I've just taken a catch. Why is nobody wanting to celebrate with me? And he's saying, hey, boys, what happened? They said, oh, yaar, free hit toga. And he was like that. So there you go. A bit of fun, a bit of action, a bit of cricketainment for you. As bowler comes in, Momand now to bowl to Hassan. Hassan has to block this out. He wants to take on the fielder, and he will win as he gets there and takes a single. So an entertaining start. Hello to everybody that is joining in. Hello to KG1 and Chris Smith as well. Great to have you all with us, enjoying the action on this Saturday. International weekend for you. Momand. Once again. It's that full delivery that has been pretty successful for him. Gets through smart. Back he goes. Yeah, supporting this quite a snazzy headband, I have to say. The old bright sort of luminous green. He's he's not very well colour coordinated, you could say, with his kit on, and he's got the red armbands and the green headband. Here he comes. Slow ball is high up in the air, and no ball is called straight away. So it can't be out from the catch, but they can be run out. Calling it straight away. That's the slower delivery. Doesn't get it right. So the second no ball in the over, but this time it's for the height, the full bunga. So it's another opportunity for a batter to go big. You can see that that one, when it doesn't come out the middle, gets felt by Huck. He's at the non-strikers, and Hassan Ahmed can open his boundary account here. And he will, in typical Hassan Ahmed style. He backs himself to play his favourite shot, the favourite part of the ground for him, as he shuffles across, gets plenty of it, and he'll get 6 runs. And that's why the no ball, getting it wrong, can be so costly, because it allows good batters the opportunity to get themselves in. And sometimes it just takes one good shot out the middle. And Hassan Ahmed, well, he's not a man that you want to be giving that invitation to, because he's been in such good form already. 260s he scored in this series, backing up with over 500 runs he scored in the European Cricket Series. This one is down the leg side. It's called a wide. So having a few issues getting the line and length right here is Momand. So way down the leg side. Milad Momand. As I said before, when he gets it right, he can be pretty clinical. Loving the old backdrop there. The European Cricket Network big banner going right the way across. So bowled. He wants the single. Well, Hassan wanted it, but he didn't quite get the response this time from his partner. As Idris Haq says, nope, stay put. Well attacked by the fielder. Interesting thing, observation basically. Let's see this one first. And this is high in the air. This is an opportunity. And it's really well taken. You got to hold your catches. And Kamal Zukia does hold it. And they do get a man that on 2 occasions today has already put 60 on the board. Hassan Ahmed will go for 7. Ahmed out. So somebody else has got to score the bulk of the runs this time. That's a really nice catch taken by Kamal. So to get the breakthrough. 7, and it's ball number 4 that he falls to, and it is Momand that gets the breakthrough. And just have a look at what's coming up on Monday. Remember, international action continues here tomorrow, but on Monday is the start of that European Cricket Series in Dresden in Germany, and a few teams to watch out for. The Tigers will be in action, Berlin Cricket Academy, Magdeburg as well, Einheit Halle. So plenty of action start off with 5 matches a day, of course. And don't forget, also, as Vinny Sandu pointed out, the series in Netherlands will be starting as well on Monday. 16 off the first. 1 wicket as well, as this one's going to be a no ball, as the man who took the catch, Kamal, comes in. Yeah, the observation I was making is that Manyak Nagaiche is in the side. Now, he was hobbling around all over the place. He didn't look fit at all. Looked like he was ready to be stretchered off, but he's in the side here now. Unless there's any late news coming across. This one's high in the air. The fielder eventually finds it. Batters want 2. Oh, this is risky. He's running into trouble for me. He gets there, but that is a risky call from Idris Haq. I think he was, he could have ran himself out here. I mean, he backs himself to make it. Goes a long way up in the air. Look, he's a little bit slow going. Puts his head down, and when he gets to the other end, he says, yeah, I can make it. I want it. And watch. I think a better throw, he would have been in trouble. Well, this time it's the bowler that's in trouble, because he fires this down the leg side, and Sukia has got to get his line right, hasn't he? He can't be bowling it there. Yeah, so Mayank Nagiach, I can't see him on the field. I don't know where he's fielding at the moment, but it'll be interesting to see just what his fitness is like, because he was in all sorts of trouble. I get the feeling that he might be there at behind square. Swing and a miss. He gets a dot ball in here, Sukia. That's better. It's better areas. That's where you've got to be. Huck hits this well, and this will go all the way. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Both the shot Maria, but के Maria, ball middle the gate, shaka lag gaya. And that's what the Swiss have been doing here in St. Gallen. The batters have been having fun. They've enjoyed themselves. And chance, oh, it goes down. It's quick, it's fast, it's spicy. The wicket keeper. And it's Akhilesh Kumar puts his hand up to say, yeah, I'm sorry, but this goes pretty quick. He needs to take this. And ends up palming it up in the end. You can see there's the hand to say, yeah, that's my bad. But you've got to take these chances. You may not get too many off them. So Idris Huck, he gets dropped. And now we're going to see Usama Mahmood for the first time. And remember, we're quite surprised to see him out there. We didn't think that he was going to be fit enough to play because of that injury to his hand. And when we saw him batting last time in the European Cricket Series, he was predominantly batting, or maybe the correct word is hitting the ball one-handedly, because every time he hit it, one hand would come off because his left hand is the injured hand. So he, like Hassan Ahmed, is playing a bit injured. We see that France have got their first points on the board as well. They're now 2 points behind Switzerland by 2. Luxembourg are yet to open their account, and quite a hit their net run rate has taken as well. That was the end of the second over, 30 for 1. And Milad Momand will continue. He's bowling to Idris Huck. Huck swings. It's going to be a bit of it now. This is the... See, just there now, you probably didn't see this on your camera, but that man there, for me, shouldn't be on the field. I mean, Manyak is in trouble. Now watch him here. As this is played, watch he turns. Ah, look. That's painful to see. You can see he knows he needs to go after it, but he turns to go, and basically he buckles down on that right leg. I mean, why is he there? I don't get it. Why is he there? Why haven't you got another player on there? Why haven't they changed the squad? Because he's going to struggle. And got him. This is the delivery. How about that? We're right in your face, he says. And what a delivery this is. He gets the wicket of Idris Huck. It is 19 Huck will go for. But he likes his celebrations. That's Momand. He gets it right. Now, when he bowls this, he's been successful. That's the third time this delivery has got a wicket for Momand. So when he gets it right, he can be deadly. And look at the celebration. Once he knocks him over, look, he's running right at him, right in his face. So how about that? What about that one? How did he miss that? Just have a look here at Manyak. And well, he doesn't move. He says, I can't move. I'll just stay here, boys. I'm not going to celebrate with you. But nicely done. Another wicket goes down. So both the openers back in the shed. It's not often that you say that about Switzerland because their openers have been pretty good. But once again, is Momand that gets the breakthrough. Well bowled, 2 for 16. He certainly has been a joy to watch. As now we see Izhar Hussain come out. This is Izhar Hussain who's playing for Switzerland, by the way, because there's 2 of them on the field out there now, because don't forget Switzerland have got a Izhar Hussain as well. So the 2 Izhar Hussains out there. But the number 43 is Izhar Hussain from Switzerland. And he's one guy that you just don't give him the opportunity to play on the onside. If you do, he punishes you. Around the wicket, Momand now to the left-hander, Usama Mahmood. Hard into the deck, goes out into the covers, gets fielded by Sambhav Puri. There's been one man that has made a highlight for himself here, wearing the Luxembourg colours. Two balls to go in the spell of Milad Momand. He's taken 2 for 18. Can he get another? Bowling to Hussain. Firmly struck down the ground, and that's 4 runs. It's a beautiful shot. And I know that he characteristically likes to play a lot across the the leg side. He likes to go square and cow corner, but this one is a lovely on drive, beautifully played. Once again, there is a fielder there. Vivek Dixit doesn't have much to move to get close to this, but it goes so well, so quickly. Lovely shot. First boundary for Hussain. And now, well, that's more like it. That's his areas. You drop short, slightly short. He gets low so early. Watch how quickly he goes down, goes low, gets right under it, and then he gets the swivel in. Oh, he goes as that ball goes to the boundary. So 2 fours to finish, and the end of the power play. 3 overs in, 44. And that's one thing that Switzerland have done all the way. So even though they have lost sometimes 1, maybe even 2 wickets in the power play, they've always managed to just keep it going. I mean, that's healthy, isn't it? 16 and 2 lots of 14. 44 for 2. And a fine time to welcome back Mr. Maximo into our delightful commentary position here, right up at the top of the stadium.
Yeah, it's been a lovely day. Maybe not as much sunshine as I thought we might have had. We had a slight shower as well earlier, but still pretty pleasant conditions. Currently, it's 27 degrees, so a bit humid if anything. Now, we're going to see new bowler for Luxembourg. It's Sarir Shah who's into the side. Let's see if he can make an impact here.
When did you have the shower? I must have missed the shower.
Yeah, I think you were having lunch downstairs.
Well, I can tell you this. If it rained over here, it didn't rain the other side. Because I was sat outside watching the football.
Building blocked it.
Having me lunch, yeah. Well, obviously.
Maybe it was while you were going down the stairs. I don't know. It was a pretty quick one.
Well, maybe I've been a bit concussed after breaking another chair in the commentary box. This one will go all the way, just out of reach. But it's manos arriba from the arbitro. A little bit of a mini chopper here from the batter.
Well, I think it's almost like an emergency landing for the chopper because we know Osama Mahmood, he does have that injured finger, so he pulls it off the bat. It was a teaser for the fielder, wasn't it? Maybe he could have got a hand to it. He swung and missed over the boundary, and that also brings up the 50 for Switzerland.
Not good areas here, and he's lucky to get away with this. As it's Sarir Shah. I think it's the first time we've seen him with the ball, so a slight change here from Luxembourg. What are your thoughts on Maniak there? He is obviously struggling. I can't believe
they're
he's
literally trying to wring his 2 overs out of him with the ball, but he's not going to deliver anything in the field, and he cannot really bat anywhere but 11.
Chance goes down, and Moman, who is he's such an aggressor, isn't he? He plays the game hard. He expects high standards, and he puts this one down. He is going to be filthy with himself.
Yeah, it's a regulation chance, really, at this level. It's above his head, but he gets 2 hands to it. So Mahmood gets lucky and gets dropped on 7.
Yeah, Moman, you'd have to take these. The chance goes down, and the batters rotate, so it will be Hussain. He goes back on strike. I'm surprised they're actually I'm surprised at this fielder, Hussain. It's almost like they haven't watched him batting. Because there you go. I mean, this will be 6 more runs. He's on the leg side. Manos Arriba from the arbiter. Have a look at this field to Hussain. I mean, you've got a point on the boundary, long off on the boundary. This guy does not hit. Well, normally does not hit boundaries on the offside. There's nobody at square leg. And this field is just all wrong to Hussain. It's all wrong.
Poor Nagyach. I mean, if you're going to have a fielder over there, it can't be Mayank because he can barely move. He just had to trek up a hill to try and get it with obviously some sort of ankle injury. If you're trying to hide somebody, I don't know if that's the right spot. In fact, he's going to go back on the boundary there now. So just wait for the next. It's so likely there'll be another ball hit in there
for sure.
The next 3 balls here, the way Hussain's batting.
Well, this one will be mid-wicket. So they have got mid-wicket out. They got long on. And now they have put a man in where you just said Maniak is. So
he reminds me of, remember that game Test Match when you put your fielders and you ironed out you had that little catching thing between their feet. That's pretty much what Mayank Nagyach has been reduced to in the field. He's only good for a ball that comes directly at him. He will not be moving. Couple to come here in the 4th over.
I think there's bat on this. I think that's probably what the umpire is signalling. Yeah, there's no other signal.
Leg side anyway. I don't think it's particularly close. Checking out the replay.
Yeah, it's always going down leg, but there's a fair bit of bat onto it as well. Well, I say that. I thought that's what the umpire was signalling. He then goes on and signals leg by, so
Yeah.
I'm totally confused. But he was certainly going down leg side anyway. I'm sure I heard bad on that, you know.
Yeah, for me, I thought maybe just clunked into the pad, hit the edge of the pad, so it wasn't really a dull thud. But anyway, let's see if Shah can come up with the goods here. They have lost their opener, Switzerland, but still going at a fair pace, aren't they?
Down the ground, and this will go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Ginna zona. Shaka, Lagia, lovely shot. Takes a couple of steps to get to the pitch. Hits through it, gets 6.
That was a really good shot. I'd actually like to see Hussein hitting that way more. I think sometimes he can lose his form trying to overdo the leg side. Just that was a really well-balanced, elevated straight drive out of the ground. And so 66 for 2 after 4 overs. Tracking on at 165 pace at the moment. So even when they lose their openers, there's still so many players ready to come and pick up the pace. They bat deep. Ali Naya listed at 8. Remember, he's made runs at Kartma before. Got Lasanga Gayan, who is into the lineup. He'll do the keeping. And now, okay, here's Nagiach, who's basically a statue. He's going to bowl his 2 overs. And the thing is, because he's come in with that injury, he can't just bowl his 2 overs and
I want to know how he's
get off the field.
I want to know how he's going to swivel here because he's coming through the umpire. So he's going to have to spin his whole body around.
It's a sprain. It's not a... Yeah, you wouldn't think it's like a broken ankle or anything like that, but it's certainly uncomfortable. All right, over to you, Nugget.
Gets whipped away. Well, he doesn't show any signs of discomfort when he bowls that one.
Well, at least he's not running in from 30 yards, you know, sending down left-arm thunderbolts. Nagiach is a good bowler. I've got a lot of time for him. Got to say, he's certainly brave. Players never want to miss out.
Yeah, that's
players
true.
will beg and plead. No, I'm fine.
Well, look at Usama who's out there. I mean, we didn't think we were going to see him at all.
19s.
Yeah. That's a good
We've got a guy with
observation.
1 ankle bowling to a guy with 9 good fingers. Welcome to ECN. Anyway, so it's Hussein on strike now.
Yeah, doesn't get to the pitch, does he? You can see this is what the bowler Nagayach is trying to do. He's trying to draw the batter out. He's trying to get the wicketkeeper involved in the stump hit. If not, the miss hit from the batter by not coming out. That's the plan. That's where he's trying to pitch this ball. Firmly hit. And it's well fielded by the fielder. It's one of these where you've got to allow the ball to hit you. That's the only way you're going to stop it. You've got to become a human wall. And Asghar Ali Khan does exactly that.
Yeah, excellent fielding. Really good fielding there. It was an awkward little hop for him. Awkward distance in front of him, that bounce.
And this is catchable, you know. And, oh, well, I don't know. I think this is where you got to time the jump correctly. He doesn't. I think he stays flat-footed. He's not able to get off the ground. And as a result of that, I don't think he makes the best effort that he could.
Well, the reason he doesn't jump is he's worried if he jumps, he might land over the rope. And he was probably right, Sukiat, to be honest. So he's hoping he can just keep his feet grounded. That way, if he takes it, he takes it. He doesn't have to worry about landing. But it works out pretty badly for him. Goes for 6. Now, this just misses the leg stump. It'll go away for what I think is going to be called a bye. It is. And so Luxembourg have removed the openers. They've also kind of made a meal of a few things as well in the first 5 overs of this this contest. Nagiach to Osama Mahmood.
Hits it high in the air and hits it good and proper. This will go to the boundary as well. And the score moves on to 85 for 2. So despite losing both their openers, they're going well. And it's another opportunity just for, well, the Swiss batters to just go on and pile on the misery on Luxembourg at the moment.
Putting up numbers a bit like a few Swiss bank accounts, haven't they? The Swiss batters today, and I suppose they have come in with cricket under their belt on this surface, so they're very confident. They've got a long batting lineup. Luxembourg, I mean, it's a tough one for them. They're going to play 3 games today. This is their 3rd game, so I think a bit of fatigue probably creeping in. It's not like they've had a lot of success to keep the buzz going. They're finding it tough, but I suppose you just got to start somewhere, start taking some of these opportunities, start making a few opportunities, and then maybe we'll see a slightly different Luxembourg side.
Yeah, I think we also don't know how much cricket they've played lately as well. So I don't know if they played a little of cricket. I'm not sure what how the season is set there and what the weather's been like there. So yeah, they might need to play a few more matches and they start to get going.
All right, are you ready for an amazing moment? Because it's Izzah Hussain to Izzah Hussain.
And
I'm backing Izzah Hussain in this contest. This reminds me all the way back in Brescia in 2021 when I was with Danny Hudacek and Sukhvinder Singh was bowling to Sukhvinder Singh. It was Jinnah Brescia versus Jandra Brescia, I think. And Danny said, the only thing I need right now that would blow my mind was if the umpire's name was also Sukhvinder Singh. But we got the battle of the Izzah Hussains at the moment. Right now it's Mahmood, though, at the other end.
This is well hit for Mahmood. Well, Mahmood is in the mood to party. That was Ali there in the action. I'm so glad Ali decided not to take
I thought he was going to, I mean, he's a daredevil. I thought he was going to dive on the concrete here. And then I think he was thinking of it. And then last minute he pulls out. Look, he thinks, you know what? Maybe that's one I should be leaving alone. And Ali, I think you're right. St. Gallen skipper there in the action.
Well, that ball smashes into the concrete. And then it almost rebounds back into the officials. Well, that ball gets a little bit of a makeover.
The umpire's just picking bits of concrete out of it there and says, all right, over to you.
It's a big hit. So Izzah Hussain continues to bowl to Mahmood. And he hits this hard. Oh, this is big. This is huge. This is may not even come down this side because I think it might have gone all the way over. I really think it's gone all the way over. Yeah, that's gone. This was huge. He launches into this Mahmood. That has gone a long way.
Yeah, it's probably bounced off the solar panels and gone over. So it's not clean over, but pretty good stuff. And Chris Lodge, the manager, enjoyed that. Have a look at his reaction. He says, whoa, that is big. We are at altitude here.
He said it's a goner. Yeah, it is a goner.
It was a great shot.
My ball as well left by Mahmood. He doesn't get drawn into going anywhere near this.
It's one way to stop getting hit for six, I suppose.
Yeah, this one comes out all wrong. The arm gets dropped. So Izzah Hussain under attack. And this one will be attacked as well. It's a Gundy ball. It's a half tracker and been smashed away. A catch has been held over there by one of the French players.
That's the beast. He's saying, yeah, look, I was just having a little phone call trying to catch up with a loved one.
Can you imagine this if you're on one of those, video calls?
Let's have a look.
And he says, hang on a minute, love, I'm just going to put you down here.
Yeah.
But, hey, did you see that? And now he goes back to it and says, hello, sorry, I just got disturbed for a moment.
Multitasking of the highest order. There you go. Eventually get one right, and it takes 21 runs to find it. This is such an unforgiving format, isn't it? Particularly for the bowlers. That's a good one, though. Drops into the block hole.
Yeah, that last Maximo did bring the 100 up as well. So they're well on course for another big score. And he leads into this as well. Well, watch out, watch out. There's some grisly action about as Mahmood, well, playing his first match, is motored on to 40. That is the end of the 6 over. And 109 for 2. And the attack continues from Usama Mahmood and Izzah Hussain. But it's all about Mahmood at the moment. 40 or 13. But, well, Hussain, a 300 strike rate for him ain't bad either.
Yeah. Well, imagine if you had 10 good fingers for Usama Mahmood. He's such a good hitter of a cricket ball. So he's just playing that on length. He knows this pitch pretty well by now. He's not expecting a large amount of side spin, just playing the line of it, absolutely moosing it. That roofer was a good one. I think, yeah, it skates over the roof and ends up in the football fields.
Yeah, there's plenty of action the other side of this ground as well, and they were having a bit of a barbecue. Well, I reckon that one could have ended up in somebody's hot dog. Bit of grisly action over the other side of this magnificent stadium.
So 109 for 2 after 6. We're on 182 pace at the moment. This could get a bit ugly.
Asghar Ali Khan comes into the attack and gets one through Izzah Hussain, who will now take an opportunity just to, I think, try and reset himself. He says, oh my God, he says, how'd I miss this?
Because it was shorter, he finds it hard to go straight. So the shorter it is, the more likely you are. You're going to want to kind of drop your front shoulder and drag it to the leg side. And that's kind of what happens there. So Asghar Ali Khan, decent start for him with the dot ball, but Luxembourg looks like they're going to be chasing a bunch again here.
It's a nutmeg. And, he wants to be stepping inside it, not over it. Well, he's practicing his dance moves here. Watch this.
He decides, okay, do I really want this on the foot? No. So what's my best case scenario? Just get the foot out of the way. Again, it's that front leg opening up a bit too much. He needs to stay compact for a bit longer, I think, as they're saying. Keep his options open a little bit.
They want to take it on. It's a good pickup. In comes a throw. And a good bit of cricket, but the batters, they communicate and understand each other well. They take the single, and now the hard hitting Osama Mahmood comes back on strike. This partnership worth 77.
Big hello to Egan Dantas in the chat. How are you, Egan? Saying here to watch Jason and Ashwin Vinod. Well, hope you're enjoying it. They're both in the side here, Egan. What's the weather like in your part of the world? I'm sure it's pretty warm over there.
Full toss. This will be a no, you know. I think this will be a 7-up. The umpires will have a look at this. This is too high for me. He gets smashed away, but that's got to be called.
Yeah,
that's got to be called. It is no doubt. No doubt. I mean, the batter looks at the square leg umpire, and if they get away with this, it's just not cricket because that is too high.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. His back foot's almost in his crease. I would be erring on calling that one.
Oh, I can't believe you get away with that. I cannot believe it.
Very lucky to get away with it. The thing is, we're going on how it's normally umpired. Normally anything around that waist region, you know, it's going to be called anyway. Mahmood swung it away for 6 anyway.
I know he's a tall man, and maybe that goes against him there, but that was too high. That was too high.
Yeah, like you said, it's just not cricket, is it? Anyway, been reasonably decent over from Asghar.
Goes down the ground. It's not going to be catchable, but is stoppable. Nicely done by the fielder, Dixit. Expecting to see better from Dixit as well as he starts to get himself in and play more cricket. The over does come to an end. Not a bad one at all from Ali Khan. He gets away with one, doesn't he? And the score at the end of 7, 117 for 2.
Having a look at these squads, and you see Asghar Ali, not to be confused with Asghar Ali Khan, who they're both in the Luxembourg side. But yeah, Switzerland will probably have a few rotations tomorrow. I know due to some other important matches going on around the country. It's got Kanado Fletcher, who we haven't seen today, to come in. Yasutharan Thirunavukarasu and Murali Nanasakram from Alton. They're also in there. And good mix of players for Switzerland who are just like Luxembourg and France, trying to fine-tune their ECC preparations with the ECC just 6 weeks away. Time for over number 8, and Sriya Shah is getting a second one.
It's in the slot, and it will go all the way. It's a lovely shot. Doesn't try and overhit it. And what a beautiful hit that is. And it is going to be, well, the 50 up for Usama. And what a way to bring it up. He brings it up in style with a Maximo. Badaya, Usama Mahmood now.
Not a bad effort for a guy to come in with a quite badly injured finger.
Yeah, this time he goes out in the off. This will take some stopping, you know, because his motoring has great bit of fielding. And, that is Shambhav Puri, who has impressed.
Yeah.
He's been one of few players on Luxembourg side that has really stepped up the mark. This is a really good bit of fielding.
Yeah, I agree. I've liked his day. This time he gets to slide in, and he judges it perfectly to get to where he wants to go. But nice work by Puri. Saves a couple. Yeah, Mahmood, who's batting right now, Salman Mahmood, he was opening the batting in the Valletta Cup and doing a very good job of it.
And has he got enough of this? Yeah, he has. By a few feet as well. There's a fielder right in that spot. But he gets it right. He gets it proper. And this partnership now worth 97. Delightful hitting.
Going back to what we've said several times, if you don't get your Yorkers in, you're going to have a bad time, especially once guys are set. This partnership rapidly climbing towards 100. Hello, Louis Bruce as well, along with Egan, watching a good old friend Ed Packard, of course, who has represented Gibraltar before, and Lathbury Lightning in the ECL. Once again, you bounce it. It ain't bouncing again. That's out of here. Maximo as the 100 partnership comes up in rapid time. Switzerland out of control on home turf.
Oh, he's mashing it, and he's mashing it big, isn't he? And he's enjoying himself out there. Well, we've seen, I'm going to say it, and you're going to tell me up, I'm going to say it, we've seen twice on 2 occasions that Hassan Ahmed has got into the 60s, and he's been set to go big. Well, maybe Usama Mahmood will show him how to do it, because he's now on 67 of just 20 balls, and there's enough time out there if he gets enough of the strike for an international century, you know.
Love Ed Packard just having a word to Surya Shah, and I'd love to be a fly on the wall of that conversation. Any ideas? Not really. Good luck. Here we go. 2 to come in the 8th. Oh, yeah. That kind of works, but they'll probably get 2 if they hustle. Usama Mahmood just never had his heart in it, so he's just going to take the 1. So you see what Shah's trying to do here. He's trying to cramp Usama, but quick bit of footwork, gets inside it.
I think Usama must be a pretty good dancer, do you reckon? He's got dancing feet as he gets out of the way of that one. I don't really think he wanted to get to the other end. I think he wanted to stay on strike, but he won't mind, and I think Izzat Hussain won't mind having a go as well. What's going on
Well,
here
I think what's happened here is that Akhilesh Kumar, who's got the gloves in this game for Luxembourg, he's got that right on the end of the finger. So, yeah, they hurt, and he's saying, do you reckon you could tape it up for us? It actually looks reasonably serious. He's quickly gotten the keeping gear off. And he's saying, hey, look. And the umpire's saying, yeah, you're not kidding. He's saying there's that ring finger on his right hand. So, yeah, it went pretty quickly away to his right. And you could just tell by the way it came off his glove that it came off the end of the finger. So, I guess we'll have to see if he can continue. Now, of course, you can have a substitute fielder to take the gloves. And Bingu was doing the job for Luxembourg, but he's out of the side this time. So, I mean, they could always bring him on to keep. That's a recent change in the laws. But, yeah, it's an uncomfortable one. I suppose he does get to put his gloves back on, which gives you some protection. But, yeah, it looks like it's going to come off. It just might be a slight dislocation of that top knuckle.
Yeah, I think, well, he's taken the pads off, so it looks like he's saying, no, I can't continue. They're putting a bit of freeze spray on it because I think he's asked for something else which they obviously haven't got in that. He's in a lot of pain.
Let's see who gets the job here. It looks like Packard might be putting the stuff on. I wonder if they're aware that they don't have to have the keeper come from the 11 these days. But, yeah, certainly hope it's not too serious for Akhilesh Kumar. You can see he's very uncomfortable. That ball was just swinging away from him. Done a bit of damage to that ring finger, yeah. So I think we're going to see Packard coming out to do the job as the substitute keeper. I mean, the 12th man will come on. We'll have to see who that is. Not for the faint of heart. So let's see what Ed's got with the gloves.
Yeah, so quick change. Ed Packard will put the pads on, and we'll obviously keep an eye on Kumar because he looked like he was in a fair bit of discomfort there.
Yeah, you can get one of these ones, and basically what happens is the top knuckle, if it's just basically the top of your finger bends back slightly, and you just don't have that normal ability to bend your finger anymore. Trust me, as a keeper, I've had every sort of finger injury you can possibly imagine. Some are more serious than others. Some you can play through, some you can't. I think that was just one that he felt he didn't have any chance to continue. So Packard is thrust into the role of a wicket keeper with 2.2 overs remaining. Surya Shah gets a victim, but not the victim he was hoping for.
Yeah,
he sends his keeper to the bench. 2 to come in the 8th.
Hit hard, and wow, would you believe that we're seeing a boundary out on the offside from Izzat Hussain? And, well, he doesn't try and hawk this out over the onside, so that's going to be 4 runs.
So, yeah, Jigyasu Pant, the sub, comes on for Kumar, the keeper, but it is Ed Packard that's actually doing the keeping now.
Could be another 50 here.
Yeah, not the type you want, though.
And where's this one? Has he sneaked this in?
I think this is all right, and I'll tell you why. It kind of bounced on the tram line, but it bounces after the popping crease. Check it out in the replay. So I actually think that's perfect. I think that when it passes the crease, it's just inside. So all's well that ends well for Shah. But just try not to look at the scoreboard. 47 come off his 2 overs. Welcome. And after 8, it's 143 for 2.
They're going along nicely, and they've got 12 more balls here to try once again. I think the highest score in the day was in this fixture, match number 1 earlier, where they put 162 on against Luxembourg. Luxembourg finished with 103 for 8. I think they're looking to go beyond that. I mean, they should be looking at 15s here, Vinny, I reckon.
Oh, yeah.
That's minimum.
Well, at the moment, they're going at 18s. I don't think they want to go slower, put it that way. As Oscar Ali Khan bowled a pretty good first over. Let's see if we can follow up here in the second. But it is the 9th.
And a big swing, and this one will go to the boundary. And look who has to take it. It's like, do you remember the $6 million man when they showed him running and they would do it in slow motion?
To me, Mayank looks like a guy that's been through some sort of survival show, and he's crawling towards the finish line, coming out of the desert, badly needing a drink of water. You know, he was setting off an expedition that he wasn't too enthusiastic about there. 4 runs to Mahmood, who's casually knocked up 70 in his first appearance in the series.
Yeah, well, let's see what he can go on to here at 70. There's still 11 balls to go. Hits this down the ground.
Well bowled again. Haven't seen enough bowling there. Again, we don't really have all the ability to go right into the analytics, but I'd love to know what the strike rate is off Yorkers versus full tosses / anything else.
Oh,
yeah, you know, I think off Yorkers, they'd be lucky to be getting, probably 8 and over off Yorkers. Elsewhere, 18.
And well, this is just the difference length makes. So this one goes in the region of Tana Oros there. Who's been snapping away for, some pictures for you on the European Cricket Network, on the social media. But yeah, once again, there's what you're talking about, Vinny. If you get it right, slightly shorter, look at this one. Look where this pitch is. So he's able to take a couple of steps and says, thank you very much. And over it goes. It's going to be another boundary, 6 more.
Yorker versus not a Yorker.
Yeah.
As simple as that. Ball comes on so nicely on this surface. We haven't really seen too much of Ed Packard's keeping it, have we?
No, we haven't.
They haven't actually missed any.
150's come up as well, so they've got past the 150. So on course for around about a 180 score. Well, this one,
there you go.
It's not the first time that Hussain has done this. He's got to learn to get this foot to come back in. He's got to take dancing lessons from Mahmood.
Yeah, or at least try and jam the bat down and maybe get a little edge on it. Yeah, a little bit of free advice to Izzar. Keep your legs together.
This partnership worth 120, as you can see there on your screens. It's been exceptional. Well bowled again. So, again, you see, pitched up. Batters trying to be aggressive, but can't get under it, so it'll just be a single now. Can he do the same here to Usama Mahmood? Well bowled. Good length.
Last ball of the 9th coming up. I think we're looking 170s here, Rico, the way things are looking.
Well, he wants to go for the run, and the throw will come in, but this should comfortably make it. Well, we almost saw the wicket-keeper in action, Packard, but it wasn't to be. It goes right through him.
Guess who backs it up? Nagyarch, who takes it as he falls to ground. End of the 9th over here. Switzerland, after winning the toss, electing to bat in match 4, 156 for 2 after 9, and the bowling figures not too pretty, but Oscar Ali Khan, the most economical of the bowlers, just conceding 21 off his 2 overs.
And who's going to bowl the last? Just having a look. It looks like they're going to go to Kamal Sukia.
Yeah, Sukia's been pretty good today for Switzerland. I prefer that he's now not necessarily landing off the pitch, which this morning was making my eyes water. Anyway, in the air. Is he going to carry? Fielder comes around, can't quite get there. And now they think of a 2, but they're just happy with 1 in the end. So Hussain will take the strike.
Yeah, Hussain is probably claimed a bit more of the strike ever since that the 8th over. So Mahmood, it sort of looks like he's going to get stuck in the 70s. Hussain will be keen to bring up a half century. And fair play to the bowler there. Sukia just reminding Mahmood he shouldn't be thinking of going too far down the wicket. Otherwise, he's very entitled to knock the bails off.
A friendly warning, I think, at this stage. Sukia, it was within his rights there. I tell you what, it's the point that Andrew Leonard made to me off air about maybe the way to deal with these is to just give 5 penalty runs if you get out that way, because you're trying to steal a run, so you penalise them with runs, not with a wicket. I don't know. Just an idea. Because, yeah, it always kind of leaves a bad taste when it's a dismissal. I'm not saying it's not fair, because I suppose it is.
Smashed, 1 bounce, 4 runs. So Mahmood Looking to get into the 80s here. That's a lovely shot. It takes them into the 160 to 162. This is where they got to in the first match of this European Cricket International Series between themselves and their opponents, Luxembourg and France. Match 1, this was the score that they posted against Luxembourg, but they're going to go beyond that, and that will help. Well, he's going to get a little snick on this. I thought this was going to be a while, but he tries to play a little a nothing paddle shot. And what about this from the captain who took over the gloves? And Edmund Packard, well, he takes a catch, low down, nicely done, gets his fingers underneath it, and you can see the little nod there from the umpire saying, yep, you get a bit on this, you're going to have to go.
And to be fair to Usama Mahmood, he walks as well. He knows he's got a little touch on that. So probably more good fortune than good management for Sukia, but he does grab a wicket. But what a knock that is from Usama Mahmood. He'll go caught behind for 78 off just 26 balls. 10 big maximos in there for Usama. He's just reminding everyone, okay, when you pick that ECC squad, don't you leave me out. I'll be fitter, I'll be better. But right now, he's done a very, very good job. And how about Ed Packard with the catch behind the stumps, the sub-keeper?
Well done to Packard. And, of course, don't forget, we're talking about Usama Mahmood with his batting abilities. Watch out for him with the ball as well. He's a very good all-rounder. So, the brother replaces his brother as Asad Mahmood now comes out. And, he's got a couple of balls to make a bit of an impact.
Yeah, and he'll be trying to smash it out of the ground. So can they hold them to the 160s here? It's looking like it at the moment. And Luxembourg, they're staring down the barrel again, aren't they? Can they find someone to play that kind of an innings for them?
Oh, well, this one's gone through the gloves. It could go all the way. I think it's going to be 4 byes here. Well, Packard, we saw him do some good by taking the catch. Now this one has hit his gloves hard and ricocheted all the way to the boundary.
Well, emergency keepers are like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. And Packard did well, but then a little bit of a concentration lapse here. Moves on a little bit, and then I think he says fiddlesticks as that one bounces off the end of his fingers. Ends up going all the way to the boundary. 4 byes. 166, last ball coming up.
And thumped out of the ground. 6 to finish from Azad Mahmood, and they will finish with a score of 170. 172 it will be for 3. As Azad Mahmood goes bang on the very last ball of the over, and Luxembourg once again, they've got it all to do. Well, they got the 2 openers out early. Not too many teams have been able to do that. Huck went for 19. Hassan Ahmed went for 7. But then they couldn't find a way to remove Usama Mahmood and Izzat Hussain for a long time. Those two put 120-plus partnership together before Usama Mahmood was finally to fall for 78. But by that time, the damage had been done.
Yeah, certainly had. And you can see that's what makes good 10-over teams so dangerous. And if you get the big fish, there's plenty more fish ready to come and continue just peddling away. And this was the first one, which was a catch off a free hit that no one noticed, including Rico, let's be honest. And then we saw one put up the bank. Hassan Ahmed, though, hasn't failed very often, but he would fail here in this match. He was well caught out there by Sukia. And then with Idris getting knocked over, you felt maybe there was a little bit of a window of opportunity for Luxembourg, but they were quickly put back in their place as Usama Mahmood and Izzat Hussain went to work in this big partnership, setting things up.
Yeah, I mean, that moment of joy from Maman was short-lived, wasn't it? Because what then came was an array of shots, top-quality shots, entertaining shots, and, well, they were blasts, weren't they? And some of them were huge. There was one from Usama Mohammed that not only hit the roof, but it went all the way over to the other side. It was humongous hitting. Well, Ali was lucky he left that one. Well, this is it. And he didn't say, nah, ain't coming back. That's going all the way to the other side. As Usama Mahmood was smashing the ball big. Well, there was the beast taking a catch. But, plenty of hits and plenty of boundaries. And they were just getting it right. I mean, that was a great bit of fielding there from Puri. Puri has been good. He's been pretty exceptional. But there was no answer to some of this hitting. And then it was a rather soft dismissal for Usama Mahmood to get out. He just tried to do something different. Gets a little touch on it, gets the wicket. Nice catch held there by Packard as, well, it was Mahmood who got all the congrats. Then right towards the end, after 4 byes went through, the next ball, the last ball on the innings, was blasted for, yet another 6. Plenty of 6s in that innings. There was 10 of them from Mahmood, 4 from Hussain, and then also 3 others. So 17 6s in total, way more than the number of 4s. Only, I'm just counting up here, only 7 4s in comparison. So it's all about the 6s, and that's why they've got the big runs on the board once more. But Usama Mahmood playing his first match. Remember, he's playing with a damaged finger, but managed this time to use both his hands to hit the ball, and as a result of that, he ends up getting into the 70s. Fine knock from him, 78, and then once again, though, got to say, a good knock from Izzat Hussain, who was 42 not out of 19 as well. 4 6s and 3 4s to him. So this is the way it looks at the mid-match summary. Switzerland once again, hop Swiss, as they say out here. Well, they have got the hot hands. They're hitting the ball well. They're scoring a mountain loads of runs, and they'll be hoping that once again they've got too many on the board for Luxembourg. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximum when we return for the conclusion of match number 4 of this international series. Hello and welcome back. And Switzerland playing their third match here. Third out of 4. We're going to see them in action one more time, but in this one, they've done what they've done so far in the previous matches against Luxembourg and France. Playing Luxembourg for the second time, they've got the runs on the board. The biggest score yet so far in the day, 172 for 3, thanks to this time Osama Mahmoud, 78 to 26, and he was well supported out there by Izzat Hussain as well, who got into the 40s. So these two are batting well. Hussain 42 of 19. And only once again, Milad Momand, who shone with the ball. I think he's got a bit of talent. And when he gets it right, he will knock the stumps over. And he's done that on a few occasions already for Luxembourg. Did it in match number 1. Did it in against France as well. So Luxembourg up against it once more, and we know they've got a good bowling attack to come up against. And one man that caused them all sorts of problems in match 1 was Ashwin Vinod, who took 4 wickets. And it will be Ashwin who will start off the bowling. The opening bowler is going to be Ashgar Ali Khan and Vivek Dixit. They are going to be the openers. Welcome back to everybody on the chat as well. Hope you're enjoying this international weekend. Of course, it is Saturday. It is the weekend. Hope you're enjoying the coverage here from Switzerland in St. Gallen's. Here's the first ball from Ashwin Vinod. And it's a bit of a no-y, I think. I think this is too high. It will get called, so no ball straight away. It's a bit of a loosener. No need to be bowling looseness here. They've played plenty of cricket, Switzerland, today, but that one comes out all wrong. And an apology straight away from the bowler. I think he just goes for that the slower delivery to start off with, but gets it wrong. So, free hit. And once again, no pace on the ball. So, it's an interesting bit of fielding. Well, when they say you got to throw yourself at the ball, well, and he's Kumar. Well, takes it literally as he does throw himself. Well, that one could have been. Well, it was a 1-foot lunge. Maybe wouldn't have been the colour of his jersey. May not have been a red, but it could have been a yellow card. Been on now to Dixit. And this is called a no ball as well. So another no ball this time for off the pitch, I'm guessing. Yep, off the pitch. So no ball. And Ashwin, I know that in the second match that we saw Switzerland play, he did get a bit of freeze spray on his bowling finger, so he's got maybe a bit of an injury there. This is high up in the air. Well, that'll do nicely. It's 4 runs. Dixit gets off the mark with the boundary, and that's what they've got to do. They've got to swing hard, they've got to play the shots, they've got to be brave. One thing I think I'll be saying to Luxembourg here is whether you get there or not, I mean, it's a big ask. I mean, it would be an incredible run chase. Whether you get there or not, just play positive and make it a good run chase. Make it something that's gonna suit you well going into the matches that you've got coming up tomorrow. It's their last match of the day. This one will drop short of the fielder. So go out there and put a performance together. Go out there and put a batting performance together. Make it a good score and make it something that's going to be positive. So we've seen that they've scored 103, chasing 162. We saw them fall to 86 for 9 gain after France's 153. So try to get close. Another no ball as this is off the field. They've certainly been giving enough extras here in this first over. That's going to be another no ball. It's another free hit coming up. Can they make this count? So yeah, just go out there, and if you don't win it, get close. You know, try to finish on a 130, 140 sort of score. That's at least you then go into your next match knowing you can get to those sort of scores. Firmly hit, and I think this is a good choice from Ashwin to take his hand away from it, really, because can you imagine taking this catch and then breaking your fingers and then finding out that he did it for nothing because it was a free hit? You can see how hard it was hit. It gets past him, it gets past the fielder. And that was Ali Naya, the captain, and ends up going for 4 runs. So, yeah, just leave those alone. Better delivery this time. This is, I think, what Ashwin has tried to do on a couple of occasions. Just that slow, pitched up Yorker net delivery. And it gets well played. He uses his feet well. and traps this one. No run off it. 13 off the over so far with the ball to go. So Luxembourg, a few more runs here, and they'll be where they want to be. Goes for the big shot, misses out on it. It's nice to see you changing the keeper as well. First time that we see Lasanga Gayan, who's behind the stumps, and he takes this well. So an opportunity for Lasanga to perform. That was the end of the over. 126 matches now without the golden ball. And the question is, if it doesn't come here, are we going to bring them up in Dresden? You heard us talking earlier. We had 2 in Dresden last year. And myself and Tyrone Peters, who's part of the crew here in Switzerland, were there. Tyrone was with me in the commentators box, and we had some fun, and we certainly saw some very entertaining cricket. Musa Ahmadzai. Good stop. Gets down and dirty for his side. Nice to see a splendid sunshine here now in St. Gallen. Shining brightly on this Stadio Grundenmoss. The Grundenmoss Stadium looking picturesque in all its glory in the sunshine. Good length ball again, taking on the bowler. Ahmadzai, the direct hit. My first impression is that maybe he's made it back, but I tell you what, they are celebrating like they know better. Let's have a look at this. They are convinced they've got their man, so watch this. It is Ahmadzai of his own bowling. In comes the throw, and it's going to be close. It's going to be, I think, does the bat just get down in time? Bat just back in time, I think. Just back. I mean, he doesn't slide it in. And I wonder, I think the bat just goes down in time. The umpire, I think you can understand going upstairs there, where they're hugging each other with joy. Well, I get the feeling that he does just to make it back. That doesn't opt to slide the bat in. And for the younger viewers watching, it's a good job to slide it in because, well, he aims and decides to just plant it and only just does it in time. Good bit of work, though, from Ahmadzai. So it's nicely played. They'll take the single. So the captain, Adinaya, makes the stop. Musa Ahmadzai just seems to have got better with each game. He's bowling a very good line, causing a few issues. He's got the quicker one. And this is played back to the fielder. Josin makes the stop. Looking rather sharp with his shades on there, Jai. And that's a nice shot. It's over pitch, too wide outside the off, and he knows it, and he latches onto this good. Does Dixit. There's a nice tricky shot. He gives himself plenty of room. That's what creates the opportunity. He goes down on the leg side, brings himself low, gets underneath it, clonks it well. It goes all the way. And that's 6 runs. The first scoring runs from Dixit as well. And doubles his score. It goes from 6 to 12. Slow ball and dealt with well. It's going to be back-to-back sixes to finish the over. And 27 without loss. So a much better start this from Luxembourg. That's a nice shot from River Dixit. This is the Dixit that I remember seeing play. He plays some aggressive shots. Wouldn't they love to pick up their first points here at the end of what's been a long, tricky day for them, playing the third match in the day. The last match will be a repeat of match number 2 when Switzerland played France. Switzerland were victorious 151 to 134 by 17 runs. That'll be match number 5, the final match of this international series, day 1 of 2. Ashwin Vinod to continue and gets this one through. I just noticed in this match and the spell so far from Ashwin, he's not he's not bowling quick. He's not trying to fire the ball in. You can see just a few steps. And then when he's going to release there, he's not trying to push the ball through. Let's see if he does anything different here. Yeah, once again, not trying to get the ball to go through quick, so he's trying to keep the pace off. Well, he might try, but the batter is hitting it with pace on. And now, Asghar Ali Khan, well, he smashes a big one for 6, and the same way that Dixit did when he was on 6, he doubles his score as well. So Dixit has hit 2 sixes. That's the first one from Asghar Ali Khan. And both batters have also hit a boundary in 4 apiece each as well. Better from Luxembourg. This is what we want to see. We want to see some fight. And to go back to what I said before, if you're not winning this match, so be it. But lose it well. It's up in the air again. And, well, it's just slot bowling at the moment from Ashwin Vinod. Well, whatever it is that Ashwin is deciding to do in this match, which is not bowl with the pace. He's not bowling with venom. But the batter is going after him and he's getting underneath it. He's missing his length. And as a result of that, he's being taken to town. And you can see that the captain, Ali Naya, just having a word with Ashwin Vinod and saying, hey, buddy, come on. I want to see you bend your back here now. You know, they're making you look silly. So Ashwin took 4 wickets, of course, in the first contest between these two. And this time he does go a little bit quicker. And he gets sent back, does the batter. There was no run in there. Yeah, I just get the feeling there that the captain, Ali Naya, had to have a chat there with Ashwin and say, hey, what are you doing? Come on. You know, if I wanted to open with a slower bowler, I would have done. Come on, show me what you got. Yeah, quicker, but loses his line. And the batter doesn't get himself out of the way of this one. It wasn't well directed. It's down the leg side. You need to really step inside this, but he lets the ball hit him. So comes back with a couple of dots. Does Vinod. 25 off his spell so far with 1 to go. 39 without loss. Another boundary would do nicely here. And there it is. It will do nicely. It's not where he wants it to be, but he gets it. So they're in the 40s. It's where you want to be. They're still a little bit behind because we're talking about a big target here. But again, the case of getting close. And swing hard, get lucky. They do. It's 4 runs. And 43 at the end of the power play without loss. So Asghar Ali Khan is on 22. Vivek Dixit on 18. And Ashwin goes for 29. I wonder if they stick with Musa Ahmed's. I wouldn't mind going with Musa for one more over. I think he bowled pretty well. But you can see that Ali Naya wants to make a change. The power play is complete. So I think he may be going to Anish Kumar here. Yes, he is. So we see a lot of captains prefer to do this, especially when you have got big runs on the board. If you've got runs on the board, I mean, that rate you're requiring is 19 more or less there, just under 19. Now, this is the time to put your spinner on straight away. The batters are going to go for it, you know that. But you'd rather have your spinner on when you've got runs to play for or play with. The field is set. Interesting field, though, I have to admit. You got mid-wicket and long on back, and then you got the man at point and extra cover back and long off. So it's quite an unusual one. Asking the question, they think there's a bit of bat on this. The umpire is not moved and then calls a wide. So the umpire saying there's nothing here at all. Interesting. Let's see. Well, looking at that, I don't see any contact. There's a shake of the head. And then, quite rightly so, if there is no touch from anything, wide it is. Firmly hit, and this is up in the air and will go all the way. Balle. Inna Sona. Dixit goes for another 6. So he's hitting 6s at the moment. Well, he knows his 6-time table pretty well because that's 6 número 4. So Kumar. And he's going for another. Hi, ginna sona, shakka lag gaya. Manos arriba, vidro. Well, the sun has come out, And maybe Luxembourg, they like to party in the sunshine. Well, Dixit certainly does. He's hit 5 sixes. He's on 30. The 50 comes up as well. Kuma. And this one just gets away from the keeper and is going to be runs, I believe. And it will be, as the wicketkeeper, Lasanga Gayan, couldn't catch up with this one. A fine time to welcome back to our commentary position here to Vinny Sandu. Vinny, a good start this from Luxembourg.
Yeah, it's only a start though. Could this be one of the biggest chases we've ever seen? Never know. It wasn't the ECIs that we had. The biggest chase, 174 target achieved. This would be second. Would it be only the second time we've seen a 170s chase? But as we know, a lot of work still to do. And in fact, they are just marginally behind the rate at the moment.
Yeah, only marginally. But, you know, if Dixon keeps hitting the 60s the way he is, who knows where they could get to. It's a better delivery. And this is what I call a bit of a drifter. So he floats it up in the air. The batter doesn't know whether he comes out to it, goes back. In the end, he just stays in his crease and just wants to sort of nudge it away out in the off to try and get something from it. It's a nice looking shot, trying to get it in the gap. Fielder's coming across. That's well handled. A one-hand pick up from Jay. He gets the throw in, nicely done. There is the end of the over. And Anish Kumar, he does recover somewhat. He goes for 16 from it. And the score at the end of 4, 59 without loss.
So Rico, probably have to leave possibly before the end of the innings to get to Germany. Excited to be back in Germany?
I'm going to be very excited to be back in Germany. And I will be keeping an eye on what happens, of course, in the remainder of this match and the last match today. And if you don't get the golden ball today or tomorrow, then I shall try my best to bring it to you from Germany again.
I was doing a few golden ball calculations. Because remember, it was 405, the longest streak we've ever had without one. It was broken in Portugal last year during night series by Charlie, who we'll see on Monday. To get that much of a streak again, we'd have to go, it would go off in Group E of the ECC. So that's still a lot of cricket to go before we'd have that in danger. Hopefully it goes off well before then. I'm sure Germany's going to bring us a few golden balls. They're normally good for a few over there.
Yeah, I think it will. There's always some tight games there. Oh, how's this missed? How does this miss the off peg? Well, he can't believe how it's missed, and that is a Musa Ahmadzai who does come back into the attack. That has, well, it's taken a little shaving off that peg, but it's still standing, and the bell will stay on.
It's a bit of a shame we haven't seen Musa with the bat yet. I'd always like to say it in internationals. We've seen Balwinder Singh for Austria bat with his hands the other way around on the bat and do a pretty good job. It's well bowled, but again, running straight in front of the umpire. So it's just one of those things. I know he has his hands the wrong way around on the bat, but I just don't think he's allowed to run the wrong way off the pitch. I don't think it works that way. Hey, I still remember the first time you ever went to Germany. Do you remember where it was? Where we did it? Your first series in Germany?
And it was a beautiful location, Kiel.
Kiel. Yeah, right up in the north. I'd love to get back there again. I suppose it's just a bit tough to get back to everywhere we want to get to every year. And Germany's a tough one as well. They've got so many different locations where there's cricket. So it's really up to the DCB, which is basically Cricket Germany, to determine where they would like the series. Two really nice facilities, though, in Dresden and then Krefeld to come in the next 4 weeks in ECS cricket.
This one is, I think he sneaks this in. You know, the batter tries to give himself a lot of room over on the leg side, and that's really well bowled. And, yeah, that's fine. Well bowled.
Yeah, stepping away.
It's not fine when he's running there. Now, he's been told once already. This is where I like to see the umpire take a leaf out of the book.
How can we stop this?
By Shaka that we saw earlier.
Maybe the umpire just kicks the bowler in the shins every time they do it. Do you think that'll work?
Yeah, this one gets whacked away. It's going to be 6 runs. Manos arriba from the Albitro 6 carreras. Yeah, what I like to see here, I'd like to see, when that happens again, I like to see Rob on the walkie-talkie to the umpire and say, right, okay, you've seen him do it once. I've seen you talk to him. Right, now's the time to give the warning. Tell the captain, tell him it's the last and final. If he does it again, no ball. I want to see it. I don't want to see the threat of it. I want to see it done. And I want to see a bowler taken off.
You feel for the umpires. I mean, the bowler's probably not aware he's doing it.
I mean, even though he's been told he keeps doing it, now the umpire, he just gives him the cap and walks away. I want to see the umpire say, come here. And we have a talk with him, say, look, I've told you, I'm going to give you a warning. Then the first and final, third time he does it, after having been given a polite word about it, take him off. And once we start doing it, they'll stop.
What happens? The umpire there says that's the end of his tour anyway. So look, oh fine, that's it. Here's your hat. I'm done with you anyway. So that's the thing with only 2 overs per bowler. So if you want to hear more of Rico's rants, maybe he'll reply to you if you get him at Rico4. I'm going to miss you, old man rants. And I hope we get a few good ones. Of course, there's a bit of a generation gap between you and Charlie being on the series together.
He comes up with all this modern day stuff like, I don't know what he does sometimes, and he's got me totally snookered.
I mean, you're not an old man, Rico. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying you're a different generation from Charlie. What do you think young people are into? Tell us something that they're into that you don't understand. For me, it's like I'm still coming to terms with TikTok.
You say
TikToking.
Yeah, the TikToking. There's this.
You've got a daughter.
What's the picture one where it's you take a picture wherever you are, you get sent a message to say, right, wherever you are now, and everybody who's on that app has to send a picture from wherever you are. I mean,
are you talking about Snapchat?
No. Charlie does it all the time.
Be Real?
Be Real. That's it, Be Real.
Isn't that where you
He's
show...
into all that. But you know what the weird thing about Charlie is? You know, we used to have train spotters.
Yeah.
But Charlie's not a train spotter. He's a plane spotter. Whenever he hears a plane, he's on his app and he's up there like this, and he says, that plane is going from here to there. I mean,
is that a young person thing?
I don't know what. It's definitely not a young person thing, but it's a Charlie thing.
Okay.
He follows. So I should have actually spoke to him about my baggage. I didn't think of that, actually.
Yeah.
I should have contacted Charlie and said, can you track me baggage?
I'm going to put that out to the chat. What do youngsters do these days that you just have no clue what the appeal is?
I don't suppose you ever know because you're always in the room.
It's starting to happen to me. I'm turning. I'm 42 years of age. Anyway, this is Jason who's come on to bowl now, and he certainly has had a pretty good day for Switzerland. Again, you can see the batter coming down, trying to make something happen. Despite this good start, despite not losing any wickets. Yeah, starting to fall behind in the rate. Hello to Trip. Nice to see you in the chat, watching from the US.
It's for bowled again. He said, what I like about Jay, Sid, is that from when he started playing in the European Cricket Series, he's learned and adjusted to this pitch really well. Rather than mop and moan about it and say, I can't bowl on this ain't this, that and the other, he just said, okay, what do I have to do? He's changed his approach. He's not charging in. He's not trying to bowl too fast. And he just realised that the key is to try and take the pace off. And it's worked for him.
And that works that time as well. I know that Lenny was talking about sometimes they have drills where they cut a tyre in half, like just a car tyre in half. They'll put it on where the popping crease is, and you're trying to lodge the ball in the tyre, which I think is a pretty good drill. Because I think that one wasn't really a Yorker. The one before was a pretty good Yorker from Jay. That's where you got to be. You can keep it simple. You can even say to the batter, hey, I'm going to bowl you 6 Yorkers. If you bowl them right, they're still not going to have an easy time getting you away. Another good little variation from Jay. Well, Louis Bruce in the chat will tell us what youngsters are into these days. Louis, I'm still, for example, there's a lot of press now that in the workplace, people, really young youngsters don't like text that finish in a full stop because they find it aggressive. Because you're not throwing an emoji in, for example. It's well bowled as well. That's a really good over. Just 3 come off it. And Luxembourg just starting to lose their way despite not losing any wickets. 69 without loss after 6. That was a very, very clever over from Jason. Yeah, so don't finish a text to a co-worker with a full stop because they'll think it's kind of passive-aggressive.
Yeah, you see where I suppose it's still the same. We just say don't use capitals.
All caps. I mean, that's one I think that, let's just say my parents' generation, they don't always get that. You read it as shouting, don't you? You read it as shouting. So we're just basically just giving our unique viewpoints. But I'm sure there's stuff that people of our generation do that the youngsters don't understand. One of my favourite expressions is this. Each generation feels that they're smarter than the one that came before them, but wiser than the next. So each generation thinks they're the best, basically. Anyway, this is up, and they need to get moving again, and they will. And Keish comes out and gets slammed out of the ground. Maximo and his Kumar again tosses that up, dares the batter to go after him, and he does. Good shot.
Yeah, it's a very good shot, and I'm liking this partnership. It's like I call for it. if you're going to go down, I don't mind it, but go down fighting, and they are fighting. It's the best partnership that they've had so far. And, okay, they need 98 of 23. It's unlikely, but finish well. You know, get yourself to your highest team score. Maybe get a personal highlight. The batter maybe Dixon and Ali can't go on to score. Well, one of them can. It won't be the one on strike here because that's going to be the end of the partnership. But I don't mind it. They've got to start, and I'm hoping the next batter that comes in just can keep the momentum going here.
Yeah, and so Guyan was pretty happy with that behind the stumps. Wasn't he nice to see a player out there? We didn't see Masanga in the European Cricket Series. He's affectionately known as Lasagna because if you switch 2 letters in his surname, that's what you get.
Yes.
This one just straightens a little bit, takes out the off stump. You know what I was just about to say? No team has ever failed to chase a score down and been none for in the same innings. So not lost a wicket and not made the target, which the way things are looking here, if they'd batted out the 10 overs, it might have happened. We've gone close to that before. That's something we've never seen on ECN. But Ed Packard, who took one of the catches of the day, probably the catch of the day earlier on, had extra cover and did a bit of a job with the gloves towards the end of the innings. He's going to come out at number 3. Tough one here. When you come out 75 for 1 in the 7th over, normally that's a decent position, but they're a long way behind in the requiring 98. Cut away. This will just be a single. Packard is off the mark. So, yeah, put your random questions in because Rico, he's only here for a little bit longer, maybe another 10 minutes or so. So, yeah, get your questions in. I certainly hope Rico has a nice flight. And we certainly hope his luggage goes with him this time. It's a really good shot. Excellent shot from Dixit. And, well, poor Phil down there. He's actually, lucky there's not much of him because he's under attack here. Not the best piece of goalkeeping I've ever seen from the Luxembourg manager. And he gets proper spooked there, doesn't he?
Well, he's in the firing line, isn't he? He has to take a bit of evasive action.
Phil's a pretty cool guy. Actually, we met him earlier. Originally from Antigua and Barbuda. Down the ground. Dixit will get 1. So I suppose personal milestones on the line here. Dixit hunting his first half century in ECN cricket.
It's well bowled.
Yeah. Pretty good over. Pretty good spell as we get into the 7th over. Luxembourg. Well, they've got the whole batting lineup ahead of them, but it's not easy to go at 17s, as we found. In fact, now they need to go 30 and over. So, I suppose a better batting performance, but looks like they're going to go 0-3 through day 1. It's 83 for 1 after 7. This should be a cracking match, though. Switzerland versus France in match 5. France, I think, will be better than when they met in match 2, and I think their bowlers are slowly bringing it together. Let's have a look at their lineup. Still no Warnakula Saria in their lineup. Mustafa Omar comes in. Looks like we've got Mangal, Noman Amjad, and then you've got probably a few spinners to bowl for them. Usman Khan, obviously, probably there to bowl as well. So watch out for that game. It's coming up in about 35 minutes. All right, this is going to be 1 first up. Hassan Ahmed just lopes around the boundary and stops it. And Jason comes back into the attack in over number 8.
Yeah, applauds the fielder for a good stop. He's bowled well, hasn't he? He's been outstanding. Second time we're seeing him with very good bowling figures. Just missing that wicket, which he'll be looking to eye up here.
Now this is hit leg side. It's going to go a long way. Maximo Packard picks it up. He's not having a bad day at all, Ed. He's one of the guys with a bit more experience than some of his teammates in this format. He smacks that one away over leg side for 6. So Jay gets whacked for the first time. Here he is again.
And, well, he's going to get whacked again because this will go all the way as well. Manos arriba, vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras for Jay. Well, after being pretty tidy, his first over was a good one. And now 2 boundaries on the spin. And I'm liking this. They haven't let up. It's going to be a healthy score.
I like the idea to bowl the slower ball there,
Yeah.
but he just gets it wrong, doesn't he? He gets it drifting into the pads. Set up for Packard nicely.
And he goes aggressive again. He's high up in the air, should be taken. The sun will be an issue, but it's well done and nicely held. It's a good catch taken there by Anish Kumar. So Jay, he does get the wicket that was eluding him as it goes high up in the air. Packard will go, and that's going to be the end of him. And well done to Jay after going for a few biggies. He picks up a wicket.
Well, I just want to say on behalf of everyone here at ECN and all of the viewers, I want to say a big thank you to Rico because I know you're going to head to Germany now.
On your way.
Say your final goodbyes. Next time we see you, you'll be doing the ECS on Monday in Dresden.
Yeah, see you on Monday in Dresden. And of course, Charlie Hunt will be there with me as well. So, yeah, look forward to you all joining me for our adventure in Germany. We're going to be there for 4 weeks, Dresden and Krefeld coming up.
And I'll see you back in the box in Krefeld. So
Certainly
we'll have a little
will
bit
do.
of time between drinks, but that's the way it is these days with the schedule. Look forward to when we get to meet again. I'll certainly be lurking in the chat, so I'm keeping a close eye on things. And that should be a really good series.
Well, you have a good finish here. I think there's going to be some excitement,
Yeah.
and you never know. I think you might just perhaps get that golden ball here.
Keep an eye on it when you're at the airport.
I
Keep
will
an eye on
indeed.
Game 5. I've got a feeling I've got a very early tingle for Game 5. Thanks again, Rico.
You're welcome. You look after yourself. Adios, mi familia. Be in touch with you on Monday.
All right, Rico full there. He's going to head off, and I'll take you through the last stage of this one. It's Sukia who's going to come out at number 4. Jason picks up 1 wicket. Now he gets tattooed. And that's gone roof side. What a shot. Well, Sukia comes out first ball and absolutely slams it. That's the bell there. We're waiting for the bell to ring. That one almost hits it. Sukia comes out and strikes a powerful blow. And Tripp has answered our question in the chat about the youth of today. He doesn't understand all the games the youth are playing. Whatever happened to Pac-Man or Tetris? There's still some classics there. I think Tetris is making a bit of a comeback. Isn't there a Tetris movie now? 100's up now for Luxembourg as well. Last ball of the 8th. Just an ill-directed one. Rare mistake from Jason, who now has a magical second over. No, he does have the wicket. That's a little bit of too little too late. One more delivery then. Salaheen asking, any more matches today? Don't worry, we have another match coming up. Starting in 30 minutes, which is going to be a big one. It's going to be Switzerland versus France. Hit straight down the ground. It's a fairly straight fielder. And it's Ashwin Vinod who makes a diving stop, and they'll only get 1 here. Excellent fielding there to prevent the boundary as Jason goes for a single there. And after 8 overs, the score is 104 for 2. Couple of overs to go then before we put a fork in this one. Luxembourg kind of gone through the ringer a bit today, haven't they? Kind of went with the Swiss worm, but they were never really close to the 17 plus an over required throughout this innings. Yeah, so apparently Kitty's enjoying a day off. That's nice to hear. It's Asad Mahmood getting a bowl. The first one goes down the leg side. Both the Mahmood brothers are in this one. Of course, they were playing the cricket for Power CC, so they're very accustomed to wearing the red shirt. Had such an exciting ECS here over the last couple of weeks. All kinds of records have been broken. Well, this could be a wicket. Sliced up in the air. Jason comes in and takes it. Well, nicely done with the shades on as well. A little bit inside out there, didn't he, Sukia? So Jay does get his revenge on Sukia, who hit him onto the roof first ball. It's a wicket for Asad Mahmood. Luxembourg just falling away now. It's the kind of batting effort. If they pulled it out batting first, maybe at this stage they could get kind of 130s, put some pressure on the other side. I just don't think necessarily their bowlers have been able to be that penetrative today. Just some numbers from that European Cricket Series here. We saw over 14,000 runs in 12 days of cricket. We saw 1,276 sixes. That's 12 sixes per innings on average. We saw 734s. We saw over 600 wickets. So it's an average of about 11.5 wickets a game as well. So much action. Records getting smashed all over the place. So it all happens in the ninth, as they say. Justin Mudden gets a chance to take something away from the day here. He's just struggled. And this is what he can do. He launches it high, but has he got the distance? He does just Maximo. Well, Justin is a very, very good player. I know we haven't quite seen the best of him today. But bravely, considering the day he's had, he goes for that very first ball and just carries the boundary. Nice shot. Rico was asking about the Luxembourg cricket season. I know they just have decided the ECL qualifier with Heritage coming through. Martin goes the second time, but he might not be so lucky. Ashwin Vinod takes the catch. And so it's 6 and out for Jatin. He has had some decent moments today, but they've been few and far between. Tries to take it on down the ground. Pretty unselfish, I suppose, as well. Just trying to strike the impossible. 6 a ball required. And results in his dismissal. He's the fourth man to go. And it's 111 for 4. Hello to Trip again. Hello, Kitty, who's awake now. So hello to Ken. He's just saying that he'd prefer if they had the closed captions. So there are closed captions on the broadcast, Ken. They're auto-generated, so because they're live. So they're not always accurate, but they'll give you a good indication of what we're trying to say. So maybe some of the guys in the chat can let you know how to turn that on if you are watching on YouTube. It's actually quite funny when, for example, when we say people's names to hear what the software translates the real speech as. So Sambhav Puri to come out at 6. And he swings and misses at this first one. Yeah, Puri, again, he's flown the flag. He scored 38 off 19 earlier with 5 Maximos, batting in the number 9 spot. Luxembourg were 42 for 8 at one point. Nice partnership. Got them to over 100 into respectability. There's a slow ball from Asad Mahmood, but pretty harmless as it goes down the leg side. Beautiful facility here. It's even nicer when the sun's out, which it has been for most of this game. Driven straight, but a lot of these teams are employing that straight fielder. Ashwin Vinod in that spot just takes away a shot that batters would traditionally think is a very safe shot. Ticks it. I suppose the only thing now is to see if Vivek can score his half century. 42 off 22. That's not going to help because he can't score and he won't get the strike either, as Lasagna tries to throw at the stumps and hits the edge of the pitch. It's 9 overs down and the score is 113 for 4. So Chris saying that closed captions doesn't work on YouTube for him. Okay, that's strange. Maybe it's in some countries and not others. Asad Mahmood steals the figures, 2 for 9 off his over. This game has been on life support for a while. We'll be turning the machine off, I think. And 6 more deliveries as Osama Mahmood, injured finger and all, he's going to get the 10th over. See if Puri can get off strike and give Vivek a chance to bring up his 50. Or he could just do that. Swings all around it. And I think he's hit himself in the head here. Have a look at the follow through from Puri. He goes whack. Oh no, he's been rocked. Wow. That's proper clocked him. I thought with the sound, I thought it was bat on helmet. Is it a top edge? I think so. Wow, well, that's a good advertisement for the helmet there. Back and to the left. Touch of 1963 about that one. Now he's just going to play it out and get one. Oh, Simon Mahmood. Just bringing it. I'm so happy that Puri is wearing a helmet. All right, so over to Dixit. If he knew the score, I don't think he'd be running ones here. Try and whack a couple of boundaries. Lasagna's pretty keen to get in the stats. He goes the old overarm throw at the stumps. I think the batter's home. I mean, all you have to do is watch here. Yeah, he's fine. All right. Let's see if Vivek can get one away. It just needs to stop moving, I think, before the ball's bowled. All right. 20 minutes away from the next game, by the way. It should be a very good one between Switzerland and France. They played some really tight battles recently. When they played earlier on today, it was 151 to 134, 17 runs between them. I just think France will be a little bit better, and Switzerland might be a bit tired. They're playing their fourth match of the day in the final match of day one. Slow ball, smacked out of the ground. Maximo, 6 runs, Dixit to 48. Well, there you go. I called it. Just stand still. He actually makes his teammates a little bit frightened there. Up and over the top. And, his teammates hunting the shade. Up in the players section. All right, 48 now for Dixit. This is where I probably would run a run thinking that Puri can give you the strike back, but you never know. Can he get his 50 here, Vivek? He can. Probably not the most convincing way to do it. But Dixit brings up his maiden ECN 50. And he brings up his half century off 25 balls. So that's a nice little moment for Vivek Dixit. And even though it's in a losing cause, he can be very proud of his innings against a fairly strong Swiss attack. And you can see there, pretty strong through the mid-off region. I think he's got a pretty good technique. Just a few little things, like staying still, keeping it simple, because he looks like a very good player. So he does get his 50 with 2 balls remaining. Now he'll smack it straight to the fielder. So it's going to be 50 and out for Dixit. Nicely taken out there on the boundary. So if you thought if we were heading for a quick finish, got another thing coming, because that'll take a bit of time to get the new batter out there. But yeah, nice innings from Vivek. Everyone's shaking hands, but I'm pretty sure there's another ball to bowl here, unless I've missed something. But, well, they're pretty satisfied it's over. I don't know. I guess, what have we got here? I've got .164 out in this. so I think it's still got one to go. And, well, Dixit will get a good ovation from the one person that remains in the dugout, or maybe 2, because everyone else is up in the shade in the grandstand. So, yeah, there's still a ball to go, 124 for 5. Someone will need to come out there. It's Nagiach. Of all the people to send out there, they send the one guy that cannot walk. So why would you send Nagiach out there who literally has one ankle? I'd time him out to be a pest. He's probably the only guy with his pads on. So, yeah, there's still a ball to go here. So Nagiach. I mean, they're 5 out, not 9 out. So I don't even know who put Mayank's pads on, because he doesn't look capable of doing it himself at the moment. Oh, well, if anything sums up Luxembourg's day, it's Mike Nagiach coming out to bat at 7. And I can't see him running one. They're down by 50 runs in the game. And I'll have to ask him, but we suspect that he might have just turned his ankle on the edge of the pitch. Now, we're going to come out, adjust the helmet, take guard, maybe Play a few shadow strokes. Times like this, I wish the clock was on in the 10th over. And, I tell you what, if Mayan can smash this one onto the roof, it'll be one of the most surprising turn of events I've ever seen. Got to hand it to him, though. He's been very brave. Played this game anyway. They really wanted to get his 2 overs in. Look at the field here. 4 slips in place. And it's edged over a 5th slip, and it's going to be 4. Well, there you go, Mayank. You don't have to run because he will hobble off after probably one of the longest one-ball innings I've ever seen. But Luxembourg are going to finish with 128. So the final score here in match 4, Switzerland 172, Luxembourg 128. The margin is 44 runs. As we have a look at what's coming up in exactly 15 minutes, we'll start the final match of the day. This should be an absolute banger. Switzerland and France. France winning the toss, electing to bat. Switzerland normally like to chase, but I think France, they back themselves to put a big score on the board. That one is coming away. Like I said, 15 minutes to the first ball. Let's roll the highlights. And Luxembourg didn't lose any wickets early. Played a few shots. You have to when you're chasing something in the 170s. Asghar Ali Khan certainly showed that he likes to swing the bat. This was a tight one. Batter just gets his bat down in time, along with Vivek Dixit. Set about trying to take on this imposing total. Didn't take a backward step. Balls flying all around the place. The openers between them, they hit 10 maximos and 4 fours. Also missed out on a few, which they never get back. Ultimately, even though they hadn't lost any wickets, the weight of the run rate required just started to tell, and Asghar Ali Khan swung all the way around that one as he was bowled by Anish Kumar. And Lasagna, he liked it. And then, well, poor Phil, he got the fright of his life. That one cracked into the dugout behind him. They continue to swing away. I think Switzerland bowled pretty well. I think Jason was excellent. That was a nice catch by Anish Kumar there. Ashwin coming to the party with some good fielding. Jay with a good catch as well. And ultimately, we saw a bit of entertainment. This one just got over line. Judson Madden, though, on the day that he'll want to remember. He ended up going 6 and out there. And then late in the piece, we saw a couple more going down. So Luxembourg, it's the first time we've really seen them not lose wickets early. It was really lucky for Puri that he's able to walk away from that after getting smacked in the helmet. But Luxembourg, again, it's not a bad total, 128. Maybe a handful less than par. Ultimately, their bowling hasn't been effective enough at keeping the other teams quiet. That's why they find themselves chasing large totals here on day one. They found themselves chasing scores of 163 for victory, then 154 for victory. This time it was 173 for victory. And it's just very tough for the batters to get anything going when you're staring down the barrel of such a big target. Well done to Vivek Dixit, though. 52 off 26 brings up his maiden ECN 50, apart from the Asghar Ali Khan opening up, scored 36 off 22, as Luxembourg would ultimately reach 128 as far as the bowlers went. 2 for 9, Asad Mahmood, and just the one over. Other wickets went to Anish Kumar, the left-arm spinner, as well as Jason, who I think bowled pretty well, although it got away from him a little bit at the end. The other wicket to Osama Mahmood. We'll take a quick break. Back in about 10. We'll take you into the finale of day one. Did he sound to him, Mr. Maximo? Rico Full already on the way to Germany, but I'll be here after the break to bring you Game 5 in this ECI Switzerland. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland. We're in St Gallen on a beautiful sunny Saturday afternoon. Perfect time for cricket, perfect weather for cricket. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN as we roll into the last match of what's been a highly entertaining day here in the European Cricket Internationals. And this should be, I think, the match of the day. I think France, they're going to be a lot better for the run. We saw them lose to Switzerland earlier. Now we're going to get the rematch. So it's Switzerland versus France. Let's see what happened at the coin toss a little while ago because Rob Kemming had the two captains.
Tails is called. It is heads.
We're gonna bat first.
Mohamed Amjad elects to bat first, and that's what you're seeing right now. Seeing the French openers out there. And it's a slight change of tactic, I think. I know that France, they can be very, very good defenders because they've got a very good bowling attack. One of the issues they've had is the kind of unusual conditions in the approach on this field here at the Grandema Stadium. Just a late change with Jason out of the lineup at the last minute. Anish Kumar, the spinner, comes in for him. For France, looking at them, they've retained the services of Ibrahim Jabakel, who is an off spinner, hasn't bowled yet in the series. Mustafa Omer comes in for them. They've got Zain Ahmed listed at the top with Mukhtar Gulami. So plenty of action still to come here on day 5. Well, match 5, I should say. It's actually day 13, if you want to be technical. It's going to be Ashwin Vinod to get us going. So for France to, I suppose, become real contenders in this series, you feel like they have to take the points off Switzerland here. Because with Luxembourg struggling, it could be who has the better of the 3-match mini-series between these two teams that wins the trophy. Anyway, Zain Ahmed goes up. Now, can he get there? He's running like the clappers. And he's going to be able to pull it back. That's a nice bit of work down there. I think that might have been Asad Mahmood running away from me, but did everything to try and get there. Couldn't quite make it in the end. Ashwin drawing a bit of a false shot out of Zain Ahmed first up, but he does get 2. Tries to launch. So the French opener, Zain Ahmed, thrust into that position. Maybe just snuck in. Pretty tight call, probably umpire's call on that one. Having a bit of a funny discussion. Oh, that's going to be too high, I think. It's top head. It's a really good effort from the keeper. It's Idris Haku's back behind the stumps. I just feel there's no way this can not be a no ball. It's got to be a no-y there. It's definitely waist high. We'll wait for the signal here. I think this will be a free hit coming up. Yeah, there it is. So you can just tell the way he hit it. When you see horizontal bat shots and batters trying to hit behind square of full tosses, typically that's a sign it is too high. So a nice little moment for Mukhtar Ali Gulami because he'll get to go. Crazy first ball because he can't get out. It's the old backyard cricket rules. Can't get out first ball. Mukhtar, certainly a real character. We first saw him actually playing for Seaside in the Swedish competition. That was back in the European Cricket Series 2020, but he's been in France. He's doing great stuff with women's cricket as well. I know a lot of his players will be watching. And this one probably climbing over the stumps. Not that it would have mattered because that was a free hit and he's not able to hit it. So yeah, we were talking in the break in the chat about the closed captions on YouTube being auto-generated and what it might say when Rico launches into a 6. And Trip saying when he says Seis Carreras, it says Chase Carreras or something like that. All right, this time it could be trouble for Mukhtar. I think he's going to go for a duck. And he will, even though it's dropped then caught. And they think it's hilarious, don't they, out there? It's Musa Ahmedzai that takes the catch. Mukhtar probably not laughing because he's a real key cog. This is one that he tries to hit straight, but maybe he could have gone over the offside. So he'll go for a second baller. Musa, he found that very amusing, but I don't think you'll find Mukhtar smiling because he's gone for a derrick and trouble early for France, and is a key component of their batting order in the very first over. Still, one door closes, another opens, 4 for 1. In France, they do have a fairly long batting order. Maybe they don't have those out-and-out players that can tear a game apart. game after game after game, like a Hassan Ahmed or someone like that. But they do have players that can swing it. They can all clear the boundary. They seem to have a way of batting themselves out of a tight corner. Goes after this, almost through the hands. Not sure if he gets a finger on it or not. Hassan Mahmood, but that's going to be 4. They're just taking it on. And we get a boundary. Now, big swing and a miss. Probably had to go offside again. This is Lingaswaran Kanasana, who's out there now. Starts with the boundary. Mentioned his 89 not out that he scored in the Valletta Cup breakout innings for him. So, end of the first over, 8 for 1. Late change there, like we said, with Anish Kumar coming in. You see him there at the bottom of the screen. JC in a late withdrawal. I'm not quite sure what that was for, but maybe just something that is related to something in the last game. I know that Jay is going to be released to play for his club Cossonay tomorrow, so he'll hopefully pull up okay for those games. Big workload for these Swiss players today. If you play every game, that's 4 matches in a day. Edged away, that's 4. So Zain Ahmed riding his luck. Ali Naya comes on, goes around the wicket. It's just a very late deflection into the gap. And 4 runs. Kind of plays for it a little bit. I don't think he's trying to get it that fine. Zain has been a pretty good choice at the top of the order. We saw him replace Gus McKeon there when Gus had to go back to the UK for club cricket commitments during that Maltese T20I series. It is the last game of the day, guys. Random questions. I'm here flying solo last game of the day because Rico is already on the train. He's going to get on a train. He's going to get on a plane. He's going to get in an automobile. That's basically what he'll be doing over the next few hours. Yeah, Rico's got a big adventure ahead. I'm sure he's going to enjoy his Saturday night. And then a nice relaxing day in Germany before he starts in Dresden on Monday. Leg by signalled there. Wow. He nicks this onto his helmet, I think. Yeah, it's an interesting one. He tried to work it to leg. What does this hit? Yeah. Sounded like it flicked the helmet on the way up, maybe just the side. That might have just taken some of the sting out of it. That's why it didn't carry all the way down. Edged and out. And it's Ali Naya just getting that slide away movement. Kanasana giving himself some room, trying to go through the offside, but just gets a feather on it. So France have lost 2 early ones here. 2 wickets in the first 2 overs, and it's the Swiss captain who breaks through. 15 for 2, nicely held as well by Idris Hark behind the stumps. Very regulation chance, but you can see there, look at where his feet are. I think Swaran Kanasana. Probably not percentages. Looks great when you hit those, but you can see there afterwards he practices probably what he should have done. Get in line with it. This will bring Usman Khan to the crease. Now, this is very France. I mean, they sometimes back themselves into a tight spot, but like I say, they've got the personnel to get them out of it. But the problem is they're taking on a Swiss lineup that are high on confidence with the bat. Plundered some big scores. They scored 162 Switzerland in the first game, then 151 against France in the second game, 172 in match 4. Ali Naya, good cricketer. Pity we didn't see more of him in the ECS. Power might have been able to use him. Him and Canado Fletcher probably the two we didn't see that much of. Canado is in the squad for this weekend. I wonder if we'll see him tomorrow. I know, like I said, a couple of players being released from the squad to play for their respective clubs. I suppose you can afford to do that with such a big squad for Switzerland in this ECI. Oh, what a ball. That's almost cleaned Usman Khan up. And he is a little bit susceptible to the Yorker, especially early, because he backs away. This one almost castles him. Wow, look at that. That's about as close as you can get to being cleaned up first ball. It's the end of the second over. Really good one there from Ali Naya. 15 for 2 after 2. Let's have a look at the table. So, yeah, you just can't see it happening. If Switzerland get another win here, there'll be 8 points. France on 2. So I suppose in theory it's possible that France could turn around tomorrow. But you feel like if France want to win this series, they got to get a result here. Ashwin to bowl out here in the third. He misses the pitch first up. Attempted slow ball gone wrong. You can see there, just a slightly different release. There'll be a free hit then. I don't think I've ever seen quite as many free hits as I've seen here in Switzerland. Oh, he misses out. Makes the wrong choice there, doesn't he? Zain Ahmed was determined to go leg side. All right, this is high and this isn't a free hit, which spells trouble. Hassan Ahmed comes in, doesn't drop 2 men in, he doesn't drop this one. So France just electing to bat, not going to plan at the moment. Zain on the charge. Again, on the move, so it's always hard to keep your composure, keep your balance. He just gets up and under it. Infielder probably could have got back, but it's an easier catch for the outfielder. Hassan Ahmed comes in. He's got giant hands, Hassan Ahmed. And that ball disappears into them. And so Zain, the next man to go, and he's going to depart at 16 for 3. Noman Amjad comes to the crease. So for me, okay, the 3 wickets are a concern. Probably bigger concern, though, is the fact that they're only going at 6.9 and over. So 69 pace. Because they can kind of absorb the wickets, because they've got guys that can come out and smash it. But, yeah, so far, Switzerland have done well to keep them quiet, because we know that when we saw France in match 3, for example, they did lose a few wickets along the way, but they managed to keep that run rate high against Luxembourg. Ashwin Vinod in the wickets again, 2 for 9. Member of our ECN family. Helps out at the office, which is now based in Switzerland. So, yeah, Ashwin and Jason, we've seen a fair bit of today. We are ECN through and through. Having a pretty good day here in the internationals. Edged, and that's carried. That's going to be gone as well. So Amjad goes first ball. And Vinod's got 3. He's collecting a bucket load here, and it probably isn't the right shot from Noman first up. He seemed to want to go leg side. We'll see it on the replay thanks to our fantastic crew from Spring Productions. And it's held low down by Idris Haq. Let's have a look. Big edge. Yeah, no doubt about it. See it here. Actually got a bit of room to move down towards the bottom of the bat. It's just not the greatest shot selection from the French skipper. Maybe a bit of a tired shot at the end of a long day. France playing their third match, but Switzerland playing their fourth. And that's 4 wickets down now, 16 for 4. Things slipping away. If France were to lose this game, the only way they could possibly win the series would be to win all their games tomorrow and hope that Switzerland lose to Luxembourg tomorrow. And then, even then, they'd have to have a better net run rate. Here's a hat-trick ball for Ashwin. And it's not. That's pretty close. Pretty close. It was Musa Ahmadzai who was just loitering around the mid-wicket region. There's 2 is left. But he couldn't quite get there. Ashwin. Can he grab a 4th wicket in the power play? Not with that. Nice bit of keeping down the leg side by Idris Haq. It's been really nice, I suppose, after spending 2 weeks here in Switzerland to see players that were rivals now uniting. So you can see Geneva keeper Idris Haq behind the stumps. Got Cosnay bowler Ashwin Vinod. Oh, that's a pretty good ball. Again, full straight, squirted away. Beautiful Saturday afternoon. Still 26 degrees. We're past 5 p.m. local time. Trip in the chat asking, is this a collapse? Kind of, Trip. It's kind of a collapse. Oh, and this gets straight through Jabakel. So Ashwin, another good spell. 3 wickets, but even more importantly than that, only 12 runs conceded. So Ashwin knows he goes pretty close to getting 4. But France have lost 4 in the first 3. It's 19 for 4. What a disastrous power play this is for the French. These 2 teams have had some really good battles lately. Of course, I talked earlier about the Valletta Cup T20 International battle when we saw Switzerland get over France in the very last ball of the day. Some 10 points between France and Switzerland on the ICC T20 International rankings. Musa Ahmadzai, the left armer, to come out and bowl over number 4. Yeah, Musa was a fun player to watch. Plays for St Gallen, the local club here, where we're hosting this tournament. He's bowling to Usman, who just stands his ground this time. I like this from Usman Khan. He doesn't really premeditate to back away. I think he's good enough just to stand there and back his own skills. Get that ball through the leg side. Just goes with the angle from Musa. Good batting. Usman Khan, he's one of those guys that seems to dig in when the going gets tough. They'll need him to here if France are going to turn this around. Never judge a game too early. It's one of the things I do say. Now, pushes and runs. We're out of the power play now. So up to 5 outfielders can be employed from this point in time. Musa just loses this one down the leg side. All right, so like I said, I'm by myself, so if you can throw me a random question. Who's going to be the first one to give me a random question? Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a Saturday night. All right, skied, and this is the keeper's ball, or is it? No, he leaves it with the fielder, and it's dropped, and it's kicked. And now they're going to throw, and there's no one there. And if that hadn't hit the stumps, they might have run about 5 overthrows. Well, this is something. Get a load of it. I mean, originally I thought it's the keeper's ball. He could have reached it. He kind of needed the gloves. Then it's booted by Anish. And then you could see he almost bails out of the throw, Musa, because he realizes there's not a human being in front of him at the stumps or behind the stumps. Luckily, he hits the stumps. Because I think Musa might have had to do his own backing up if that hadn't have hit. Guzman jams, runs. Oh, really close. I think he's just in. I know at this time of day, it's not so easy to see the line. So I think that probably is a factor. Just in. Just in. Nice bit of a rebound work from Musa. But France kind of needed someone to play a big innings here. Jabakel batted well earlier. Had a good partnership with his captain, Noman Amjad. He's bowled him. And so it's not going to be Jabakel. That's going to be the man. He plays all around Yorker. Again, just look at the balls that have taken wickets today. Look at where they've been pitched. And the majority of them have been this length. It's full. It's straight. It goes straight under the bat of Jabakel. And easy as you like. Even though the bowler's in umpire probably has no idea what's happened. Poor Anissimus saying all I can see is the backside of Musa Ahmadzai. But it's pretty clear that the stumps have been conquered, and that's 5 down now. And the score is 27 for 5. Chris has got a question, random question. Vinny, have you eaten any Toblerone whilst I've been in Switzerland? The answer is no, but I do have Toblerone, and I plan to eat it probably as soon as I leave the country. Maybe I'll even have a little bit tonight. I just thought it might be easier if I left it in my baggage so that when I leave, I can really put it to good use. Yeah, Toblerone. I don't mind Toblerone. I will say it's a little bit of a dangerous chocolate because it's got vertices. So it's got points on it. Last ball of the over. Moving wide instead. It's Mustafa Omar who comes into the lineup, and he'll grab one as we get to the end of the 4th over. The score, France 28 for 5. So, yeah, a bit of a mess, to be honest, at this stage. Mustafa has played one T20 international for France. That was all the way back in 2021 against Germany. I don't think we've seen him in a 10-over match before. So good to see a new face on ECN. But what about the situation? I mean, what's their best case scenario from here? Have an awesome partnership where let's just say they start banging it at 15 and over. Let's think about it that way. 6 overs, 90. That's 118, which is still looking a bit thin on the ground, although France do have a very good bowling lineup. We know that. They still leave Shane Watercooler-Saria out of the lineup, who played the first game, didn't look too comfortable running in. Just wasn't quite himself. So time for some spin. And with the late addition of Anish Kumar, we've got 2 left-arm spinners. Here's Tarani coming on, and he might have a wicket first ball. He does. So another wicket. France falling apart. Sacre bleu here in St. Gallen as they lose the 6. It's 28 for 6. Hassan Ahmed, he's had so much of the ball of leather poisoning. And right now, Switzerland probably thinking it was a good toss to lose. What frustration. Tarani comes out, once again gets a wicket first ball, as we did earlier on. Took a double wicket maiden earlier. And you've got to feel for Omar, really, because he's a guy, obviously he's waited a long time for an opportunity. He's still young, he's 23 years of age. And that's a ball. Really could have put it anywhere he wanted. Just didn't keep it down. Didn't really go after it either. And so France 28 for 6. Having said that, you've got Hevitt Aladdin Jackson, or Action Jackson as we like to call him here on ECN. He's a very capable number 8. In fact, he often opens the batting. First one he's not going to be able to hit because it's off the pitch. Does like to hustle. But he'll only get the 1 extra here, so that'll be a no ball plus 1 by. And so we have free hit for Usman Khan. Oh, the free hit is absolutely nailed. What a great shot that is by Usman Khan. Well, I mean, these two, in other circumstances, they might be batting number 2 and number 4. So if you can just pretend there's not that 6 wickets there, then yeah, I suppose these two are very capable of putting together a partnership. But the issue is they've already burnt 4 overs here. Don't have much to show for it. Same kind of a shot, up and under this time, and that'll be another boundary. So Talani just getting a little bit loose there. I think he's trying to sneak it inside. I like this footwork from Usman Khan, though. Again, not backing away too much. Just saying, okay, put it out there. I'll step towards it. I'm not going to step away. He's got a good eye. I always thought of him as a bowler who bats a bit, but I think he genuinely can be considered about a top 6 batter now. If you look at his performances in the T20, he's got his own technique. I don't think it's for everyone, but it works for him. Nice shot. This will be a tough chase. Oh, nice effort from Ashwin Vinod, but he won't quite get there. That'll be 4 more to Usman Khan. So France just starting to tick along. Okay, so Chris Smith has said there's original Toblerone, white Toblerone, and orange Toblerone. I didn't know there's orange. Tell me all the different types of Toblerone. Educate me. Now, same direction. And, Hassad makes a bit of a meal of it here. Loses his footing, but does field the ball, so they'll only get 1. I'll tell you why the no ball for off the pitch is such a harsh rule is poor Action Jackson. He gets credited with the dot for a ball that he had no chance of hitting. Straight down the ground. More work for Ashwin. Does well. Gets it in. Almost blows Tarani's hand off with the bounce throw, but excellent fielding, Switzerland. They've got the sniff, don't they? If they can break this partnership, maybe they can roll through and maybe get France for 50 or less, the way things are going. And so will be the end of another over. Just 44 days until the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. It is the Champions League of European cricket. The Euros of cricket, I suppose, because it's the internationals. 31 countries will take part. And have a look at France. They'll be first up. I've actually got the fixtures, so I can actually have a look at when they'll be playing. Group A starts the 25th of September. You can see Switzerland Group E, so we'll see them at the start of week 3. And then Luxembourg, we'll see them at the second half of week 3. They're in Group F, which is a pretty tough one. I mean, they're all tough. But join us on the 25th of September onwards for the ECC. Well, this is trouble. Keeper's ball and gone. So Action Jackson goes a little bit late on the pull. It's Musa Ahmedzai that breaks through. We know that the French batting is kind of prone to falling over and folding. We haven't seen it that much lately, but this is a little bit of a retro look at it that they didn't want to see here. And so 7 wickets down now, 44 for 7. Dawud Ahmedzai again. He's a guy we've seen batting in the top 5 or 6 before, so I mean, he's very capable, but it's just the pressure of knowing you need to score so quickly. So yeah, even let's say you go at 15 and over, from here. You're still only putting 119 on the board against the Swiss side that have been banging 150 plus every time they've gone out there today. Good call by Idris behind the stumps as well. Makes that his, even though it's pretty much straight to the fielder in the circle. But he's got the gloves. Dawood. Solid drive. Ashwin trips over a caterpillar on his way to fielding that one. Just a single. And Chris said he ate an orange Toblerone during play today. So is it orange colour or just tastes like orange or has bits of orange in it? I love hazelnut. Is there anyone that has hazelnut in it? Tell me. This is Food Chat Incorporated. And we might have to be quick the way this innings is going. It's 45 for 7. It's also such a big net run rate boost as well, potentially. With a big win here, Switzerland are pretty much out of sight as far as the trophy goes. Pitched up on the stumps. Hassan will clean this up. Just a single. Couple to come then. And Musa break through again. Oh, pretty close. Oh, maybe just going down the leg side, and I mean just. Suppose he doesn't help himself with the angle he's coming. My guess also is he probably blocks the umpire, so it's probably a non-starter. But it doesn't really get forward. Yeah, for me it's just missing. Would have been impossible for it to hit. Maybe the very, very outside coat of varnish on the leg stump, but I think it's a good decision from the umpire. Usman, 21, trying to hold the innings together. Smacks it, but he smacks it straight at Ashwin Vinod, and he's gone. So it was a pretty good shot from Usman Khan. He got a piece of it, but he never really went over. He just drills it straight to long off, and Switzerland have caught well in this innings. So Usman's contribution comes to an end. And it goes from bad to worst. Worse for France as they lose an 8th wicket, 47 for 8. It's also the end of the over. Musa Ahmadzai finishes with figures of 3 for 11. So we've seen 8 wickets in 6 overs. And now you're right down. You got the Mungals. They can both bat. I mean, we saw both of them hit boundaries when they came out earlier on today. Dawood Ahmadzai. And what's your play here? Do you just kind of eke out the overs? I don't know. I still think you just bat trying to hit boundaries and hope for a bit of a miracle. I mean, you eke to, say you go run a ball 71. I mean, it's not much, is it? Maybe gamble you can get more at the risk of getting less. Ali Naya comes in for over number 7. Ooh. Maybe a bit lucky to get away with that. Umpire's call on the wide. Nothing going France's way at the moment. Driven away, it'll just be one. I mean, we've talked a lot about how batters have dominated this series, so you've got to give credit to the bowlers and the fielding unit when we see a team fall over with the bat. Okay, admittedly, France, this is only their first day batting on this surface. It is a bit different. But if you want to look back, earlier they did put 134 on the board against Switzerland. 150 plus against Luxembourg as well. This is in the air. Almost another catch. Doesn't quite carry. Just a single. Yeah, so it's not that France haven't been able to score runs on the pitch. 134 and 153. But right now, they're in a right royal mess here. Naya probably thinking he's 2 balls away from finishing it in the 7th. Now the cutter, which is off the inside edge onto the foot of Mr. Universe. I think it's directly onto the foot as well. Might have popped up for a catch if it had gone a little bit further. Goes full straight. They go on the hit. Wrong end. Should have gone to the keeper's end there, but he didn't realise. It was hit so hard, and Ahmadzai went on the hit. Mangal at the other end probably wanted to trust him, but knew in the back of his head it was not a good call. He said, "Are you sure?" Tries to put up the stop sign, then realises he has to get on his horse. Ali Naya saying, "Hey, don't give it to me, give it to him." If they had, I think we would have had an easy run out. So Trip's got a question. Asking, is the ECC going to be under lights? And yes, it will be. So at the moment, every time we're at the Cardimer Oval, we go into the night. I'll give you that in a minute. Pushes and runs this time. Doesn't go as quickly to Mr. Ahmadzai. So it's an easy single. Yeah, so I know that you're in Virginia, right? So it's Eastern US time. So you're 6 hours behind where we are. So I can probably give you the times as well, if you like. Let's stay in the present right now, though, and look ahead to what we'll see in this series tomorrow. As we'll see Luxembourg 3 times, we'll see France 3 times, we'll see Switzerland twice in the middle games. Join us 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India for the conclusion of this European Cricket International, Switzerland. And let's see if Luxembourg in particular can find another gear. I'm sure they'll look at the day and their performances and see where they might have gone a little bit better. And I'm sure it'll be an exciting finish to our 2 weeks here in Switzerland. It's been awesome. Anish Kumar, who was late inclusion, gets the 8th over. 51 for 8 the score at the moment. Yeah, so the first game at the ECC will start at 11:30 local, which is 5:30 in the morning in the east of the US. Chip? Well, just throwing at everything at the moment. Let's have a look at this LBW. Does Kumar straighten it down the line at all here? Coming from fairly wide. I don't think that's out. That's pitched outside leg and hitting outside leg and missing leg. So that's 0 for 3 for me. This one's hit out to deep extra cover. I'll only get one. That's good fielding once again from Asad Mahmood. Yeah, so the last game at the ECC, including the finals of every group, it's 8:30 p.m. local. That's 2:30 p.m. in the east of America. It's midnight in India. So we'll be starting a little bit later than we normally do. It's also a couple of little breaks during the day, just with the scheduling. It's during the World Cup as well. Oh, and Ahmadzai charges and pushes. He'll get one. So this is subject to change, but the fixtures that I've got in front of me show that France will actually play in the first match of the ECC against Spain. So what a great start that'll be. Smashed back, and Kumar does well to get down and block it. So yeah, Spain versus France on day one, match one. 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe and 3 p.m. in India. Tossed up, clever bowling from Kumar, trying to tempt him into doing something aggressive or over-aggressive. That'll be the end of the over. Just 3 come off that. France, I think they're down the river without a paddle at the moment. It's 54 for 8 after 8. I suppose the lowest score we've ever seen defended was 60. If there's one team that could defend something in the 50s, might be this France team with their attack. It's just in these conditions and against a Swiss side that have constantly been putting up big runs, it's hard to see it happening. Time for a new over. Sticking with spin seems to be working. So Tana Balasingham is going to bowl the next one. Just a single down the ground this time. Well, you completely lose the handle on this one. They won't get an extra apart from the no ball. Free hit incoming. Down leg side. And it's going to be whacked away. Maximo. Hits a big 6 here, so they do cash it in. Can France turn this into something a bit more? Because they even hit 9 sixes from here. She's only got 116 on the board. That's a scary thing. Oh, another one. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. Danabala Singh, when he's really on, he's so good at just dropping it inside the tram line at the last minute. Oh, wow, it's even worse. Now they're going to take it on. Bowler's end? Well, can't go keeper because he might have to go through the keeper. So, no ball plus a bite. Danabala Singh, he looks a bit sore, doesn't he? For a guy who's just ambling it off 3 or 4 paces. He's just kind of clutching his leg there. Not another one. Hopefully he hasn't trodden the side of the pitch as well. He's worried about the footing, isn't he? Just might have tweaked his groin or something there. Never really see him going over the wicket. That lures him into a shot and he misses. That one's squandered as well. Now another swing and a miss. And now we're going to have a stump here. So Danabala Singh, he started with a wicket, he'll finish with a wicket. In between, it's a little bit all over the place. And Idris cleans that up. Stumped by a country mile. Ramatul Mangal will be the 9th wicket to fall. Yeah, more pain for France. That'll make it 65 for 9, 1 over remaining. Been a bit of a demolition job, really. You can see how much France could use, for example, the top 3 from Dreux that we've seen in this form of the game. And I know there's some whispers that Nabi might be qualified. Not sure of the status of the others, but yeah, just feel you put 3 big bosses in at the top with their bowling, with their fielding. You start to think they're contenders for the whole thing. Might have a special guest for the second innings. Not sure how long the second innings will go for, judging by the scoreline. But I should also mention, of course, Lenny did break 2 chairs while he was here. Rico also broke a chair today, and I think I forgot to mention that. Don't know how I forgot to mention it earlier. But yeah, he went right over. I heard the crack from the production room between games. So yeah, it was a big crack. I found Rico on the floor, but he's okay. That's the main thing. So 3 chairs in a series, new personal best. Anyway, Anisha's going to come and finish the twin spin attack. 10th overtime. Big swing and a miss, Dawood Ahmedzai. Oh no, Dawood, he's a big fan of smashing the cricket ball, and if little muscle man could whack one on the roof, it'd probably make his day, despite being so far behind in the game. Goes back and misses this, strike 2. Kumar, late inclusion. He's loving life out there, putting up some very economical numbers. Oh, I think this is going to be it. Really quick work there from Idris Hunt behind the stumps. Catch this one more time. But Darwood goes walkabout. Oh, interesting. One bail falls, but the other one's still on. It fell for no particular reason, so that'll be fine. Plus, yeah, the stumps didn't go over, so a little bit of a quirk there, but it was going to be all out 65 France leave 3 balls on the table. And, so 66 on the board. As the Swiss team will get together, and, well, it was all quiet on the prairie for France. They just lost a whole bunch of wickets here early after winning the toss and electing to bat. They continued to fall one after another. They lost 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, 2 in the sixth. Well, that spells trouble. That's 8 wickets in the first 6 overs, and what was even worse, they found it hard to find the boundaries at the same time. And yeah, that one was a near miss, but there were plenty that were out. That Switzerland actually caught really well to put the pressure on. That probably wasn't the greatest shot from Noman Amjad. He's a lot better than that. Ashwin Vinod in the wickets again. He picked up 3 of them. That was a rare miss. It was the old drop kick and throw, and then Musa panics because there's no keeper there and there's no one backing up. We might have had 5 overthrows all run. Luckily, he did hit the target. This was a tight one as well, but the batter just hustled home. Yeah, but full straight through the gate has been the way to do it here. The bowlers that have done that consistently have had good results in this ECI. Hassan Ahmed again. He's so safe in the outfield, he could probably catch him behind his back. Idris back behind the sticks for Switzerland this one as well, but just such a momentum that the Swiss had up. And then late in the piece, we saw even Usman Khan going, who actually batted pretty well, but he was only able to score 21. And a couple of stumpings to finish off. It's the old phantom bail. The ghost bail falls off just with the aggressive charge of Ahmadzai, but the other bail was still on. I'm sure Rob Kevin was all over that as well. But France will have to make our lowest totals defended Hall of Fame if they're going to win this one. Switzerland with a big win here can pretty much be assured that they'll raise the ECI trophy tomorrow. 21 for Usman Khan off just 12 balls, but it was a fighting hand. He had partners falling left and right all around him. As we saw, the only other batter, Dawood Ahmadzai, getting to double figures, 10 off 14, and just nothing really going right for France in that one. 3 for Ashwin Vinod and Musa Ahmadzai. 2 wickets for Tanabalasingam, who bookended his spell with wickets, and then 1 each for Ali Naya and Anish Kumar, who were both very, very economical. Vinny Sandhu here then for ECN. I'll be back in just a few minutes with the chase, with a special guest as well, if I'm lucky. Until then, it's Vinny Sandhu, ready for the last innings of the day. We'll see you very shortly for more ECI Switzerland. Hello and welcome back to Switzerland for the final time today. Time for the second innings of match 5 in this ECI. It's Switzerland, the hosts, coming out to chase just 66 for victory after demolishing the French batting lineup. France all out for 65 in 9.3 overs. If Switzerland can do this, they will have had a perfect day, 4-0. And it's hard to see anyway that they won't be the champions of this series. Still, France are a proud team. They're a team we're going to see in the first match of the ECC in just 44 days' time. And they'll want to come out and put on a good show. We have seen these kinds of scores defended before in ECN cricket, but just not on this ground. Hassan Ahmed is out there, and Arjun Vinod getting an opportunity at the other end. I like that. I think he's a guy that we haven't seen the best of in the last 2 weeks with the bat. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and someone that knows a lot about Arjun Vinod because that's his club captain is going to join us for the last innings of the day. ECN's very own Jay Sin. Jay, welcome to the commentary box.
Good evening, Vinny. Thank you.
Good to have you with us. Here's Amjad. He gets the ball to bite away. Called it wide first up. So, Jay, firstly, congratulations on your performances, not only today, but in the ECS for Costanay. I know you guys didn't quite get the result you wanted, couldn't quite sneak into the 5, but how's the couple of weeks been here for you in the European Cricket Series?
It's been fantastic. Honestly, this whole setup, the ground, everything looks fantastic. It's always such a surreal experience to be playing in an ECS, let alone now involved with the whole setup, with everything. It's surreal.
Yeah, it's certainly a unique venue. Wow, okay, well this is going to be a no ball. It's got to be. And +4 buys. Well, there you go. This is a genuine grubber. It's because if it bounces twice or it rolls. Well, Jay, where were these when you were bowling? I don't really know what to say, but that's we have not seen a ball like that for 2 weeks. But it's got to be a no ball. And look at a no man. Yeah, and yeah, all the signals are coming out now. And well, that one kept low. That one's flying high. But excuse my my amazement.
I'm a bit speechless, to be honest. That's
it's hit the joint between the two bits of wood, right?
It's definitely, and I think the bits of wood have been hit by a lot of rain and sun repeatedly over the last 2 weeks. So it's definitely not, that seam down the middle is not stable.
You can't really, I mean, there's no ability to call that a dead ball either, even though literally it is dead when it hits the pitch. So, okay, well, our small talk has been interrupted first up. I've got a few more questions for you. If you'd like to speak to Jay, he's in with me for this innings. Who knows how long it will last, the way things are going. So that's 6 off none so far, and a free hit for Hassan. Now another one, so 7, and the free hit will still be in play. Yeah, Jason from Costanay and Switzerland. Of course, I remember you all the way back in the ECC when you took a hat-trick against Germany, so you do have a bit of history in the 10-over format for Switzerland.
Really enjoy bringing that up. That's one of the things that you've brought up probably the most on comms every time
I think that you'll enjoy me bringing it up because it's a very special
hat-tricks are
moment.
Special. Hat-tricks are incredibly special, and I feel incredibly privileged to have gotten one against Germany.
Yeah, especially against Germany. Well, this one does bounce. Now I don't know what to expect. I know this pitch can play up a little bit late in the day after it's been played on all day. That was a free hit, and I have a feeling Hassan totally forgot as he tries to just dab it down for one.
I think he's not very stressed either. I mean, in this sort of a situation with it, so much firepower, I mean, he's been striking the ball tremendously. And this bowler himself, with a good bit of pace, Hassan can definitely put away well over the boundary rope. So I don't think he's worried about the overrate as you see the bowler come back in.
Right off the end of the bat this time. So maybe tell people about the Jay Sin story. So you were born here, is that right?
No, just
born here?
I was born in Mumbai.
Okay.
I grew up here. I came here as a 2-year-old.
Okay.
So it was an early start into cricket in Switzerland because my dad picked up the sport, who you had on comms a little while earlier
of
in
course,
the ECS, alongside Lenny. He enjoyed watching these.
Good delivery. Amjad's a good bowler.
He's just moving it, shaping it gently away, and with that pace as well that he generates, it's such a tough line to play when he gets it that way. Just hoping that Hassan doesn't get too caught in his shell here. He is a very naturally free-flowing player, and if he sticks to his strengths, this should go swimmingly. But yeah, like I was saying, I grew up here. As a little 2-year-old, I joined my dad at the cricket field, or probably as a little 3 or 4-year-old when it was a little more safe.
Yeah, of course. Goes after this. It's going to be called a wide. No man probably can't believe this either. It's been a bit of a shocker for France in this game. Okay, so you were kind of introduced to the game fairly early, it sounds like.
Yeah, and it's very interesting. For all countries, Switzerland was probably the last place you would have guessed that a kid, 2 or 3, would have had experience or been exposed to cricket. It would have been definitely back in India, would have been the first place. But no, it was in Kosane Cricket Club.
Yeah, great. And it's quite an interesting club, Kosane as well. Well, that's the top edge from Hassan. Not quite where he wanted it, but it's going to fly. And in fact, I think that's gone 1 bounce for 4. So it's turning into a pretty disastrous first over for Amjad. Okay, and so you came up. So what's kind of the junior structure like for a kid that's wanting to learn cricket here in Switzerland?
Well, actually, I got caught in a pretty tough situation. So Switzerland is now back with the ICC, and we're in a great spot. And you can see all of our international cricket is coming up very, very quickly. But at the time, we were no longer a part of the ICC, and that was a little difficult as a junior. Off the ball.
This one should be out. Amjad's going to do his own fielding, and he will take it. So Hassan's going to go, and so there is an early wicket. You can see France, they look a little bit like they've gone 12 rounds with Mike Tyson in match 5 here. So Hassan, a rare failure from him, and he does go 6 and out. It is 14 for 1. So tell us a little bit more about kind of your progression and how you get all the way to the national team then.
The very first hardball cricket game I ever played was for Switzerland at the under-11s.
Okay.
We ended up going to Denmark, and we traveled to Denmark, and that was my first experience playing cricket with a hardball instead of with a tennis or one of those Incredibles which swing.
How was that experience? Was that a little bit intimidating to go to the hardball with all the equipment and everything?
Yeah, 100%. And what's worse is that my dad was, he was asked, where does he bat? How does he play? What does he do? And my dad said he's an opening batter. And so little 7-year-old Jay with all these under-11s was stood up there shivering.
Yeah.
I got skilled first ball. I will have to say that. Admittedly, I did get skilled. But, the experience has definitely shaped who I've become today and what I want to do going forward with Switzerland.
Yeah, I've got a few more questions then. And just remind, we've got Jay in the box at the moment, so send through your questions in the chat. New batter out there is Idris, but he's going to go first ball. So there you go, 2 and 2. Never say never. Amjad's going to come back on a hat trick, and I assume we'll have to bring him straight back. That's the end of the first over. 14 for 2.
Yeah, it'll be a shame if they don't bring him back on, especially after those 2 wickets. His pace and just that irregular surface is really getting on the nerves of the batsman, it seems. And with little totals like this, it can be funny. They get in their own heads, and sometimes that firepower is a little bit counteracted.
Yeah, most of the running has been all bat. You know that as a bowler. You're a bowler and a batter, of course, but we see you typically as a bowler in the national setup that will bat depending on where the team needs you. 127 matches since the Golden Ball. We actually worked out if we're going to go through the record Barron streak of 405, it'll be ECC Group E. So hopefully we don't go that long before we see a Golden Ball. One thing we haven't had so far in Switzerland, so it would be great to have one this weekend.
Yeah, excited. It's only 2 days of cricket. Only 1 day now of cricket left to try and get that Golden Ball for you, Vinny. But
I'm happy with the entertainment we've had. I know that you guys weren't in finals day yesterday with your club Kosane, but what about that final? Alton chasing down 154 against the Nomads.
And for the second time again, because they did that right at the start of the tournament.
Bookends.
Yeah, bookends of the tournament. What a performance by the Alton boys. Just a consistent ability to win. That is their raw talent.
Finding a way. It was a bit of a tradition of European Cricket Series where match 1 is also the final. It happened a few times. It happened in Czechia last year, Bohemians and Prague CC. I think it happened in the Gibraltar Night Series earlier in this year as well. Anyway, Usman Khan, who's coming on the second over, they just keep bowling him earlier. I suppose there's no point waiting in a game like this.
He's a tricky bowler, actually, Vinny. He's got this nice slower one that's very difficult to pick up, and he's got this lovely shape away and gets it right in the block hole. So as a batter, it's terribly difficult to get underneath. So it's a tough ask especially when chasing these larger totals.
It comes over and it's perfectly out of the back of the hand. So, maybe you can pick it, but then to play it's another thing. He gets good bounce with it, also kind of moves a little bit away from the right-hander. Now, of course, we know you, our viewers probably know you from watching you on the screen, but you're also doing a fair bit of work behind the scenes as well for the European Cricket Network now, isn't that right?
it's a bit of a dream come true, if you ask me. I mean, anybody who works in the Blue Crew knows it's a lot of effort, and there's lots happening all the time.
Yeah.
Behind the scenes, at the scenes, and then obviously on the screens. But this is, I mean, you couldn't ask for more as a kid growing up with a dream of playing cricket from Switzerland to find a job in Switzerland. Working from the main office, it's a real privilege.
Yeah, of course, the office now in Switzerland as of this year. Sama Mahmood plays all around one from Usman Khan first up. That was the kind of on-pace delivery, just slid across the left hand, a good bowling.
Yeah, and it's keeping at a really nice length. I mean, it's moving away from him. Osama can't really commit too hard, and you can see how far out of the crease he was trying to get to that ball.
It was all about hitting the seam on that occasion, and yeah, you're right, did move left to right a fair bit. So yeah, tell some of the viewers, what's a typical day? Because we would love to know as well. Because, I mean, we work together, but it's one of those things because we're on the tour. You know, there's all this stuff happening in the office. We'll kind of hear it through the grapevine, and, you know, we get informed now and then because of how busy we are between the games on. Nice shot, little check drive from Osama, who's getting off the mark with 4. Good batting.
Straight batted shot, straight down the ground. It was lovely. And, yeah, with the office, I mean, it's always, with any business, I think there's so much paperwork that needs to get done in the background. More than just paperwork, it's understanding where this company wants to go. I mean, I want to see cricket be the greatest and biggest sport in Europe.
Goes after this offside. This will be 4 more. So Osama, coming off a lazy 70 in the last game, comes on. I don't think he's got 10 good fingers, but he's got plenty of good shots, and he gets another one away for 4.
Yeah, he seems to be out of that pain, so he's very comfortable with the bat now, and looking back in that stellar form that we saw him in just before he got injured. I mean, he's a talented cricketer. Another one who I've grown up with playing in junior cricket here, so we played a lot of under-19 cricket together, and did face France in the under-19 setup ourselves.
It's just pitches outside leg stump for me, although he's having a good look at it, and now he says no.
Good amount of movement actually back into Osama, so that's not a bad shout, but I reckon you're right. That has just for me pitched.
I mean, you can see middle, you can see off. I think there's an element of doubt.
Yeah, that's definitely tough to call, but good eyes in my opinion from the umpire, especially with him coming over to the left-hander.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily satisfied with that. I think it's too much doubt. Good decision. Slower ball. Leg side. I don't think it takes anything on the way. So tell me this about the office. So is it kind of every day you go and you don't really know what your day is going to involve, or are you able to kind of plan to an extent how you're going to use your time? Because
I wish I didn't know what I had to do every time I came in, but no, there's lists and lists. I mean, with this circus that goes on, I mean, we're everywhere as Osama drives one straight down Longoff's throat.
And the over is at 25 for 2 after 2. Go on, I'm here with Jason. Any questions you got, by the way? Stick them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network.
Yeah, so it's we have lots going on. So with every tournament, there's different requirements. Everybody has to get a different set of equipment, and you yourself, you should know that the circus moves on every single day.
And we've really pushed the envelope this year with 5 matches a day instead of 4, 7 days a week instead of 6. And basically no off days. So Rico's already off to Germany because we used to kind of have the Sunday to travel between series. We just don't have it anymore because such is the demand for European cricket.
And internationals now as well, with these international games, which I think brings this level of European cricket up so high. I mean, looking at just at these matches, sure, it's been a bit tough for the teams that have come in, and it's a very, very tough track to bowl on, if you ask me.
Now we should bring up the 2022 list because Jason's on that one. He's not on this one yet, but we got Noman Ajak coming back on a hat trick. Malya Stanikzai, the only hat trick in Switzerland so far.
Great hat trick and a great bowler. I really enjoy Malya's bowling when he does come in and get successful.
All right, here we go. Oh, pretty close, and I'm pretty sure Mahmood forgot it was a hat-trick ball, so he just tries to smash it anyway.
Most everyone did, if I'm honest. I think we in the comms were probably the only ones who knew.
Well, not Chris Tapps, the director behind the buttons. He just reminded us, hey, this is a hat-trick ball, guys. Don't get carried away in your conversation. Malya Stanikzai, what's his status as far as international qualifications? Hasn't quite satisfied the criteria yet.
He's in the squad. I think we're hopefully going to see him soon. Big short ball.
This looks highish to me. Having said that, Osama Mahmood's a giant. So let's have a look at on the replay. If it's over his head, it's a wide. his head's the umpire's hat. I think that's a good
Yeah.
call. That's a wide, I think.
That's a great call. Yeah, soaring over somebody so tall, it does show that he's got enough pace to hit the deck hard and get it to bounce back up with those springboards underneath it, really.
Yeah. I still can't believe that ball that rolled off a similar to that. Anyway, Amjad, he'll never give up. Searching for a third wicket. And he might get one here, although it's a tough one. Ahmadzai going back, and almost taking a blinder of a catch. That would have been something else.
One of the most energetic fielders I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Probably anywhere.
Oh, and there goes the fourth chair. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've done it. And Jason has lasted, what is that, 2.2. Are you okay? Don't try and sit on it again, because it's gone. Wow.
I thought
High
this
drama
must be a
in
perk.
match 5 as we get 14 balls into Jason's commentary career, and he's done his first chair, 4 for the series. And, well, Jay, I know you're nursing a little bit of an ankle injury. How's your back after that one?
I honestly have no idea how that's happened, if you ask me.
Well,
that is...
I don't know what specification these chairs are.
I know I'm
Yeah,
heavy.
here we
but
go.
That's
Let's
an
try and
insult.
work out what's happened here. So we've just had a blowout, and Jason, he's a big man. This isn't a clean snap, but it's almost, it's what we call a green stick fracture of the outdoor chair.
Bit of a confusion in the middle. Oh.
So first, are you okay? First things first.
Yes, sir.
Are you okay?
Absolutely. Doing just
I
fine.
don't think anyone will want to commentate with me tomorrow because.
These
And the thing is, I believe now that you weren't actually swinging on your chair. You were just sitting.
Yeah, I wasn't
and
moving.
suddenly, you're on the deck. Like, I've got the best chair in the whole stadium. I'm not giving it up for anyone. I'll tell you that much. Anyway, what do we miss? Still got the Amjad Mahmood battle going. 4 chairs. That's 2 in a day. Rico did one earlier. This is up. It's in the air, but it's towards the fielder. And now we're totally thrown. But if you'd like to send us a few questions for Jay, please do on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. How's the commentary going for you so far, Jay? Enjoying it?
No, it's great. If it wasn't for the fall, it would have been brilliant. But
Soon
yeah,
we'll have like those Japanese tatami mats just set up, you know, the way you just kind
We
of sit
should,
on
yeah.
the kind of.
just a futon below.
Yeah,
I
I
should
think
just
so.
be there. Yeah. Honestly, the experience up here is fantastic. You've got a fantastic view of the ground, except for when you fall off your chair.
Yeah, well, the irony of you being left out of the team because of a slight injury and that you would actually get injured commentating is not lost on me. 2 to come here in the power play. Amjad gets full, gets pushed away. But
Only the second ball yet in this innings that Arjun Vinod
I was
has
going to say,
faced.
tell us about Arjun Vinod, because maybe viewers that have only seen this series, they don't quite know how good a player he is.
Yeah, what a tremendous cricketer. I mean, you guys saw him in Malta.
Yeah.
And he scored quite a fair few runs.
66 in the final was
key.
a fantastic innings in pulling off a chase against Malta. I think
And
166 they chased down.
And what a tremendous catch to get him out in that tournament as well.
Yeah.
And just the level of cricketer he is.
He's a very talented player. Last ball for Amjad. Goes after what would have been a wide. Gets the end of the bat on it. Could be 4, is 4. So Mahmood moves to 16. End of the power play as Zain Ahmed goes flying over the banner. And that makes it 35 for 2. So over halfway there. Want to say a big hello wherever you're watching around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. I'm here with Jason of Costenay and, of course, Switzerland. Tell us about, you know, your current schedule then as a domestic cricketer in Switzerland. How much are you playing? What sort of cricket are you playing?
There is so much cricket constantly happening, especially with this ECS. We have T20 cricket, we have 40 over cricket. We've had a T10 tournament already happen, not including the ECS.
Yeah.
So just oodles and oodles
I
of
think
cricket.
Osama Mahmood was actually telling me he'll play around 50 matches in the season.
Yeah, something close to that.
That is
yeah.
a lot of
That's
cricket.
a lot of cricket.
And it's fairly compressed, I suppose, because of the climate and the weather. Right?
Yeah, you get a lot of rain in and through April, and it's very cold. It's brutally cold. You can't really field in weather like that. And then now, when it's hot, it's tough to get the full games out as well.
I also want to say hello to everyone in the office. Hello, Judith. Hello, Roger. Hello, Daniel. Hello, Ashwin. Hello, James. Hello, Nick. Hello, everyone else. Did I miss anyone?
I think you missed Chris.
Oh, Chris. Hello, Chris.
Yeah.
Don't want to forget Chris because he he's organising my travel. And so next minute I'll be on the Red Eye
Super
special. Yes,
important.
hello, Chris. Special hello, Chris, actually. Just rattled them off very quickly. Nice people to work with, though.
Wonderful people.
We love it when we can catch up. Often it's just at the marquee tournaments such as the ECC and the ECL in Khartoum. But it's nice for the whole family to get together.
Yeah, we had a great time over here, and being at St. Gallen is a real privilege.
Oh, it's such a good shot.
Just.
Really classy shot from Arjun as he turns a Yorker into 4 by just opening the face, glancing that one through the third region.
He's so good at just watching the ball all the way onto his bat. This is quintessential Vinod for me. For me, rather, I should say. He is so good at playing it as late as possible, watching the ball all the way onto the bat. This is what we like to see from him.
Yeah, excellent shot. And we know that Ramatullah Mangal is a very good bowler. He's gained his rhythm as the day's gone on. Again, full and straight. And he's going to hit the edge of the pitch and bounce around the bowler, but it'll just be a single. All kept out by Arjun Vinod. So I've got a question here from Chris, and he's asking, Jay, will you be fit enough for the ECC in Spain? Is that something that you're hoping for?
I mean, I'd love to be there as a player as well as part of the crew. The ECC is, of course, the crown jewel, I might even call it.
We had the crown jewels here. We had the trophy on display.
Yes.
You probably know that because you probably brought it down.
I did, yes.
Comes in like a full 20-car escort with all the security and the box. It comes with a free box. People don't know this, but if you win the ECC or the ECL, it comes with a free trophy box.
Yeah,
and
it's going to
cost
the trophy.
It's going to cost a bunch in excess baggage to get it home as well. Just ask the Dutch guys. Another good Yorker from Ramatullah who makes the adjustment to Osama Mahmood.
Really banging in the Yorkers. I mean, Osama is such a good batsman. If they don't get these Yorkers right, I mean, Switzerland are only 20 or 26 runs away now with still 38 balls. So it's not really that they're in a rush, but these Yorkers, that's really the only way they're going to get this win.
This is a genuine Yorker, and it bounces between the feet. That's exactly what that does. I mean, how do you cope with bowling? That's my question to you after this ball. How do you cope with bowling in such a batter-friendly environment as this gets smashed towards the boundary and it's taken clean as a whistle by Usman Khan on the bounce? Great fielding.
Exactly like that. You got to trust your fielders. I think that's one of the big things that comes with bowling in these environments. You could see Osama's really trying to muscle it away in that shot. Good to see that his hand isn't hurting when playing it. But you have to trust that your boundary riders will collect the ball. And on an outfield such as this, it should happen 9 times out of 10.
I think this field allows you to showcase your fielding skills more than some of the other grounds that we would go to around Europe. Of course, you'd be watching a fair few of the tournaments. I know that it's always nice to get messages from everyone at ECN HQ. But yeah, this is a fairly predictable field. It's actually comparable to a professional cricket field in the standard of the grass, the evenness. You're not getting too many bad bounces, so it allows you to kind of throw yourself around and use that traditional technique. This is another ball pitched up from Ramatullah. Pretty good over, just 6 come off that, and it's 41 for 2 after 4.
Switzerland's still well ahead of the rate. I mean, I don't think they're in any rush to get this game done. But yeah, exactly like you said, the groundskeepers do an incredible job over here. The field, and just the general upkeep of the facilities is fantastic. Switzerland does a fantastic job of these sort of facilities.
It's great that on the weekend it's a hive of activity. We were here last Sunday and the St. Gallen FC game was on. 15,000 people in for that. Behind us today there was a whole bunch of football going on. I even saw American football last night. So it's always nice to see that community atmosphere and lots of people coming out for amateur sport.
Yeah, there's definitely an active environment in this country. People really enjoy their sport. They enjoy their walking, their hiking, biking, all sorts of different outdoor activities. They really just get stuck in and involved.
And right on cue, bit of an impromptu game of pickup cricket going on. I always love to see that. Just a bit of informal cricket. Don't know about the bowling action there, but it's nice to see people just enjoying themselves and being outdoors. Beautiful weather for it this Saturday afternoon. Here's Dawood Ahmedzai, Mr. Universe, coming in. And he just gets smashed onto the roof. Well, welcome, Dawood. Not the first time that one happened. Well, it's not quite a roofer, but it certainly is up into the grandstand. Maximal 6 runs, and the Swiss team are going to have to do the fielding there. They get close to this target.
I'd say careful there down with the camera. That ball seemed to be bouncing all the way down at you.
That might be Martha over there, who is actually, her bowling's coming along. She's been practicing all week.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah. She's even had practice time on her own in between these games. She's gone down and is very keen, very eager, and I'm very impressed with her improvement.
And our crew from Swing Productions, they are absolutely dynamite at following the action. This is going to be cracked away. It's going to get around one fielder, and it's going to get past another. That'll be 4. So Sama Mahmood cracks another boundary. The 50 comes up for Switzerland, and I feel that this game is on borrowed time. So the situation will be this. If your team, Switzerland here, if they win, it'll be 4-0, 8 points. The only way you could possibly lose the trophy would be to lose both your matches tomorrow for France to win all those, but then also for your net run rate to fall below France's, which the way this game is going seems pretty unlikely. Darwood gets pulled away for 1. So tell us what your ambitions are. I mean, still a young man, right? How old are you now?
Yes, sir, I'm 25.
25, so you're a young man. So let me throw a hypothetical at you. Where would you like cricket to be in Switzerland in 10 years' time when you're almost as old as an old man like me?
10 years' time. I don't want to push the boat out too far. I still want to put myself into realistic expectations territory. Sure. Maybe I want to see a franchise league in Central Europe.
Oh, yeah. That's a cool aspiration. Well, Arjun turns this away for 1. Franchise league in Central Europe. Okay. To do that, you need people following the game. You need people involved in the game. You need the community to really buy in. But, I mean, that is a pretty cool aspiration.
I think a franchise is, especially because it's where a lot of commercial gain is for sport. Where a lot of sport evolves is where there's a lot of commercial gain in sport.
Blasted to long off for 1. So what does that league look like? Tell me your dream league.
Oof.
Where are we playing? What sort of crowd sizes have we got? What's the format?
There's always this question of, is it T10, T20, is it a 40 over league? I reckon I want to see a proper T20 league show up. Central Europe. Doesn't have to be Switzerland. Short ball. Oh, and just dropped.
Good effort from Galami. He's a
Fantastic
good fielder.
Effort.
Yeah, he doesn't mind throwing himself around.
I reckon he moved a little bit late there. The sun's low in the sky, and it's hard to pick up the ball when you're down here at long on and long off.
I mean, the highlights reel's littered with fielders that have rushed in too far and had the ball come over their head, so he wasn't really quick to get in there, but almost turns into a catch. That's the end of the over. It's 55 for 2 after 5. Looks like we're drawing to an early finish here, but come back tomorrow because we have the final 4 matches of our Swiss adventure. We've got Luxembourg playing 3 times. Same with France. Switzerland will play twice, matches 7 and 8. Join us 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe and 12:15 in India. I know that your plans are that you'll be released from the national squad to go on club duty tomorrow. So what does that look like for you tomorrow?
2 matches, Crickets versus Cossonay.
Yep.
And I think we have Crickets versus Cossonay, but it's Crickets B. So
Ooh,
Crickets
okay.
with 2 teams coming into the T20 league, who I believe that the first team of the Crickets have already qualified for the next stage of the domestic tournament.
Well, Crickets had a very good win in the ECS when they knocked over the Nomads, whacking 170 against them. They've got some good raw talent in there. Best of luck with that tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
You and all the guys. I know that we really loved seeing you in the ECS with a bit of a viral moment, by the way. That's, I don't know if it's made it onto your group yet. You and the Cossonay guys.
Do you think it won't have? Of course we have.
Have you seen the article with the charging rhino?
I think everybody has seen the article with the charging rhino.
Yeah.
Rhino's a tremendous human being, and I love him very dearly. He's a good teammate and a great friend, and just that moment, I think he was absolutely deserving of it.
So I love that they do it as a full match write-up then, and you get a bit of a shout-out, right, in the full write-up. Got another question from Chris. He's asking, do you have any grass wickets here in Switzerland? Maybe you can answer that one after this ball from the off-spinner. It's Ibrahim Jabakel bowling for the first time today. Pretty good bowler. I don't think they bowl him enough, to be honest. Pretty handy option to a left-hander.
Yes,
yeah, so what's the situation? Are there any grass wickets at the moment in this country?
Now, I've been told this. It's a bit of a fairy tale in Switzerland. I believe there's one grass wicket and it's privately owned, and it's up in St. Moritz.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
And a big swipe down to the leg side there by Osama Mahmood there.
Okay, so privately owned. So I know that I've played in St. Moritz in ice cricket or cricket on ice.
Mm-hmm.
I know that a fair bit of cricket goes on there in Zuoz,
Yes.
where the school is, in the summer as well. I've got friends who have played in that. So, okay, so is it just rumours, it's speculation?
There's been some speculation. There's been some evidence thrown about.
Well,
and
there you
that
go.
is launched. Arjun Vinod Now that's a bit more of the form I wanted to see from him. I mean, seeing your skipper in the domestic setup as well as one of your closest friends hitting the ball like that, it just fills you with pride. I mean, wow.
Yeah, and Arjun, I was kind of hoping he'd bat himself a bit more towards the end of the series. He kind of gave a few other people opportunities, but I thought it was a matter of time till he clicked. And, he gets us within one swing of the bat of victory now. Just 3 to win. And he goes leg side, and he's gone. Well, we'll have a bit longer to chat now, Jay, as an excellent catch taken down there by Ramatullah Mangal. It's Jabakel with his first wicket of the series. So 6 and out for Arjun, and that will be the third wicket to fall. The score is 63 for 3.
Yeah, didn't quite get enough of it, did he? He was just a little bit high on the ball. Seemed to get a lower edge on that and couldn't get it over the rope. Would have been a great way to finish it, but a nice, simple and steadfast knock comes to an end.
Yeah, so I suppose give someone else the bat. As Hussain, he's been a real breakout star. I think he batted very well for Zalmi. He led the side very well. They made it to finals day, but unfortunately weren't able to progress past the first game yesterday. But he's certainly a guy that can give the ball a crack.
Yeah, very confident and is very eager to get involved with Swiss cricket, and we're very glad to have him. Hopefully he can dispatch of this ball by Jabakel coming up.
Well, he might be there for a good time, but not a long time. As he tries to finish the game, it'll just get one. So credit to Jabakel. Like I say, he's a good off spinner. Provides some variety to the French attack. And they have 4 or 5 seam bowlers. They've got a left arm spinner. He's their off spinner. There's also the wrist spin of Dawud Ahmadzai. So that's the end of the over, and the score is 64 for 3. Just 2 runs required for victory. Yeah, so I revealed today that France, they're actually playing the first game of the ECC. It's Spain versus France. Ooh. First up in Group A. What a spicy clash that will be.
Big one. Yeah, that's huge. Spain and France. Two titans, I'd almost say.
Kirsten Corder saying that grass wickets would be the catalyst for growth here in Switzerland. Yeah, I suppose just the issue is the finances, aren't they? The resources, both the natural and the financial resources, the expertise you need to keep a grass wicket going.
It's still very much an expat community that still plays this game. In Switzerland, it's as much as we would love to have locals, we aren't getting as much traction with the locals as we'd want.
It takes time, doesn't it?
It does.
It takes time. All right, Ahmadzai is going to come on and bowl an over that I feel he might not get to the end to. Just 2 to win now. Oh, good bowling. I like this ball from Ahmadzai because, in my opinion, he doesn't bowl enough actual leg spinners because at least that puts it in your mind that it might turn past your outside edge. He bowls a lot that kind of shoots straight on, but that one certainly seems to turn a little bit.
Yeah, he's got a fantastic, energetic little action, and when you put lots of revs on the ball, it's got to turn eventually.
Hello to Jeff Maguire. Well, just telling you, Jay, or anyone looking, you can tour Northern Ireland and get in touch through Blast NI Sports Tours. Grass wickets there. Well, thanks, Jeff. Thanks for lurking. All right. This could be it, and it will be it. It's going to go for 4, and it's game, set, match. Switzerland, a perfect day on day 1 of the ECI. They go 4-0 and have one hand and maybe a couple of fingers on the other on the trophy. And they just blast France into submission in the last game of the day. What a good effort. Congratulations, Jay. 4-0. Pretty good effort from your guys.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really proud of the whole crew there. They've really sort of gelled as a team lately, and it's really showing in their performances.
Yeah, for sure. That was the one that did it. Probably not the most convincing finish, but it is a finish, and that's the most important thing. France, I know they're a proud team. They'll come back strong tomorrow as well. You know, they don't really care about the tournament situation. They'll always give 100%. They'll just be disappointed that they had one of those innings. We know it can happen in any limited overs cricket where nothing seems to go right. And the truth of the matter is they just can't put that competitive score on the board.
They are a tremendously competitive team.
I mean, Luxembourg, I think also they'll go away. They'll look at their performance today. They're probably a little bit experienced in the format, the team they put out there today. But they'll get 3 more opportunities tomorrow. So will France. I know you'll finish your campaign with matches against each of the other 2 teams here. So that is tomorrow, the final day in Switzerland, 6:45 a.m. GMT, which is 8:45 in Central Europe, and 12:15 in India. Join us as we roll through the highlights. And it wasn't going to take too long. And, well, they had everyone doing a bit of a double take about what the exact laws of physics were in play. And Nomad then was trying to find a defence, but he needed a good lawyer. It was a no ball plus 4 buys. And really, even though they recovered 2 wickets in 2 balls to Amjad, he was on a hat-trick at one stage, but really, this was never in doubt, Jay.
Yeah, always going to be in a really good spot here with only 6 and over to chase. As a drop goes down by Ahmedzai, he really chased that one hard. Osama Mahmood also putting on quite a few runs through that middle stint. And Arjun Vinod showing the class that he really does have.
That's one of the shots of the day. I know it won't probably grab too many headlines, but the way he used the pace there shows what a good player he is. That one was endangering Martha. He had a free cricket ball to play with and practice her bowling. But really, when it's in the 60s, I don't even think we've seen double digits defended here in Switzerland. So it's a sign that you need to be getting the 100 plus, probably 120 plus to be competitive. It's been the highest scoring 2 weeks we've ever had. That was a good catch late in the piece, consolation wicket, as Vinod went 6 and out. And that was the one that brought it up. It was all over. And that is the end of match number 64 in 13 days. Just the 4 to come now in Switzerland, but plenty more entertainment. And there we go. Marta saying, that is that. We'll go home. And don't forget, we will be back tomorrow as we look at the scorecard in this one. Hassan, a rare failure for him, but he still scored plenty of runs on the first day. He was 6 and out. Arjun Vinod was 16. Osama Mahmood with 30 not out off just 18. He had a pretty good day, scoring over 100 runs. And then Izzah Hussain helped towards the end by hitting the winning runs. And in the end, it's 22 balls to spare. So pretty comprehensive stuff.
Yep, a good win for Switzerland, and leading on into the second day, hopefully they'll be taking that momentum.
Yeah, so Noman Amjad bowled one of the most strange deliveries we've seen, but he also picked up 2 wickets, 2 for 20. Ibrahim Jabakel, the off spin, I like him. He's still pretty raw, but I think he gives it a rip, and he's certainly a bowler that provides a nice balance to their attack. So there's the tail of the tape. Switzerland rolling France for 65. France leaving 3 balls on the table, and Switzerland chasing it down in the 7th over. But once again, I want to say a big thank you to everybody out there. Thank you to Chris and everyone for all the questions, the comments, to Kersley, to Jeff McGuire as well, and everyone that contributed in the chat today. Special guest, Jason, a bit more than a guest. He's part of the family here at the European Cricket Network. It's been great to have you in here. Congratulations on your performances. I know we won't see you in a red shirt tomorrow, but you'll be in the blue shirt or Kosane. Please give my best to the guys, and
thank you very much.
Hopefully enjoy the rest of the season as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, and hopefully we see you in the ECC.
Yes, well, I'll be seeing you one way or another in the ECC, that's for sure. So special hello to Christoph as well from the office. I'm going to mention you first this time, as well as Judith, Roger, Daniel, Nick, who don't forget? James. Don't forget James.
Ashwin.
Daniel's important to remember as well. Ashwin. Well, Ashwin's here, so I'll say thank you. But anyone behind the scenes, especially all the local organisers here, big thank you to Ali and all the gang for looking after us. It's been a great day of action. Like I said, we'll be back tomorrow. 4 more matches. The Swiss will feature into Luxembourg and France. They'll be wanting to up their game a little bit as well. Final thing we'll say is, if you watch on YouTube, please like the video and subscribe to the European Cricket Network. Tell your family, tell your friends. If you don't have any friends, make some friends and then tell them about the European Cricket Network. Don't forget also our social media at European Cricket and our home of cricket, the website, europeancricket.com. Give me a high five. That's that. Saturday night's all right. We're back for more action coming up tomorrow. But right now, here's some of the best bits of the day. Thanks to Spring Productions on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. Vinny Sanding, Mr. Maximo, Rico on the way to Germany. I'll be here tomorrow, though. Join us for more cricket right here on the European Cricket Network. Hasta mañana.